favorable Reinhardt composition, kind of like what we're seeing from Kings Row here. That may be an area where they're able to get a win.
Okay, let's go.
They've been working on the Winston dive, and I think they are pretty good at that as well. So I think I'm expecting to see a little bit of that. Looking at Mayhem's schedule, I also think they were tested, but I think to some degree they had an easier time in their brackets because I mean Shock, of course, they weren't as dominant when we first saw them in week 1. They are still playing in Korea, so they were struggling. Florida Mayhem went up 4-0, and they look good, but I think it wasn't really a true test of their strength. But looking at the lineup right now, it's nothing out of the it's nothing out of the ordinary. I think we're going to see a lot of that someone dive, and also I think one of the things that really caught my eye for Florida Mayhem for the Pro-Am tournament was that we all know that they're a really good dive team, but they could also pull out that Ramatra brawl as well. So I'm really excited to see that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, say one thing about the Florida Mayhem, say they entertained during the group stage, just playing so aggressive. I'm sure they gained a lot more fans even after that performance, and we're offering those fans a new way to support them in game with the support bundles, which are currently on sale. So you too can grab your Kiriko, Baptiste, and Ana skins in the Florida Mayhem colors. It also includes a team weapon charm, so make sure to grab yours now. The skins are on sale until April 11th, so just a few days left on that. I am very excited to see those two teams clash, and maybe, I mean, Liz said it in her videos as well. London with creativity. Yeah. Maybe they can throw Mayhem for a loop, and Mayhem have been playing very aggressive. Maybe that can be punished. And that brings me to the predictions. Do we believe in a London upset? I mean, both your brackets had Mayhem advancing, not a problem. And honestly, if I had to submit a bracket, it would be the same for me. I think Florida Mayhem have.
There's just no way London can win unless they literally go psycho mode.
I do not think that Hardy can go toe-to-toe if they're playing the dive, and I just don't think that Mayhem is going to get bullied into the brawl, or maybe they will, who knows, but I have Mayhem coming
there's no way.
Danny, looks like you are d'accord with me.
I was thinking about switching my prediction because, I mean, I'm easily persuaded, and Liz said, with creativity and Sparker's crazy shooting, they could upset. I do believe that too, and also London, they show up when things matter. We've seen them in playoffs. They beat last year. It was beating Philadelphia Fusion, and things like that could happen. But as of right now, I think the safer bet is is Florida.
And I guess Danny's going to London, freaking Atlanta versus the three of them.
Scratch that out. I'm going for rain.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy shit.
No, I have Florida Mayhem winning as well, but even when it looked at my fantasy bracket, I actually ended up giving London Spitfire 2 maps out of the 5 because I really expect them to be able to come out strong.
I don't think London has much of a chance unless it's like Control and Hybrid are going to be their best bets. If they can win both of those, I think that's like it's going to be a 2-3. But I think they're going to lose Control. They might win Hybrid on King's Row, but I don't know, man. It's anyone's game right now.
So I think that's where they can really throw a wrench into Florida Mayhem's game plan.
Yeah, but Florida Mayhem has been living in their enemies' backlines, rent-free, I might add. So it's going to be a tough order to keep the backline alive. Now, before we jump into all the action, a very quick reminder that this season, the Overwatch League is allowing creators to bring all our matches into their communities with watch parties, which are beginning right now on YouTube. So make sure to support your favorite creators. Now, that's it for the desk for our pre-show. Our first quarterfinal.
I am not officially doing any watch party shit, bro. It's just me.
You through all the action on the other side of this break. Enjoy.
Ooh, 1 minute, okay. Let's see how this shit plays out, bro. What the fuck is this? What am I watching? What am I watching? What the fuck? That wasn't horrible. That was pretty good. There's worse intros.
Going into the first match of the Pro-Am main event, the Double L serving up a one special one to either London Spitfire or Florida Mayhem, who are two very hyped teams coming into the bracket.
Yeah, London are here to Spitfire, but the question is, can they hit their targets? It was a somewhat tumultuous group stage for our friends over at London, including dropping the map
Pretty much what I
to the
expected.
Vegas Eternal. But
Pretty much what I expected from the support line and shit.
We've seen both of these teams, though, and there's been plenty of time to integrate
Lethal
some of the
and
newer pieces.
Sparker,
In particular, I'm looking at Lethal
Nothing
here for London
crazy.
Spitfire, who didn't play that many maps for London in the group stage, but now is coming in as their opener.
I think
going
they're
up
gonna
against
try and run
Checker,
the
Tracer
pre-tracer
versus
Ramattra.
duel on Ilios.
Might
Checker's
be if
coming
they're
in
running
very
this
much as the
lineup.
veteran and very much as the favorite, but Lethal could still be in with a chance of an upset.
Oh yeah, for anyone who's
Let's see if they'll
watching
try to run their
Checkers,
line
you know
again.
exactly who Lethal is. Super exciting player when it comes to DPS, most known for his ranged hit scans, especially his Cassidy back in Contenders.
You can
But
still play
really,
Tracer
Lethal
though.
plays, quote, what Lethal wants, which is what all your all of his teammates will tell you. But it's Sparker on that Cassidy role. Lethal coming in as that kind of substitute
Yeah, maybe he will play
Tracer.
Tracer.
We've seen Backbone tried out,
I honestly
Lethal
thought it would be
performed
Sparker and
well
Lethal on
that
Creep,
the
but
other side.
he
Having
can
to
play
face
Tracer. I've seen that.
Checkmate's Tracer, who I feel like has done leaps and bounds of improvement.
Checkmate
since
Tracer
the
has been fucking crazy.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem have definitely
So they're
been
coming
able
out on
to
the
iterate
Monkey,
very
which
heavily
I think
coming
is
into
right
the
now
season.
is the
Someone
superior
looking as
comp.
strong as ever, and we know that someone
But
is a big linchpin for
the
Florida Mayhem
Kiriko
team.
might be
Big
better
reason
than
why they're able
Yana.
to integrate so many
In
new
terms of this
pieces
neutral
so
fight,
effectively.
the Nano is
Because
good for the ult fight.
communication is total, really. This boy yaps, and this boy yaps like nobody else can yap. When it comes to communication and relaying that information, very few people are as efficient or as comprehensive as someone, and Hardy's going to have to step into this Winston Arena. More famous
Nice.
Reinhardt player. Okay,
Yeah,
Spark.
Merit just doing Merit things.
1-0.
Whose arena he said? That's Merit's arena. Loving to see the hit scan from Merit. Was touted as kind of this top Sojourn, now going for that top Cassidy rank. Wasn't expecting the Widow on Ruins, but it's good on this map just with how far each of the points of the map are.
Widow can be good
Florida
if you
on
don't
that
focus
first
around
pick
this
and
map.
the point two, and
If your team is doing things,
We'll see
then
how
it's
London
pretty
come
hard
back.
to fight the
It's a bit of a
Widow
surprise
when everyone else
pick
is
as well,
jumping you.
because Obviously, this has been one of the mainstays of Widow, like in the competitive history of Ilios. But in Overwatch
Yeah, jumping
2,
on the team right now would be
the Widow's
good.
been a little bit less prevalent,
Oh,
especially
you
in
can't
Fortnite
walk out
anyway,
like that,
so
bro.
when you force Admiral to move through that LOS, well, Merit hits those shots every time.
Oh
That's,
shit.
that's mean.
That's
Yeah,
disrespect.
London are gonna have to find a way to get towards Merit, who's just playing on this back right side.
Merit's
He's very
underrated, bro.
accessible, but like you guys
He's one of the
saw,
DPS
closing the
who,
gap in terms of distance,
in terms of pop-offs,
easier said
he's
than
very
done.
consistent. When you need him to do
This is
something
the rare
crazy,
and
he'll
brief
probably
moment
do
of
something
the
crazy.
gold damage Widow, so savor it for now. Merit with a pretty aggressive angle here, but I imagine that there's going to be plenty of ability for Chorong to extricate him from danger if it does come through. And the Vendamine, of course, will keep Lethal at bay for about a moment
Guy
longer.
does some miss
On
headshots.
it today, who was hit this guy's warm-up?
London just keep going down the same path. They have to lay the bubble down, so I wonder if this will slow down London a little bit. Either way,
Yeah, you
Florida
can't go out with
chilling.
no bubble.
60% coming up to sites for Merit, which is going to tell them exactly where London are coming from, which is still down that hallway. Here, Lethal spots Merit being shooken on the top bridge, and someone tried to initiate, loses that to Hottie. Free space for London to go after Merit, as we have a Tracer duel. Lethal
I
versus
kind of want to see
Checkmate.
Admiral's
Crane
POV right
going
now.
down.
I don't know what
London are
he's
losing
doing.
their backline throughout this, while Merit is
Merit
still
found a
getting
pick,
untouched.
bro. The
Yeah,
guy is
it's fast,
crazy.
'cause if you don't, Merit's going to find those angles. Merit's going to hit those shots. Sparker next to the crosshairs, but a quick duck away to make sure.
What I want to see
he
London
can
do right
survive.
now is
Keeps Merit kicking in this one.
charge onto
Lethal
Sparker,
now
jump onto him,
could
and
be the
send
difference maker with a possible
fucking
spot
not
unknown
Sparker.
to
God damn it.
Chorong actually
Trying
checked
to
it, but no,
fucking.
a spot onto Merit, a mix
Can't really
of
hit
both,
anyone
but
actually.
Merit just backs
Just
up
go
into
onto
it. That's
someone,
an
bro.
opening
Like the
level.
monkey person,
Maybe
someone,
didn't have
the
grapple.
player,
Either way, I'm just
and
surprised
send
that
Admiral
Merit is that
after
far
Merit.
forward. 99% though for Florida, and they're only down by one. That's traded off with Lethal.
Because if you're diving RuPaul, you might as well just dive Merit. They're pretty much playing the same position.
Which is mostly fine. It's probably just to survive against Hadi, who I believe got nanoed by Landon at the end. Left over.
Huge.
From Checkmate right on the Sparker to stop the Deadeye, and Hadi's
a good first round for Florida.
Checkmate chasing everything down. Someone's been nanoed.
Doing very good.
Just have to finish off this fight. It'll be
just
a
lethal.
First round.
I don't know where that nano went, but it wasn't in a position where it could do a huge amount of damage. Admiral doesn't even get to use
I think that was just a surprise attack. That's why London looked that bad. They didn't expect the Widow from Merit, and they got ruined by it.
Knowing that London Spitfire have very little chance of being able to play a brawl on any of the submaps.
Honestly, at 60% there, I would just swap to D.Va and just try it, because you're already getting hard fucked. Might as well try something.
We've seen a little bit of flip-flopping from multiple teams between Ashe and Cassidy, depending on the ranges that have been available. And we've also seen some very interesting, in particular on this stage, Lighthouse Ashe compositions, where the Ashe likes to play on top of the lighthouse itself, or on top of the windmill. I forget what the
D.Va is really for peeling, bro.
Yeah.
And
Like,
it makes
the only time I ever see D.Va is when they're trying to peel for someone, or they really need the DM to dive someone. I think that's how you should be playing her. If you need anything else, like an actual like dive hero, it's better to just play Monkey or Doom.
Used as an anti-dive measure, but after diffing Hadi on the first round, I wasn't expecting someone to be the one that swaps, but he'll be anchoring towards the point. Merit's on this high ground atop a lighthouse, as you pointed out. It's going to be good dynamite angles. As Checkmate can take an off angle, have the Chorong pocket, or can really dance between Merit or Checkmate, whatever is safest for Chorong. At the moment, though, Hadi just jumped up high, got slept by RuPaul, who's maybe sitting up there, and that's already warded away. So London are not going to have that front-facing person to go and pressure the point. Lethal has a moment to anchor, but not really long.
I remember what we saw there from Hadi on that dive. He was completely alone. London Spitfire don't have any vertical mobility aside from the Winston, and that's a big problem because of Merit's position here. Merit can very freely choose when and where to take engagements with London. If he starts to take too much damage, he can just...
I've seen a lot of the Korean players, they have the fucking, the earpod kind of thing, but the actual headphones are around their neck with the mic. I'm not sure why, but so whatever. It's just a little interesting.
The stickies from the Echo and the focusing beam. That's a lot of burst he has to deal with, and he has to remain in line of sight of Landon at all times. Maybe the next time will be more successful for London with the nano boost from Landon coming online shortly. RuPaul still trying to
he's won.
Oh,
fuck.
See,
Lethal should not have went that deep.
And it's sure as heck not going to be lethal.
Checkmate making a big dive, no focusing.
They waste nano?
That means you can rebuff this attack using
wait, I didn't know Hadi got the pick. I thought Hadi went down. Never mind.
Oh, and the final shot at the Chorong is nasty.
They should really get like 60%.
Still there on the point just to extend what little they have, down 60%. London starting to flip and even maybe getting some stagger. Not someone's not going to live too long. Either way, 64 for Florida is a great start.
Okay, but this is where London
Lethal fucked up the jump.
In terms of getting that percentage, because Lethal can start off on a high ground, and that means Hadi and Lethal can finally dive together and try and focus fire on.
Yeah, but Lethal messed up the jump, so he's not on high ground.
However, you can see RuPaul's got a very, very passive position here, and the Bob's going to force London to respond.
Yeah, that ball was sent right to the point. Someone
okay.
Protected too, so
they're focused on that dive. They don't really care about the point. I disagree with that decision.
Let it do something. Hadi keeps getting slept every time he dives up here, but he's got a lot more sustain with the primal rage. Sparker going on the middle of the map, seeing if he catch Checkmate who flies.
Nice. That was very good touching.
About to lose the mech, has the self-destruct. Will he even be able to get back into it? We will find out. Duplicates an Ana of all things, and is just trying to dip Landon after a 3-man anti is thrown by one of the Anas on the Florida side. 90% plus though, and Merit's been nanoed, probably to ward away against the dive of Lethal.
Big nano.
Florida are having an amazing time this fight.
Anna's nanoing other Annas. That's a tongue twister for you, RuPaul.
Definitely something weird.
Yes, he's going to keep this point contested, but has to get back up onto it now as well.
They're very split. Can't do that. I think they lost control easily. Good touch, but I don't think it's going to matter.
getting that cheeky cap on the point, meant London's Spitfire were completely scrambling to try and find any purchase, knowing that they were on a very short
Half the team was trying to kill RuPaul, and the other half was trying to contest the point. They have to be on the same page.
Look at RuPaul just throwing the arms back. Like, what's map number 2? Which, speaking of which, it's a best of 5 compared to the qualifiers, so we've got more Overwatch coming, but London are
I thought this would also be a best of 2, but it wasn't.
Florida, we're looking like a top 2 team, you could argue, and London just stuck to the dive, which is something they've been practicing a lot more instead of being kind of the rush commanders from last season. But I love that someone went to the D.Va and forced Hottie to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, and someone bringing out that D.Va as well, not even feeling the need to mirror Winston against Hardy when obviously someone is one of the best Winstons we have in the league, shows just how much of a linchpin this player is to the Florida Mayhem. He's shown the Sigma, he's shown the Ramattra. We know that his Winston is god tier, and now the D.Va as well to try and supplement these more spread out dive compositions compared to the ones who are more of like a rush style dive where you roll in with the Winston Tracer. Instead, you're playing the angles with the Ana, the Ashe, and the Echo, and the D.Va's a lot better at moving between those for Peel. So someone definitely showing that he has the flexibility to make this a multi-meta mastermind team.
And we know that London Spitfire have already been experimenting in the qualifiers of how they're going to incorporate Skyrip, how they're bringing in Lethal. Now Lethal might find himself on a more solid position on the team if he can really pull through on the Tracer, which is looking a bit quiet. But when Hottie's getting picked off or slept and Lethal can't keep checkmate in his place, it's going to be tough. But London Spitfire, the improvements are coming. Maybe it'll be on map 2, and maybe you'll find out after this.
Is it a 3-minute break? Maybe 5 minutes this time. Who knows? 3 minutes. Okay, I'll be back. We're back.
It's a quick and easy map 1 after Ilios was taken flawlessly almost by the Florida Mayhem, who we said were one of the best dive teams in the league, and I think Hadi and friends found that out the hard way.
Yeah, we definitely found that one out the hard way, Lemon. And Scariffa might be about to find that out the hard way as well, being subbed in here.
He got subbed in? Oh shit.
Does obviously indicate we're probably going to be seeing a double flex support from the London Spitfire.
I have no idea what he plays, what he's good at.
Very
I don't remember.
Not Trace player, Zenyatta player, who's actually had a significant history in EU contenders, playing either alongside or against a huge amount of the players on the London Spitfire. Obviously, these guys are a little bit of a EU dynasty, with the exception of Landon, who was brought in as a little bit of a surprise pickup towards the beginning of the 2022 season, and I think that Landon's actually outstripped expectations quite considerably. But with Scariffa in, we can expect to see a lot more raw healing throughput here, either from something like an Ana Kiriko, or more likely Scariffa coming through on the Zen, while Landon will play the Ana, or we could even see the Bat. It's interesting because Kings are obviously one of those maps where you can definitely play the Brawl. You can play the Rush. That's where Hadi is.
Maybe going for an Ana Kiriko, a monkey dive kind of thing.
Brawl, as he called it. And Landon did used to actually be a bit of a main support player. He used to be called Kitty King, I believe, and played a lot of Brig. So the Lucio's in the wheelhouse if they want to move over to that Reinhardt. Yeah. But I'd expect a lot more of this double flex support, and that's going to be difficult when you're matching up to a team that loves to play the Ana Kiriko.
And the last time we saw this lineup from the London Spitfire, I hate to bring this up to the London fans, but it was on that Hollywood map that they lost against the Vegas Eternal. And like you had pointed out, Skyrippa was either playing Zen with Landon's BAP, or Skyrippa was playing Ana with Landon's Zen. So it seems like there's interchangeable Zen roles there. But just that Zen potential tells me double flex for London.
It has to be Ana Kiriko, right? Like, surely they don't try it for like Ana Zen. That just sounds awful.
And when you think of London going to King's Row, they love playing Rush on this map.
You have to be like crazy on the Zenyatta to run that shit. That's why the only people that play that is like Violet. Guy's just too good at the game.
Yeah, the angle
Wait, what?
especially on King's Row first, with Hanzo being able to control a bunch of those surrounding high grounds that encircle the point.
Okay, they had a different idea what was happening.
Where you have a distinct advantage, or can at least zone out the enemy supports like RuPaul.
Shrung's on break.
RuPaul's gonna have to play in windows here and up on high grounds to avoid being an easy
So it is the Ana Kiriko.
Born DPS like say a Tracer. Spark's abilities to try and send that away could be imperative.
Well, look at this break from Churong. You've seen this on occasion from different teams as a kind of anti-dive measure, but just the break changes aren't here yet, y'all. Calm down. She's not a main boss yet, but it's in a way of just protecting.
Yeah, and that's just goes to show how good she is, even though she doesn't have those buffs. But they want to make her literally 2018 Brig, where you can't kill her. Fuck me, bro.
Florida, we'll see how they protect RuPaul a little bit better from Hadi. Florida don't really have to change much after what we saw in Ilios, but Sparker's on the Hanzo, gonna throw that Sonic arrow to the top to see is Merit up
I like the
there.
DPS line for London, but I'd recommend getting like a second tank and have Hadi, like how Glad's had Cloudy, a backup Ryan, like a Ryan specialist. The supports aren't bad, I think.
This could be a big execution coming.
Oh, Merit on Hadi, rip.
Hadi down for the count.
Oh, big pick.
Style is right from Ilios to this map is look at Hadi, punish Hadi, because all the dominoes, the pins fall when he does do that first. So London did manage to get a
They're doing a good, good job to pressure out Checkmate. He stayed in there way too long and died.
He can go on a flanker, just really following Hadi at the moment. Florida sit and hotel,
they,
ready for a re-engage.
yeah, they're probably gonna commit, but it's not gonna do much.
He puts the bubble right in the middle. Needs help from Checkmate, who's probably still coming out of
If someone can get out of there, that would be huge.
Giving some healing, but someone got not enough support there.
Got anti, can heal him.
That was actually the product of a very early play for the point by Lethal as well, picking up the first tick during that fight where Hadi died, getting it for free.
I think I prefer Kiriko than Brig right now.
Kind of cyclical contester that you expect with someone, and then someone's got to tank all of that damage himself. And unfortunately, Hadi bubbles off the healing from RuPaul.
Gives you a better chance to brawl the fucking sniper.
As well. A huge conflux of different
and you could still heal and make your team, your friend, immortal. and you could also avoid that. No, he's walking into that! This guy's not playing the game. This guy's playing checkers.
Still keeping that payload parked right at that choke and not really needing to extend past that. Especially with someone still alive with Primal, this card isn't going to move.
Merit's going to take a while to come back though, and that means that Hardy can be a lot more free without a huge amount of front-loaded damage that Cassidy brings to the
that was
table.
good. He didn't stay in too long.
Someone, though, can be the one to sacrifice his health bar in order to create a little bit of stall on the cart using that Primal Rage. It also means you can go a lot deeper onto Scarippa as well. But right now, it's all about cooldown counting. When is Scarippa going to use this sleep dart? Because once it's used, that's an opening for either Checkmate or someone.
Sparker's dead, right? Good.
Keep them alive, but someone's in the back.
Can they shoot him?
Dodges the sleep from Skyrippa, and it's night to the back.
That was, dude, someone is nasty on the monkey. He's not Gushue, but god damn is he good. Managed of Gesture in 2018.
That could be a way to get in towards that backline. However, think about Florida Mayhem here, their mitigations for the Nano Winston. The first one is always going to be the whip shot. Charong uses that before RuPaul uses the sleep, because it means that Hardy has to place a less than ideal shield that's going to be less effective at protecting him from a sleep dart of RuPaul. Which
how are they going to use a rally? That's my question.
I think this Dragon Strike is going to be big. It's such a narrow part of the map, but you can't find Florida.
Didn't Nano him.
Someone plays the corner to
This
avoid poke, and
could be bad.
with the help of Checkmate, finds a kill.
Okay, they didn't come in onto fucking someone.
But that's when you might as well just lock the diva for that haze. Hadi should be focusing on
Nice.
counter diving and seeing what value he can get and really synergizing with
London is just waiting for someone, the player, to jump into their backline and kill them. They're waiting for that, but they make no change. Like honestly, like bait fucking someone in like really deep, and then just fucking, I don't know, like nano someone, turn around and kill him, something, yeah?
Okay, no pulls for Lethal, but Nano someone executes already one into the backline. Landon is dead too, you've got no supports, but London tried to fire back a little too late in that fight. Mid-fight Dragon Strike. Hadi got no support because Skyrippa and Landon are dead.
They're just getting hard gapped.
Are dead too. There's 2 minutes left.
Part of me wonders here if Landon is having to essentially pull double duty, trying to support Lethal on these flanks to force Checkmate out of positions where Charong can.
I was thinking why they always go tree when they're, you know, like getting dove, and I think it's because of the extra health and the roll. They can do damage plus movement because you reload when you when you roll. Uh-oh. Oh, too early on the Suzu. Thank God he whiffed. Doesn't matter. God damn. Florida's looking dangerous.
Let's talk about 2023 mythos of a Florida Mayhem. We've called this roster a fantastic mastermind dive roster, and that not only means you can execute on the dive yourself super well, but it also means that you understand how to mitigate that dive incredibly solidly as well. And it feels like Hardy's never even been able to see RuPaul thus far. We needed those opening picks on people like Checkmate to even get that first.
They have a Primal, so this could be his time to shine.
The payload at least, but Hardy has to get through so many layers to even access RuPaul. Charong's positioning here
is a rough spot to dive, but
yeah, Hadi just needs to get everyone down to the
yeah, they're separating the. He went back to his team. There's just no space for anyone to help Hadi. Lethal's not in their backline. Like, at least I didn't see Lethal in the backline helping Hadi. I saw him right there, but Hadi's dead. So. Yeah, no one's like able to see him. They need to like make a long flank or something.
Someone just doing a little bit of trolling here, making sure that no one can easily get to that car.
I don't know if it's trolling, he's trying to get Primal.
Coming from the looks of it, Hardy is slept. And Lemon, I want to talk about Merit's Deadeye there, because it may have looked like it didn't get that much, but in actuality what it did is it covered for Charong, hitting a very early whip shot. A really early whip shot there was actually meant to get an Inspire proc to give us a little bit of healing over to Checkmate and someone as they made a deeper dive. But what that also meant as a consequence was that Hardy did not have a whip shot to slow him down. when he was going for one of those Primal Rages, and it could have meant that RuPaul would be in a huge amount of danger from getting Primal juggled. Channeling that Deadeye instead, keeping Lethal and Hardy away when they finally had access to a backline and allowing for those
If they're
cooldowns
having
to
this
come
much
back up
trouble,
and
honestly,
for Florida
just
Mayhem to reset
go
the
Sombra
resources
and
they had to mitigate
try and
those
get a
dives
hack onto
was
someone.
incredibly important, even
Kill
if
him
Merit
that way.
didn't show up in the kill feed.
No, I think
But
you bring up such a
this
good
isn't
point
working for
about
them.
how that Deadeye paused the fight. That was London,
Merit
one
is
of the
not playing
best
Reaper.
ways that they
That's
could
not
have
happening.
won. Just the way that Florida were positioned on that top left corner. One, they had access to the backline if London didn't check that. Two, Florida could initiate the fight whenever they wanted. Lethal can't go to the high ground as easily as Hottie can, so Hottie had to constantly wait for Florida to drop down, and when you wait for the other team to just dive your Ana, dive your Kiriko, they're just gonna die all the time. Skyrip and Landon just couldn't keep themselves up. Suzu for the pulses, they just barely could support Hottie. And Lethal versus Checkmate, that's a tough duel to ask Lethal to go toe-and-toe on. So even though Florida, they're the only blemish on their record in the qualifier was losing a Kings.
Oh, that was too early of a nade.
I don't expect them to lose it here.
Well, point A can still be a little bit prickly, Lemon. For all of you who are,
What is that TP?
Merit, you
Okay.
you're not that good, but, huh? The squishy's a
Okay,
bit
dude,
of a
Merit's fucking trolling, man.
from Merit.
This guy is actually going brain dead mode.
Fast and quick
Okay, they're not taking
Florida
this serious,
to
bro. They're
run
on
the attacks
Genji
to
and
London,
Reaper.
About half their time bank to get just to the point. So you're already looking at a Florida man.
And it worked, is the crazy thing. That shit
advantage now
worked.
they're capping it. They got the Reaper
What am I
Winston, they
watching,
got the
bro?
Checkmate, Genji, which we haven't seen, I feel like, since last season. So they're trying out all kinds of different things because Florida are just that comfortable in this matchup.
By the way, 7.5 minutes into Kings Row, RuPaul's yet to die. Still 0 deaths.
Wow.
Absolutely inassailable. And checkmate here on the Genji.
That is very nice colors for Genji, actually. I really like the new Genji design. He is the best design out of everyone. They're trying to bait him in.
This is all about like trying to make Hardy uncomfortable and creating an unfair advantage for someone in these tank duels.
I like how Checkmate's also using Merit as bait, tracer bait, where
Yeah.
he must be careful of these dash resets from Checkmate. Merit didn't get
Merit is literally baiting him in, racing, and then Checkmate has to kill him with the dash right click.
Are down in this fight. London have a real chance to carry this momentum.
It almost
but
worked.
there's no
Okay,
pressure
he's
from
going to
Florida.
the tree.
Lethal wants to anchor
He's
that,
done
but the
trolling.
members are still there for Florida. Lethal waits for more support. There it is. It's Hottie and the Kitsune rush, but Sparker is the line.
Can they find another pick?
So we'll
Okay.
see if Lethal
That should be
pull
it.
away with
What
support.
was
London
that?
getting the kills that Florida are.
This Lemon is an absolute massacre. The Dragon Blade is simply for show. Yo, check out the new sword.
Honestly-
before the anime convention, isn't it lovely? Hardy has
Honestly, that was a good use of the Dragon Blade, because you're not gonna kill anything with that. Oh, they touched. Okay, now it's over. Nice. Juho.
Did Checkmate just go all the way to point C and dive off the map while this was happening? Florida Mayhem are having some
Okay,
fun.
surely
This
they go Ryan
So
on
we
one
have
of these
4.5
maps.
minutes left in their time bank, by the way. I was not
Wait,
expecting this
what?
series to be as one-sided.
That
as
might be
it
the
is,
fastest Kings
because
Row ever.
Hottie,
4
back-
minutes,
I
30
mean, all of
seconds?
the London Spitfire, you know,
Surely
the
no one
Hurricane
ever
boys were
made
known
a
for
map
that.
faster
Well,
than
Hottie
that.
is one of the few contenders players in Europe to be a master of the ball and the Winston, and there was
Master?
competition
Whoa.
against him. But now you're going
Hottie
up
is
against
no
someone
master,
who's
I would say,
probably
man.
gonna roll
He's not
Star
bad, but
Winston at this point. You have
I mean,
Chad
what I just saw
Rodriguez,
was
which is,
I would
would say,
easily
less
choose someone over
strong
him.
in general than a Kiriko Ana. You have Checkmate playing Genji. You have Florida just goofing around a little bit with these compositions. And London are still not able to really take decisive fights, which is very surprising.
I don't think so.
By the way,
Kinda full
Ripple still
weird.
didn't die that entire time. I think that was about 9-minute Kings Row and not one death. So all of those survivable supports definitely putting a picture of Ripple up on the wall. Like, yeah, that's our boy. It's been domineering, honestly, from the Florida Mayhem, and they haven't felt.
This is
the
kind of what I
need to-
expected. They
they've been
lost
forced
a
to
map to
some competition.
Vegas when
They just
Vegas
showed
is
all these
probably
different
the
looks
worst
and
team
it's
right
able to
now,
try and control
ever.
Hardy. And honestly, it feels
But,
like they're a team that understands dive so well. They know exactly how to maneuver.
I kind of
around
expect
this
them to get like
beast, and
one map.
someone
I
else
expect
on
them to
London
go
might
Ryan
be
on
the
this
one to
map
pick up the slack here
and
either
then
make life uncomfortable for
force their
someone as
way
well and
to like
even
point
that
3.
playing
But they
field,
didn't even play Ryan,
or
so they're just gonna
pick
get
up that
3-0'd.
backline. RuPaul's gotta die sometime, right?
Right?
'Cause
Maybe it'll be on map 3.
if they think they're gonna beat someone on like fucking Havana or Junkertown or one of these maps, like they're joking themselves.
Tracer. You have Lethal just starting to get incorporated as a starter on the Tracer. Hottie very comfortable on the Winston, but now has to adjust to a new.
They had like 2 weeks of practice, right?
We'll see if they can figure out for map 3 after this.
Like a week or something? How long do they have to practice this dive comp, or like are they now changing? And if they are now changing, it's way too late. Like stupid fast. The game would have been over already. Can I do this? Okay, I can do that. Give me a second. Wait. Let me not do that. Let me do this instead. That makes more sense. Okay then. That was just weird. Cool. Do this. I don't know if they think this looks cool, man, but it really doesn't. Well, the music is pretty fine. It's whatever.
It's match
But
point
the
for
close-ups are
Florida.
not what
One map
people
away
want.
from sending London Spitfire out of the Pro-Am main event.
Very
And
quickly.
remember, everybody, only the top 4 teams get money, so this is a $10,000 minimum map coming up, and London, this has been a one-sided affair and not in their favor. But what's in their favor, like they at least, is that they can sub out people in and out whenever they want, and they got map choice.
What?
True, London gets to decide where
They
they go
subbed
and
out
who's
Sparker.
playing there. Admiral coming back on in.
What?
The,
Are they gonna play like
the Duragia main support for the London Spitfire.
What are they gonna play? Like Tracer Genji? Tracer Sombra?
Is an interesting choice here from
Or are they gonna play
Spitfire.
like Hanzo
Different
Farah? Some weird
permutations.
shit.
We've seen Backbone Lethal play, like the double flanker, for Tracer Sombra in particular, but on Escort maybe a little bit less omnipresent, and Sparker has been one of a few bright spots for London Spitfire so far, at least on Ilios, was very fearsome on the Cassidy, and Cassidy's been a mainstay for a bunch of these teams. What will Backbone and Lethal play instead?
I think the map is going to tell that story. Yeah, the last time we saw Lethal Backbone was on that Hollywood map that they lost against Vegas Eternal, where they were kind of trying out experimenting with the Tracer Sombra, as you said, but
Oh shit, they are playing Tracer Sombra. I didn't watch that
trying
map.
to get comfortable in the Sombra, and as a flex player in general, and I mean, he really is flexible. I mean, he even played Zen last year, the bone back, but not needing that with Skyribba in the lineup, and he's gone. So
Surely they
probably a Lucio
they're
style
joking,
around
right?
Admiral.
What is it? What is this
But
map?
also now that we're going to Havana, if it's not going to be the double
Are they
flanker,
joking?
taking a Widowmaker from Lethal,
Bro,
going on the
they're
Hanzo,
asking for
especially
Merit to
on
curb
attack,
stomp them,
but
bro.
Florida
What is
ain't
this
gotta
game?
change nothing. They're winning and in good fashion.
The Lethal, I don't want to say it, but Lethal Bastion is not out of the question. Right, here we go.
Please, for the love of
I was
God.
wondering, London Spitfire,
Tell
if
me
they
they're
would follow
joking.
the British Hurricane tradition of just running down the Reinhardt here. And Havana's an interesting choice, an incredibly Widowmaker favored map after they've been absolutely domineered by the Widowmaker of Merit over on Ilios Ruins. Merit is coming in very hot.
Do you
on
think
the
Lethal's gonna
Widowmaker
like
today.
pull some
And
miracle out of his
London
asshole?
Spitfire
Like,
is,
wait, what is
somewhere
the
between
thought
double
process
flanker
here?
and double sniper. Maybe one of each. Lethal, I don't know if this is going to remain a reality. Maybe London Spitfire are going to actually play more of a reactive composition depending on what they see from a Florida Mayhem here. And someone, of course, is moving on to their next tank of the day. They've spun the old roulette wheel and it's...
What is happening?
The,
They're actually gonna just try to hard dive Merit. It's their entire comp.
Yeah, and Merit played, you know, Widow on Ruins. It looked really
Try to
good.
dive someone and dive Merit. Those are the two players they're trying to kill.
Those first ticks. Someone has only played Sigma on the Paul's Sanctum, and they won that against the Shock. That was the 3rd round, but obviously we haven't seen Escort yet since the qualifiers were all best of 3s. So this kind of hybrid mix, we were kind of 50% right, like Day, about the double flanker. It's just not the Tracer we were expecting from Lethal, but liking that he can get to high ground a lot better with the Genji is already forcing Merit back to a different position.
But that Merit position is actually super good because
that is a great position
without using a translocator, and that means that you can't really set up a dive onto the Widowmaker as much as you could up on this high ground that is currently being occupied.
You can still dive him with the Genji, Monkey, and have the Kiriko Sombra wing from when he drops.
Yeah, when Lethal dives, I wonder if
But
Admiral's gonna want to follow
they can
up
make a
with
move
that.
on you.
He's
They
not the
should
most,
make a move on you.
aggressive Lucio or just support player in general, but that's always an option if Lethal wants even more healing and he can kind of exist longer in Merit's territory. And he's pretty far back, but here's the dive.
Oh, the grapple! Now he's out of nowhere.
From Merit as London looked for
Oh
jump
god,
onto it.
that was a
50%
fucking
HP.
terrible nano,
Lethal
and
back towards
Backbone got rolled by Merit.
Didn't get the memo. Gets
What?
headshot by Merit.
This is a
Only decoming in the
catastrophe.
back. It's a flawless fight for Florida.
I think the London Spitfire could have played that much better by having Lethal go in first on Merit, force out that grapple, and then Huddy after the more immobile Widowmaker. To have that entire nano nullified by a singular grapple hook from Merit, who then hits a headshot onto Backbone.
That was worst case scenario.
Fight planning from the London Spitfire. Now they're down that resource, and Checkmate, he's going to be able to deliver a pulse from here, but will only be answerable by Suzu.
And with someone hitting accretions on the land-in, I mean, London's backline aren't too comfortable either. Checkmate, just trying to slow
Oh, check it. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He got rocked from below ground. He was trying to jump out and he got fucking rocked in his ass.
Setbacks and a Widow that's pretty damn good on the other team.
Bear in mind the angle that
God.
someone came from as well, right? Coming in from behind Hadi, I think that means that someone was actually doing a good job there of blocking out Landon's healing. Remember, Landon does not have a mobility cooldown, and against the Sigma here, someone's only real job is to make sure
Checkmate
that
hasn't
Hannah
needed to
is
flank at
not
all.
useful in these fights.
He's just
That's where
watching for
someone's just playing
backbone,
a lot
and
more
if Lethal
aggressively
comes too
here,
close, he
getting
pressures
occasional
him off high
heals
ground.
from RuPaul. And Backbone is just doing a little bit of reconnaissance of these positions. Landon needs to find a way to
What is
force
that?
someone.
Well, not even
How is he dead?
But the anti hit strong and RuPaul secures that first kill. London
Admiral
back
dies.
soon at rush,
Can
but
they
Checkmate
live?
get pulses as
Oh
well as he was
no,
going
Mert's
in.
dead.
So London
No.
not in the most comfortable positions, but they did initiate on their own terms. Chorong activates the rally, but it's just getting tossed to Narnia towards the
No
enemy
way,
team.
they pull us back.
Someone tried to peel for Chorong, but gets hacked. I'm not even sure if the flux went off at the end of the day, but London ain't going too far at the end of the day either.
Flux did get hacked, but in the end, the only target that was caught within it was already dead, so it didn't matter. And now London Spitfire, while they did find their opening, they haven't found any progress. RuPaul can defend himself now, using the amplification matrix, making
They have
anything, and
3
even
huge
Hospice, but
ultimates.
now Merit's become undiveable as well. On the
They're gonna dive the break
yes,
half.
it's gonna be slow, but
What was that horror? Whoa, 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 that EMP sucked ass.
Merit and Chorong were just hiding
And Landon's dead, and there's no nanoblade.
But Merit left untouched now on the Cassidy. Can tumble and roll and gets the help of Checkmate
What?
on the Sombra, and Florida
Wait.
still, through the mystery here
What
with
was
opposition
that?
we saw from
That
Fully
was so
Evolved
bad.
London Spitfire on a
What?
Havana, and that's gotta hurt if you're a Spitfire fan, because it's match point, and that's not a far push.
Oh, this is
Bro.
absolutely brutal. London are trying
That
their
EMP
best to
didn't
break
even
out of
catch the
this.
break. They should have gone much earlier if you're gonna do that, right?
This
But
idea
if you're
that
gonna do that,
maybe
wait till
they
they go
were
high
based on
ground.
the right heart,
And
maybe
then
they should
just
stick to what
nanoblade.
they know. They're
EMP
trying to
nanoblade,
show
just
off
win the
a
fight,
much
bro.
wider
Whatever it
gamut of comps,
takes.
using the pieces that have been brought to them in the offseason. Lethal coming in, being able to play that Tracer, being able to play a bunch of other heroes like the Genji we saw, and bringing in Scareppa. So you don't have to continuously move Backbone between these two roles in order to potentially flex towards a bit meta with perhaps double flex support. But in the end, Florida Mayhem, it feels like the fight planning here is a lot stronger. We have seen spuriously successful dives onto RuPaul. Also, a quick replay here, showing how RuPaul is able to weave around those healing globules to keep someone alive and counter dive Hadi critically. And then
Jesus.
hitting the shield bash to shut down
No.
the spacing on the blade.
God
I
damn.
do feel like London Spitfire here, they could have maybe won off that nano Winston
Okay,
dive
they've
if they'd done a little bit more
they've
groundwork,
tired
if they'd
trying
got out the grapple
actual like
beforehand, but
other
the fact
strategies. They're
Merit
going
just
back to
escaped from that
Reinhardt.
so easily, London are getting antsy.
And I still feel like Florida's support
I
were
think they're
living
about to
for
shit on them.
so long. Even RuPaul kind of is very patient with his cooldowns, even through the hacks and the EMPs. But
They're Ryan, so they don't send
London,
Genji, right?
it's time to break the glass.
They just go
Emergency
like
rush coming
far or
in,
something and just
it's
poke
the
him out of the
spawn
sky.
Camp Florida. But what's different is that they do have a Mei, and this first Mei wall comes out on the left side. Lethal's gonna be on the Hanzo, can create some distance. Look for
Whoa.
those headshots. One on to Merit. That'll do.
See, this is what I thought we were going to see on first point here as well. This is London Spitfire's bread and butter. The spawn camp makes so much sense here.
Checkmate,
on
get off
Havana,
Genji.
where
Stop
the
trolling.
ability of Florida Mayhem to
Stop
really
trolling,
is incredibly
please.
limited. Only Merit can truly move past and has to wait for that Sonic arrow to dissipate first as well. Hadi just reacting to wherever there happens to be a pink person poking their head.
Why would they go this
Oh
fucking
boy,
character?
Florida able to sort of break out
Ooh,
of
good
spawn,
sleep.
But Backbone thinks he can duel it. Ana gets run over a little bit. Backbone now got support.
They
He's
find
got
Lethal.
friends, he's
Just
got
need a
family,
pick.
and Florida ain't got a second fight. They only got
Wow.
two on cart. They're getting staggered. Hadi is just pinning everybody he sees. And Florida is gonna be tough breaking out of this with a dive.
Yes, there's only one thing stronger than a RuPaul sleep dart, and that's family, Lemon. Hadi, at the moment, got plenty of targets in front of him, and almost an Earth Shadow to his name as well. That forced him
Okay.
to deflect, but the
Hadi,
answer's beautiful.
he's very happy,
Yeah,
bro.
two down
He's
for
diving a lot.
London,
He's charging a
but
lot.
still being able to shape this time back down.
I don't know how
down
they're
in
winning this.
half puts London in a winnable position, but they have one fight yet to go, and Florida are on match point. A box of victory as at the end of A.
Merit holds Spitfire's fate in his hands here with the EMP. Can shut down Hardy's shield, can potentially interrupt.
They should EMP
Or
and
can
dive
cancel the
straight onto
amplification
Landon.
matrix as
He has
well.
the amp.
Get rid of a space control that London might think they have and get too aggressive off the back.
That's how you dive with EMP. Take notes, London. That's how you do it. I don't know what that EMP dive was from fucking London, bro. That was literal garbage.
Florida head towards the spawn room doors of London to stop them from fighting back, stop them from using their ultimates. You got a blade from Checkmate to kind of cut them at the heels before they
Wow,
can
that was
touch.
horrendous.
A swift and dominant 3-0 comes out of Florida, and they move on to the semifinals.
I want to see the London POVs, not Florida, man.
With the EMP and the anti hitting in the exact right place.
Shit.
Oh, RuPaul's been able to fit into this
Let's go to
roster
Sting.
so well. I know that he was an addition last year, but he was added midway through the season, and I think he was the most underrated pickup that year. Brought so much to this team, and he continues to do so as well. Florida Mayhem at the beginning of our bracket stage here. Oh, they have definitely shown that people might have been writing them off a touch early because these dives are bellissimo.
Yeah, but they're also against a team that's really bad.
Trying to match the Widow and the Hanzo. I know attacking Widow is a tough situation.
That wasn't even an hour of a match. That was like 45 minutes.
And Lethal.
Well, it was like 50 minutes exactly. But
Widow not whatsoever, not on Ruins.
That's
not
ridiculous,
on Havana,
man.
And Merit
How long was that
true
match?
star of that DPS matchup, but there is that caveat of someone in Checkmate.
Wait, that was
had
actually
that
45
pre-existing
minutes.
Synergy. Lethal
That's
and Hadi
crazy.
still working on it, and Florida are just masterclass of dive. But there's one person who made the dive from London so difficult. Your
RuPaul.
player of the match
You got player of
is
the match?
RuPaul.
Deathless on
Bitch.
King's Row, inassailable on Ilios. The turret up on top of the castle. RuPaul has been an absolute monster in this series, hitting exactly what was needed in terms of both kunai, anti, sleeps, regular heals, you name it. RuPaul does it, and he does it perfectly. It's been a huge match here, and it's always good to be able to point out just how much the supports bring to the table. I love the double flex support metas for how many plays they allow us to have a look at. Because it can be a little bit harder to find the flashiness on the main support. Consistency is a lot more of their bag, and with the main support, you mostly rely on them being able to hit a boop now and then and remain alive and not make too many mistakes. But RuPaul Lozana, deaths 2.6 per 10 minutes. And remember, Hadi was playing Winston. Hadi was playing Winston for about 80% of this series. As an Ana, I probably die 11 times every 10 minutes when Hadi's playing Winston at me.
Yeah, just was hitting all of those sleeps on Ilios to make just Hadi's job that much more difficult, was nanoing someone, and life is easy as an Ana main when you have someone on your team just making all the space in the world. But RuPaul was able to hold his own, and as this kind of like newer player that's come into the league, showing off those mechanics, showing off just really his map awareness of when there was a Sombra on him, he didn't immediately pop the immortality, and he was very calm, cool, and collected, and knew how to trade off between damage and healing on the Baptiste on Havana especially. So that was a 3-0 for the Florida Mayhem. That means London Spitfire are out. Will remain only top 8, and that means Florida are top 4. But on the other side, who Florida will be facing is the winner of this next match, Boston Uprising versus the Toronto Defiant. We're going to throw it to a break. Desk will have an interview. They'll have their thoughts, and we'll have another match.
What's up, friends? Don't miss out on the Overwatch League's limited edition Pro-Am merch. You can see it on your screens right now. Join us to celebrate the first Pro-Am in the Overwatch League history. Grab your tee before they're gone. They're only going to be available until the end of the weekend. So only 2 more days to go. Head on over to our shop and grab yours next. Yeah, that's it. Our first match of the day is done. And Albert had a little something to say. How I sleep knowing we play London in an Elim match. Right? Peaceful. I mean...
He was right. He was
yeah,
right. Albert.
Did he... Tell me that he at least tweeted that before the match. Because I hate when people do that after.
Was that after? No, I'm pretty sure.
I didn't see a timestamp on it. But Albert, I'm watching it. Okay, it was after.
Okay, no, it was after. Albert, come on, man.
Very disappointed.
You should have done it before.
Exactly. Yeah, I gotta be bold heading into that. Like, take a leaf out of the Contenders books because they barked beforehand, and that didn't always age well, but it was really entertaining, and I love that. Now, we have to break down all the action, although it was a very one-sided affair. However, we did expect the Mayhem just looking aggressive, looking confident, and that's what they showed up with.
Yeah, I mean, starting off the map, we knew right away that it was, Florida looked really strong. And I was honestly, of course, on this map, London Spitfire playing the dive, I think I was sort of expecting it. But as the series went on, we really started to see the difference in how these two teams play the dive. And just Florida Mayhem is just such a great dive team. I think one of the things that really stuck out to me was how they were so good at punishing London Spitfire's dive. Whenever Hadi was going in, they would isolate Hadi, take him down first, and then someone would make the move to kill the backline. Not only that, I think everyone, of course, RuPaul being the player of the match, he stood out, but also someone as well. He was phenomenal, not only on the Winston, but also he played a little bit of Sigma. He played a little bit D.Va as well, just as the sole tank of Florida Mayhem. He just provides so much for the team.
Yeah, it's been impressive to watch him really kind of grow into that role as well, because we kind of looked at him last season as like, you're a Winston player. That's what you do. Like, that's all you're there for. But I think as well, like when Junker Queen came into the mix, someone showed off a very impressive Junker Queen and really has continued to flourish. So I feel like that was definitely a key to success for Florida Mayhem today.
And what I love about someone in the squad as well is just that at least during the Pro-Am, we saw a lot of glimpses of the rest of the team really, adding to that aggression, enabling him to play this aggressive style, which he can be punished for. But if the whole team backs you up on it, it looks really good. It looks very, very scary to go up against. And part of the reason why those dives look so scary is, of course, also because they have such a strong backline. And one part of that backline is joining us now for a post-game interview. It's no other than RuPaul. RuPaul, thank you so much for taking the time, and a huge congratulations. You and your team made it into the semis.
Thank you.
All right, RuPaul, I'm gonna start this interview. I do want to ask about this specific match. Coming into it, did you sort of expect London Spitfire to play so much of that Winston dive mirror? Because we all know that, London. When we talk about London, we talk about how great of a Ryan Brawl team they are. But in today's match particularly, they went for the Winston dive mirror against you guys. Did you guys sort of expect this?
We did expect it because whenever their team puts out their roster, they usually have Backbone or Admiral when they play Rush, so it's really obvious what they're gonna play. We just know before they even start the game.
So when it comes down to preparing for a match like this, or even just, I guess, in general, with you being one of the backline supports, how do you feel like you approach this meta right now? We're talking a lot about survivability and whether or not the backline can actually stay up to help enable the front line. So how do you approach that?
I think it comes down to a lot of communication. A lot of teams, they struggle with having a good flow with their backline and front line. Their backline's backing when their front line is pushing. But I think we do a really good job of communicating, and because of that, we're probably one of the best dive teams.
Yeah, I think it totally shows. Like that kind of communication you just mentioned, we saw it already during the group stages. You guys really seem to all be on the same page. So that leaves me wondering, you and Sana are the two only players in your roster right now who are not Korean speaking. Are you learning Korean? What are the comms looking like for you guys?
There's a lot of Korean, but there's also a lot of English. Usually anything that like involves me will be in English, but sometimes like Merit or Checkmate will say something in Korean just to like one person. Like they'll communicating like one to one, but when it's the whole team, it's in English.
Oh, okay.
All right,
That's cool.
that's good to know. Yeah, and I love that it seems so. It gels really well. Like there never seem to have been any miscommunications or like disconnects there. So we would love to see that. Now, as I said, you guys made it into the semifinals, which means your potentially next opponent could be Toronto or Boston. Boston, of course, being the favorite heading into this match. Do you have a favorite? Which team you would like to face off against and why?
I really want to play against Toronto because they have my boys from last year, Hydron and Majed. And so I want to see them win and I want to play against them.
Right on. So we can set up a grudge match. We love the story.
Nice.
RuPaul, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was RuPaul from the Florida Mayhem. And as I just discussed with him, our next match coming up here in our quarterfinals is going to be fought out between the Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising. RuPaul is pulling for his boys from Toronto Defiant. Of course, the favorite heading into this should be Boston Uprising. They went undefeated. They are having an absolute all-star squad. That is the most expensive roster Boston ever rocked up with. And they will go up against the power of friendship, Toronto Defiant. They've been looking really strong though, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But do you want to take this or should I take this?
You take this one. You talk about Toronto. They're your boys.
All right. They are my boys, and I do love Power of Friendship, and it's been very successful for this team. And Boston is a great team filled with superstars, but this team as well. They got some pretty heavy hitters as well. Like we know how great of a player Hydron is. Speedly has been showing up a lot during the Pro-Am as well, especially his Tracer. When he talked about Tracer, like he wants to really become one of the top tracers in the league, and his Tracer has been phenomenal as well. And Kluge, and not only Kluge and everyone else, but also their backline. They really have a strong backline as well. And of course, they are able to play so many different compositions to a high level. I'm really excited to see what they bring up against Boston Uprising today.
Yeah, on the flip side, we've got Boston Uprising, and I feel like there's a couple of names on this roster that really need absolutely no introduction. Looking at you, Birdring. Yep, Birdring's going to be starting in this lineup as well, but I feel like you also have to give a lot of credit there to Smurf, who's really been leading the charge here for Boston. I mean, they had a flawless group stage going up against Gladiators, Wisp, Justice, and Team Peps to be able to make it into this quarterfinal, and I feel like with that comes a lot of confidence. Smurf, once again, just being able to kind of find these isolated targets. A lot of what Isayaki, Twilight, what the backline provides there, Legion as well. It's a lot of flexibility that's behind Boston to make sure that they are able to rock up with a comfortable composition no matter the map that they play. I mean, so you've been talking about this a lot, that compositions are so map dependent right now. So what are you making of the Boston Uprising team?
Yeah, I mean, they've just been looking so dominant. They've not really been tested either. So I think we have yet to see all the different looks the Boston Uprising with this squad can show us. Now, if you are a stan of the Boston Uprising, make sure to get ready for the 2023 season with their revamped team jerseys. They're here now, fresher than ever. So head on over to the OH League shop to get yours today. Of course, we have them, the revamped versions of all the teams, so make sure to check them out. But yeah, Boston Uprising. So far, no one cracked their, like, even showed a crack on their armor. They've been looking so dominant. This is such an uphill battle for the Toronto Defiant, which, yes, they impressed us, but enough to take down juggernauts like the Boston Uprising. Let's take a look at our Preds to see where we're leaning with this one. I mean, Boston Uprising is the obvious pick. It's an all-star squad. There is absolutely no reason I should doubt a single person in their role to actually come out on top. It's just you can't not pick Boston unless, Danny.
Unless I pick for Toronto Defiant.
You're that guy, you're
Nah,
that
sorry,
guy
I went with
this.
Boston.
Okay.
I've been high on Boston ever since their first match. Ever since I saw Birdwing play again, I was like, oh, this is beautiful. But I mean, I do feel like this match is gonna go the distance. I mean, Toronto Defiant is another great team, and I think they do have a great chance of winning. But for now, I think I'm gonna go with Boston Uprising.
I also went with Boston. I mean, Boston is the team that I had winning in my fantasy bracket as well, so I'm not going to sway away from that at the moment. But I think, I agree with Danny that this is going to be a super tough matchup. I think that it really could go either way, and I also had a very hard time picking for this one because I think on the one hand, you have so much pre-existing synergy on the side of Toronto Defiant, especially when you've looked at how many iterations and teams that this roster has actually played on. But also when you look at Boston, I feel like they just came out guns blazing. Birdwing maybe had left some questions in the air about whether he was actually up to par with coming back in to compete in the Overwatch League, and I feel like the shots that he was able to hit, all of the Cassidy that he played in that last week was just so clean. So I can't wait to see if Toronto can find a way to really deal with that, and also if the aggressive pressure that Smurf can put onto the front line. I don't know, I think that's really why Boston has the edge for me.
I mean, individually, the Boston players are just mechanically so skilled. I generally feel that, yes, you have that synergy on the other side. Yes, they've played with each other before and, they're having fun with it. But that Boston squad, though, I mean, honestly, I feel like they could literally turn off the comms, put on a playlist, and probably still come out on top just because the individual skill is so off the charts. Let's take a look again at the bracket to see where we're at here. This is our second quarterfinal match of the day. Mayhem already advanced. They make quick work of the London Spitfire. This is single elimination, right? So everything on the line. London is out for good, and now the Florida Mayhem is waiting to face off against either the Boston Uprising or the Toronto Defiant. RuPaul pulled for the Toronto Defiant just again because of friendships. But Boston Uprising, they should be having the upper hand here. What a great upset it would be, though, Necra, if Toronto Defiant actually pull it out.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like it's really, I don't know, do we even call it an upset? Like, a little bit, I think, because
I feel like it has to be.
I think, I think with the veterancy of the roster that Boston Uprising has, I definitely agree with you there. But I think that Atlanta Reign could still pull off something that's a little bit cheeky. Maybe they pull out a Ramattra. Kalush's
anything happened?
super,
No,
super
nothing happened.
flexible when it comes down to the tank heroes that he's able to play. And so maybe that's another way that they might be able to pull something out of their bag of tricks to be able to upset Boston. What do you think, Danny?
I mean, I know that, Toronto Defiant, they're, very confident. I remember when we did the post-match interview with Hydron last weekend, he said that, Boston was all bark, no bite, all bark, I think it was. All bark, no bite? Whatever it was. Yeah, you're not saying.
Yes.
I know they're coming in.
What's going on?
Yeah, like, all bite, no bark. No, it's all bark, no bite. Okay. Anyways, yeah, no, they're super confident and they know what they're good at. So I think this is gonna be an interesting battle.
All right. Well, an interesting match is definitely what I want to see. Hopefully, not as one-sided as our first one, although we do enjoy some real good dominance here as well. Either way, there's only one way to find out what both teams have in store for us, and that's to play the game. The game is ready, and so are our wonderful casters. So we hand it over to Legday and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I think this match is going to be exciting. At least less one-sided than our first series, leg day. Boston, who went undefeated, not dropping a single game in the qualifier against Toronto Defiant, that I feel like everyone is underrating, like criminally underrating Toronto Defiant right now.
I mean, this
They're
is
not that good, bro. I don't know why people are freaking out.
Toronto Defiant got some pre-existing synergy, as Americans know, as Redbird Esports, and obviously they also gathered up a bunch of information from a bunch of other OWL teams and came together as one. But we're talking about a dynasty of tanks here in particular. Kalush versus Smurf, both head disciples in the Church of Krusty, where Krusty imparts his knowledge onto tanks. And both of these have been respective leaders of their teams. We saw Boston Uprising first, their first ever showing in 2023 here on Antarctic Peninsula, and I was incredibly surprised by the efficacy of the dives from this team that had only just come together. But evidently, one of the gems in the Korean Infinity Gauntlet is the gem of communication, because when Lee Jae-gon, Smurf, and Decay decide on a target, it's a 3v1 in a nanosecond.
It was nice to hear from the interviews from Boston Uprising, like, who is the leader on this team? And they actually said it was Decay, because he's just so friendly and gets along with everyone and rallies the team together. So look at how Boston are the favorites here, but Toronto Defiant.
That might be why he's starting.
Star power. They have this
like why he's playing Tracer for them. If he's
the
the shot caller, then yeah.
We roll on to sub-level against Dive v Dive, where
Ooh,
Smurf
careful,
may
Bruder.
sometimes play the
Don't do
doofus,
dumb
but
shit
it's
like that.
mostly on Icebreaker, and he's one of the very few, if not the only tank playing Doomfist these days. But it's the exchange of Hanzo arrows between Birdring and Hydron. Keep an eye on those random headshots that can happen, but Boston have more firm control of this high ground, which is going to be better angles for Birdring and better pathing for Decay into the backline.
Kaluj forced to exit early though, but Smurf and Decay both hit by an anti. This is going to cause maybe Twilight to take an unconventional angle in order to get Smurf healed up. And that will give over a little bit of space on the point for Kaluj to once more.
Oh! No, Birdring can't lose that.
Hydron picks up the first duel.
And that's a 5v4 for Toronto Defiant, as it was Smurf just anchoring the point to stop Toronto from capping and can't even escape. So two or three kills for Toronto Defiant bodes well for the ult charge.
Yeah,
okay, it's up to Decay to actually do things this game. He can't just be a little bitch. He has to take the aggressive pushes. He has to challenge the DPS and go on the flanks. Okay. Maybe use some Striker now, bro. Tell Smurf to shock on again.
You can certainly call this potentially an underdog story for Toronto Defiant, but Hydron hears none of it. Still thinks that he is the bee's knees when it comes to the big archer.
I was wondering how deep Kaluj was wanting to go in that 5v4, but knowing that Hydron's playing so far back, he really just was able to build up some ult charge dueling against Smurf, not getting any kills, but speedily Pulse going towards Twilight, and still the splash damage is enough, and then Kaluj dove from the front. Twilight pincered, as Boston only have Lucio heals to depend on in this fight, and it's just you just leave. You don't even have
right there, Decay should have been like looking for Speedly.
He
wasn't. I need the Decay POV, bro. I don't know where he is. Everything's blue. He can't see it.
Difficult for Decay to path safely onto that Ana, because you know the
There
Hydron's going to be continuously peppering you, and now we have the Decay POV. Checked multiple times, but OG's playing close to UV here.
Yeah,
he doesn't go with his monkey there. Oh, thank God he dies. That would have been bad. But Hydron's just free now.
Hydron, I mean, he keeps getting these first and now second picks, killing Twilight.
He's running, bro. He's running. Alright, Smurf decided he wants to win the game now.
Activates the Primal Rage, already gets 2 kills. Toronto are down for the count. It's just Kaluj left on the point. OG is just gonna try and speed Ultraviolet forward to see if this is a salvageable fight.
It definitely is. They have Nano.
I think so, because he popped Primal and is just existing just to get to 99%.
So he could jump back in and Nano.
Now that all of
They could win this.
are back, they're gonna fight this.
Birding's been really quiet this game.
OG gets the second one, but Speedly and Hydron get it a touch later.
Oh, great dive from Toronto off the Sounder, the Nano, and more ultimates at the end of the day, including the Dragon Strike. So Toronto, good patience waiting on their reinforcements, and a turn to force Boston on their knees. I mean, the whole desk said this unanimously was going to be a Boston Uprising series, but hold on, Toronto take the first round 100-10.
Birding has to keep Hydron at least busy.
Has a weird habit of saving his pulse bomb for Overwatch 3, just like that I've noticed over a couple of Boston Uprising games. Maybe looking for a perfect pulse bomb a touch too much, or only onto a squishy rather than chunking down a tank. And Decay, I believe, only gets to throw out his pulse bomb essentially as a dying breath there on sub-level. Toronto Defiant doing some excellent rotations of contest as well, keeping Kaluj on that point and then swapping them out with Speedly long enough for Ultraviolet to come on back. Boston Uprising have not been able to piece together some of the more precise dives that I was lauding heading into this. But here, on the labs, Lemon. This is where Boston Uprising are at their best when it comes to the Lijiegong, Smurf, and Decay getting onto a singular target. It's a much smaller area of combat, and that means that Smurf can reach these squishy targets a lot more easily, but the same can be said of Toronto Defiant as well, who admittedly have a much more defensively orientated Lucio. OG is much more about healing for Ultraviolet, it seems, compared to Lijiegong, who likes to go fast.
And Smurf usually plays Doomfist around these maps, and he even said in an interview that he finds Doomfist having more survivability than Winston at times, and maybe I'm right on that.
I don't think that's true.
He's the first to die. Boston's DPS though did the work. They even find Kalush before he finds the pack. And Boston, even though they lost Smurf early, the DPS pulled their weight, and they get the point first.
Yeah,
DPS found the first picks this time, or Boston found the first picks this time, so they won the fight.
Help each other, and Hydron ends up in a unceremonious 2v1 up against Decay, who manages to find that final blow, even after taking out Smurf as well. Now Boston Uprising, they can play from a defensive posture, which means that Decay doesn't have to invest as many blinks in setting up. You can see him down there by the Mega. Has eyes on Kalush here, who's going to be able to potentially zap him out with the right clicks.
Having this high ground is nice. Throw these nades. Twilight just hoping the team takes more damage. She can build up towards this Nano. Gets the anti on Kalush.
Oh, a stick on a Kalush. Nice.
But Decay will trade 1-1 after the pulse, but he gets caught out by a headshot from Hydron.
That's really worth it. Very worth it.
Boston can play this
because Decay's gonna get back faster than Kalush.
And has to be forced. Hydron low, and it's both teams maybe just building up towards Nano.
Yeah, but this is
Twilight has it. They should go fast.
When you're trying to attack into
try and get back on Hydron.
So difficult. How is Bergering taken out there? There's no other assist. Where was the healing?
They're too slow.
Just playing out in the open.
Boston thought Toronto backing off. They needed to go faster than that, man. Even if Decay wasn't there, do Nano, go on a Hydron, get a kill there. Because he was really pushed up.
For Toronto, who didn't have to really invest any ults.
I gotta tell you, I think Hydron might be one of the most underrated Cassidys in the league at the moment. Just hitting the triple tap. Wait, he misses so many in a row here. Oh, okay. That's it. That's where the actual kill comes through. The 2-tap with the headshot on the body. Lovely stuff from Hydron. I thought that maybe he got a random shot onto Bergering, who was already super low, but Lijiegong caused a bit of a panic by catching a nade, and maybe that distracts Twilight for long enough to get the shots woven through.
And the Birdring versus the Nano onto Kalush, so can Birdring deliver the kills? Boston are one of the few teams that love to Nano their Cassidy. Hydron, Deadeye, not channeled for long enough. Birdring had him on lock, and Boston flip over the fight back their way.
Back and forth, back for Lemon. Twilight falling back though. That should have been an opening, but speedily getting staggered doesn't mean Twilight gonna have plenty of time to be shepherded back by
now Boston don't have to play very fast. They have the Deadeye against K-Boss attacks.
By the Lucio Uber. Toronto Defiant. What are they going to do when it comes to the Primal here? Kalush can maybe try and disrupt Twilight, but remember, you've got to try and force out that sleep dart from Twilight first in order to actually...
Do you want to wait till Kalush Primals then Deadeye? That could be a thing.
There's the dive from Smurf, has the primal activate.
Find Ultraviolet. Oh my god, OG almost Ajax.
From Toronto forces out the sound bear from OG that was unable to save Ultraviolet during the Smurf dive. Confirm that. Boston 5v4, 90% and growing, and they have leftover ultimates. Lijiegong hasn't even been forced
to do that right now.
Yet. Toronto, how do they salvage this? Someone has to touch. Speedily is there. Up next is Kalush. He has the primal. He has to make the space.
Oh.
Toronto hope to take control of the high ground. That's already a great headshot onto Decay. Toronto have made the space, and Boston don't seem too eager to invest in this fight, although Smurf is hanging around and denying the cap for now. He even dives on in, and I don't think Boston were on the same page.
That was a beautiful move as well from OG. Midway through the dive, Smurf is sent back into the pits of the point to fight with Hydron and Kalush. Still, I've got
for a team this stacked, they should be doing significantly better.
Of OG sound barrier, not letting him hit the floor, and that's how Ultraviolet died before the sound barrier could reach a great control from Smurf, but still. Boston Uprising now have to try and leverage their 4-ult advantage in order to retake this point. And to do that, they're once again forcing Toronto Defiant into these back spaces so Bertrand can maybe get more value out of a Deadeye on a penned-up team.
Toronto still had the point, but speedily taking pressure as Kalush had to fall back, but his presence on the point summoned again as he has the primal and the Nano. Kalush is gonna die, forces out
big
the
pick, pulse bomb, nice. Oh, we hit on OG. I don't think that was what you wanted to hit. What?
The Deadeye from Birdring is maybe enough, not enough burst damage as Kalush is feels like the only one.
Wait, if Toronto win this, that's actually a glitch. Legitimately a glitch.
Support speedily. Hydron will be back on the Sojourn as it's 4v3 in favor of Toronto.
Wait, this is only close because of a glitch.
From Boston and a 99-99
The swap?
situation. They even managed
No, they
to
can't
get
win
the
this.
flip as Toronto will force him back.
For Skull on Kalush was a lie. Desperate to try and take out that Nano. Winston now Boston Uprising have to come back into a point. Smurfs are one to touch first, and there's going to be a TP
coming to the
through
heels.
from Twilight and Ultraviolet who have both swapped to Akiriko's.
For now, Toronto have the space. Boston trying to carve their way through, and no ultimates except
That's a good
OG
sound
Sound
there.
They
They just don't have any ult to play with. Maybe Smurfs can get Primal, but I don't know. 1 HP, he's dead. Nah, he lost. Oh no.
Hydron's a good start, but
Damn.
he can't do it on his own. Toronto Defiant take the 2-0 on map 1.
And I already have player of the match for you, Lemon. It's a random rail in the middle of labs, but blocked that shot onto Kalush. Birdring thought he could take out that Nano Winston, but who would win? One of the most storied hit scan players in the history of Overwatch, a world champion Birdring, or one orange rail? The answer's an orange rail, and it might surprise you.
Hydron is having a crazy performance.
That's so unlucky, bro.
Sub-level came from his Hanzo in particular. Even the Dragon Strike in the big ult fight that also made the space divide of the fight caused the extra confusion. And then it's been cool to hear from Hydron's interview back in the qualifier about how him and Speedily are trading on the Tracer role, and also that Hydron has to pick up a lot more hit scan, and of course shows off the Hanzo, where you usually only see this on King's Row, but it's been cool to see Hydron truly shine and get the credit he deserves, and now on a new team.
Yeah, Hydron is a mechanical demon. That much is absolutely undeniable, and certainly had a standout year last year on the Florida Mayhem. Remember, he was competing for his spot with Eggsy, and people were like, he's a roster filler. Like, Eggsy clears, sorry. And unfortunately for all the Eggsy fans, Hydron clears, actually.
Eggsy wasn't that good. Like,
they've completed
he had a good
the
Widow,
Snowdo
and he was
heist
pretty
to
good
get
on
together a
Sojourn,
team on
but
Veterans to Define, and
in terms of
Hydron's a
McCree,
centerpiece
that was
of
like the only character like he was really playing. Everything else he put Hydron in for, obviously.
claim his own place in the Overwatch pantheon.
Will Toronto claim map number 1 in this best-of-5 quarterfinal to put Boston's backs against the wall? Remember, Boston haven't dropped a game in all of the qualifier, and now it's against the Toronto Defiant, who the desk weren't so confident about. But if there's anybody I know who's confident, it's Hydron after that map number 1. We're going to toss y'all to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have Boston's map pick.
I hope Boston can bring it back. And do not disappoint everyone. Because they should not be losing. I trust Brewing to pick it back up and put Hydron in a more scared position where he's not taking crazy angles. Yeah, the tank matchup isn't anything crazy like I expected. Smurf's doing good, but I think if the K can pick up the slack a little more, then he'll be good. Like, Smurf is initiating the dive. He's like picking a dive target, but he's the only one like going after them. The K like he's like confused.
Toronto are off to a hot start after that 100 to 10 on sub level, then the 100 to 99 on labs. That's also Boston Uprising's first game loss, first map loss this entire pro-am.
And what that means is that they get their first map pick. A response to it from Toronto is going to be to bring in Sir Marjed here, which we all know that means double flex support. Sir Marjed is a, let's say he's a unique character, only really rivaled by Lige Gon when it comes to their tracerification of supports in many ways. And Sir Marjed finally has the proper character on which to do it. Kiriko is a fantastic character to try and leverage these wacky angles
what
that
are
you
they
can try and take as a tracer, but also as a Kiriko, because you can TP out essentially for free. You can play it a lot more like a Sombra and try and leverage the ability to take two-person off angles of Tracer Kiriko and have a little bit more pocket on the Tracer, or just to try and get some early resources out of a comp like a Winston jump, or potentially something a lot more like an Immortality field if you hit a well-placed headshot. Hollywood is our map playerman. First time that Boston have been able to choose, and well, this is going to be a new look for them. We haven't seen them on this map yet.
And when it comes to Toronto kind of incorporating their bench players like Sir Majed, I mean, he has a very similar hero pool to Ultraviolet, but Ultraviolet much more known for his Ana. And Sir Majed, I think, can flex either around to the Zend, the Kiriko, and we've seen this look from them time and time again, usually on hybrid maps, which would be around Kings Row and Blizzard World. We actually haven't seen Hollywood from either of these teams in the qualifier, so expecting similar comps, but the double flex you pointed out. Boston Uprising haven't even, I don't think I've used Striker much at all, and to have a god like that on warming the bench just tells you how stacked Boston are.
They got Striker on ice, man. He's in the underground Hydra base. He's going to be thawed out one day when Boston Uprising truly need to unleash their most lethal of weapons. Toronto Defiant. They are going to be going up against Lige Gon on the Lucio, which is not the most common pick here on Hollywood. A lot of teams love to lean into the double flex here. And remember that Boston Uprising have Izzyarki on this roster as a second flex evasion once here.
Good pick.
So Marjad's already
That's what you need to do.
Take silly angles, win silly prizes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the support lineups tell you also the style of dive that's going to be played. You know, that off angle with Sir Majed and Hydron that can kind of force confusion, disruption from Boston having to look many places at once. Now you have a Lucio with Lige Gon and Smurf.
Now the K is actually holding the flank. I like it. He's doing what Tracer should do.
Get set up a lot faster.
I'm happy.
Looks like Toronto have managed their way to the top left, so although it's a slower style, it's a more lethal style when you have the Kitsune Rush. It's such a powerful ultimate to kick off these fights. Toronto, yeah, they're on the high ground, but now what? Kaluj will make the call. He forces Boston to this back corner. Now let Smurfus jump back. That might expose his backline, but Kaluj is very hesitant on when he wants to engage.
Speedly coming awfully close to that first ultimate as well. And the Nano actually being built so quickly by Ultraviolet. An attempt to counter dive here, and it will mean that Kaluj gets plenty of healing from that.
Very dangerous.
And also a point given over.
It's just barely anyone has died, and Toronto got a free tick, and they're gonna go for the fight now. Nano onto Kaluj,
Nice sleep.
chasing up on the high ground.
Good kill on the high ground, nice.
Hits the sleep, and Smurf is wreaking havoc on the other side. And Boston will shave this time bank down almost in
Even though they gave a
half,
tick,
giving away
it was
a
worth
tick.
it because
This
2
is a
minutes
big
burned
deal.
off the clock.
Leisure God at the moment is also calling into question the overall efficacy of Kiriko as the more damaging support, currently doubling the damage of Sir Marjed. And evidently, Leisure God might not be able to do as much critical damage and burst as the Kiriko brings to the table, but is incredibly deadly on Meluso and can control Kaluj's leaps a lot better than Boston Uprising can. Or rather than Toronto Defiant can.
Yeah, but
and that means that Smurf is almost
Sir
always
Marjed,
able to put
the
his shield
Kiriko
where
can
he
do
wants
that, the
it
DPS
and
better.
land on those more squishy supports, 'cause there's
In
no
terms of
full
long
teams
range
from
at
there.
least,
And that could
at the very
force out
least.
a, inopportune Suzu from Sir Marjed to avoid that burst.
Well, Nano
Oh, can you get
fight
pulse?
favored Boston.
Oh, he
Hold on for
whiffed.
now. Decay misses the pulse and was scared by the nade that
What
Ultraviolet
is that
dropped at
noon,
their
bro?
feet. Hydron, seeing if they can catch just Decay off the high ground, dropping, but not finding much. And Toronto
Twilight?
can't
Whoa,
really
whoa, how did
do
Twilight die?
anything without Kaluj, who I guess didn't have the moment to drop the
They got a
primal
few
rage.
exiting picks, that's
And
good.
Boston have brought this down to a minute
Twilight
15
might be
for
able to come
Toronto.
back fast.
Ultraviolet engaged in a hint of banditry there up on the high ground, and sometimes when you get out-rotated because
Gonna
of
try and
Meluso's
go
speed, you find
fast,
yourself
'cause
in
I know
a
they
weird
got a pick.
position behind enemy lines. Toronto Defiant, now only a minute remaining, as you said, Lemon, and only a single tick to their name, but plenty of resources.
If they
to
can
show
get a
up to
pick
try
of the
and
Deadeye,
force
that'd be huge.
through
Like Deadeye
a
right now,
tight
force
fight
Kaluj back,
where
something.
Samajik can get maximum value out of a Kitsune.
Oh, Smurf can't. What is that?
The present to his own team. Good pulse from Speeder.
Noon, something.
Kitsune rushed into effect, which forced out the barrier of Lee J. Gon, but
Can they
again, without that
contest
Winston,
this?
what do Boston engage
What
off of?
was
Lee J.
that?
Gon is adding to
That was
his
a
stats,
horrible
and
play from
Toronto
Boston.
will
Utterly
be,
horrible.
capping the point.
Did Smurf? I'm fairly sure Smurf had Primal when he died to that bomb. Maybe the call was
No,
that
he
Lee J. Gon
definitely
was going to
didn't.
sound barrier, but I feel like that's such an unreliable
There's no
counter
way.
to the pulse bomb just because of a cast time. Maybe a little bit of a little brain fart. A little mental oopsie daisy from Smurf there to not be able to survive that using the Primal, but hey, what do I know? Smurf's a world champion. Kaluj and Smurf now will be able to duel with their anger management classes, and Twilight's been able to generate themselves yet another Nano. Still, Toronto Defiant's control of the high ground here, commandeering this means
I want to see them
Boston
hold
Uprising
this
get a
point very
significant
close to the
disadvantage
doors.
of these first fights.
Don't want to get too far.
Just Toronto are at a disadvantage just time-wise with how long that took. With what, like a minute left? Now they Nano Kaluj, space being made. He has to enter such a small room with so much damage, and he gets anti. That won't stop him. Pins Twilight
They're
against the wall.
playing very
Wrist,
slow.
and Toronto,
I don't know
they're
why.
feeling pretty good
He had a
with this
nade,
fight.
he didn't go for the
5v3.
like
They can
aggressive
stagger
nade
Boston
nano
even
play.
more. That could be even
Twilight, I
overtime
mean,
on
he
this
didn't do that.
card. They force
Ultraviolet
Smurf
did
down.
it,
It's
and they
dangerously
won the
low, and
fight.
does not want to pop the primal until the fight starts.
Yeah, Toronto doing a great
And
job
Burney's
there
been
of
holding this ult
leveraging
since
their
fucking
high
Overwatch
ground
1.
advantage by forcing Smurf to overextend
They need
into their
to,
backline,
pull something out of their
while
ass here.
allowing Kaluj easy access to Boston Uprising's own. This card continues rolling, and you can see that Hydron and Ultraviolet are slowly eclipsing all of this space. Decay needs to hit a big pulse bomb to get them off.
What is...
Toronto Defiant
They
on
can't
the
even
high
contest the
ground
cart
with
there.
Boston, not letting them be too comfortable.
Just
Going
for
around
speed-
the backside, and
speed
Smurf
off.
just hopping away, trying to Goomba stop somebody, knocks two off. Is it something that Boston can work with though? No, Decay's on the low
Honestly, if
ground,
Toronto
so is
wins,
Burn
I won't
Rate.
be too
Smurf will
surprised,
pull
but
back
it'll
for
be a very
heals,
big
but Speedily
disappointment.
has to chase down. So Toronto in the driver's seat, quite literally. They have a Deadeye on the high
Did
ground.
you
but
see how Hydron's
gets
using
the
his
safety
Deadeye version?
just at the last second.
Please take
Free
notes.
space, you know, zoning ult, that's pretty nice. 3 meters away from capping. Deadeye from Burn.
Dude, what is this guy doing?
Stopping them at the chokes, and the Kitsune
What
rush
is
from
happening,
Smurf
bro?
is just the cherry on top. A pretty smooth sailing ride for
They're
Toronto
actually getting
to Point B.
outpaced.
And Boston Uprising's own choice of the Hollywood map, where we were almost guaranteed to get that Winston mirror, where Smurf would feel so confident, is starting to bite them a little bit. I did wonder why they didn't bring in Izzyaki to play this double flex. You can see that Samaj is trying to play duos here with Speedly. It's not the ideal CPL. I would have taken a longer one myself, and Samaj could be in some danger now.
Surmajet didn't know where to go. Thought he was going towards his friends, and then, you know, Smurf pulls up. So
Who are your friends?
not someone you want to meet in a dark alley. But not able to have that kind of momentum push is something to keep in mind.
So Decay trying to stuff his choke, just making sure there's not too much space for Kalush to make a deeper dive here, but already control of the Meteorite gives plenty of cover. And it does allow for Samaja to start building up towards that Kitsune rush again.
Can Decay find a pulse bomb? Big question. Now they've beaten the double support all. Whoa. That's interesting.
Nanos Kalush, who's now primaling. Toronto have close respawns. So
what just happened? Boston used both their supports and then Defiant used Primal Nano.
Really don't get much done at all besides a kill on Birdring.
That's the kind of set play you only get from a team that's had as much experience together, though, like Toronto Defiant. Kalush pops the Primal, it gets everyone flying through the air, that makes skeet shooting easy for Hydron with the quick flick onto the Widowmaker, and then instantly returning to the Cassidy after finding that pick. And it has meant that Boston
I want to see Birdring get a big full spawn here.
Decay lurking around the side. Remember, he will have access to that Mega, but
Decay, please.
He might have his recall forced too early, and then can't make an optimal path for the Pulse Bomb, and will likely have to go for Kalush instead.
At least speedily, that initial pressure got them some space. They're heading towards the end of point.
I think I find a pick on Hydron or Ultraviolet. That'll be huge.
Portion of the map, Toronto take angles towards the left door. That's where Surmajet can get some picks, but it's speedily that kicks things off.
That's not bad. Okay, there you go. That's better.
And Boston are ahead by 2. Toronto Defiant just played that so patiently.
You know, if Surmajet was the only one to go down there, that would have been bad.
Really got more success out of their dive.
The Copium take right now is that Toronto Defiant in that fight did manage to get a significant amount of cart push, and that might turn out to be incredibly important if they don't end up finishing this particular
pop the Deadeye when they're contesting the cart, force them back.
Ooh, that was a unbin snipe from Kalush. The right click takes out Legion.
Right now would be a good idea.
Well, Collusion speedily, it's overtime, so somebody has to stay on the cart. Smurf
what is he planning? Pop the ult.
1-1, but keep in mind, Boston have closer respawns. Birdring has the Deadeye if he wants to punish someone out of position. Toronto just
is he scared of the headshots?
Ultraviolet will have the Nano. Once they do want to engage, Kalush has to get it, and he gets it just to survive through the Deadeye. He knew his bubble's about to burst. Toronto,
he's using it like it's like a end-all be-all of ultimates.
Complete control of this map. Hydron's on the Widow and got no space to get anything done, and Toronto failed to complete.
I'm pretty sure you can live a pulse bomb in Hydra if you get freaking healed.
But at least there was a
because of the damage distance.
Here. Now we get to see why Boston picked Hollywood. What are they cooking up on their attack here with Valucio? It appears that kind of like how Florida Mayhem were playing earlier.
Will they go far?
They are leaning into their expertise of the Winston comp, generating a lot of opportunities to try and confound the enemy Winston with things like whip shots, and in Lee Jae-gon's case, boops as well, as being able to ferry Twilight around a lot faster to react to the space that Toronto Defiant get to take with the larger amount of threat that the Kiriko provides in tandem with the Ana. Now Toronto Defiant, though, on the defense, it is going to be fairly difficult for Smurf to get easily onto the back line, because Majid and Ultraviolet can play very split here and support each other if one of them comes under pressure.
And this is the moment where Decay gets a 2K when speedily started off that pulse, but right in the middle of them, Decay hunts down, and Smurf was by his side his whole time. And I think the issue with Toronto's dive in that case is that speedily and Kalush had to stay on the cart because of overtime. Then Hydron got first picked, had to come back on the Widow, which means no cart presence. And Boston were able to just, like I said, control and manipulate the entire part of Point C.
I'm excited to see Kalush's Diva here. Kalush, legendary Diva, legendary Sigma. Yes, his Winston's very good, definitely Overwatch League level, but if I was going to characterize Kalush's best heroes, it would be the classical off-tanks. Xayah, Diva, Sigma. Those are where Kalush really shines.
I think Winston's been his best.
Is fantastic at controlling Smurf on the Winston, who's actually leapt back. I wonder if this is...
okay.
Yes, here we go. Quick swap from Smurf. Where are they moving?
Doom.
To the Doomfist.
Whoa.
A lot harder for the Diva to
That's
try
something.
and counter here, as well as more easily controllable, because you can't DM those fists, Lemon.
And Kalush was very good on the Diva, specifically when he was with the San Francisco Shock as kind of this anchor player who just played the cart and then kind of depended on Proper to get all the work done. And this is an anti-dive measure that we saw even in our previous series. So smurfing on the Doomfist, you use that power block as soon as the micro missiles come out. But Diva should be able to get the chase down. As long as speedily helps out, Smurf could be in trouble. But for now, Boston start pressuring. They have the power block out. Smurf has to jump back, and he even said in an interview
There's
that he
peppering
finds
right now.
To have more survivability at times.
What are they like? What is Smurf looking for?
Hold up, Hydron's gone up
Is that
top,
it?
and that forces out a
Whoa,
recall
whoa,
here. Yes,
whoa,
there's
whoa,
gonna be a
heal him?
position on the card.
Turn around,
DK's, rather Bergering is in major need of healing. Still, Boston Uprising don't have too much position on the point at the moment, and Twilight's going to be caught in this small room, which could mean Kaluj could go for a big dive on him.
Really, Decay and Smurf are forcing really good rotations. Toronto are now on the high ground. It's just been this cat and mouse game, but Boston just got so desperate to actually kill something that they kept going in despite falling back for heals. And that's the mistake that Smurf made. And Boston spent so much time chasing people around that they almost have half a time bank left.
Kaluj is doing a really good job of eating up anti-grenades as well. Like, Twilight has to set up these fights when you're up against so much healing by hitting a good anti-nade. And the fact is, Toronto Defiant have multiple layers of mitigating those. If it manages to get through the Kaluj defense matrix, then Samaje can cleanse it afterwards. That means Twilight has to try and force out some of these utilities early by using the sleep dart almost as a bait before the anti comes in.
Toronto are so good at just running away, which sounds like a lame, cowardly thing to do,
Oh,
but
shit.
against Boston's team, it's what you want to do, but can they keep doing it? Toronto actually fire back. They nano Hydron. Kitsune rush.
Speedly is actually looking like the better tracer right now. Hydron's looking better on the thing, on the tree, and Smurf's actually hard to gap.
Any ticks at all, and the box of victories at the end of C. We could see Toronto going on match point.
He hasn't set up any real good dives since looking control.
Assembled, but we're looking like we're in the Toronto end game right now. Hydron, a Deadeye, it could be easily interrupted, yes, by a punch that cannot be DM, so you've got to make
That's
sure
nice.
There's no way. There is no way.
That was actually so lucky, bro. That is the fate of God willing them to win the game.
The fadeaway, okay. Wasn't expecting Lee Jae-gon to be their win condition, but here we are, Boston, second tick, and there's a recontest from Kaluj around the corner. He's got two friends. He's got self-destruct too, so Kaluj can keep anchoring. He just gave up that second tick though, but Toronto wanted to
Oh, that's not what you wanted to do.
Kaluj needs to get healed back up. The meteor
Oh shit, he's dead.
misses, and Smurf gets slapped.
Did I die?
No.
No.
Reinforced Boston, but it's not easy. A two-man
No, Hydron's actually gonna kill them all.
Twilight, but as the bodies collapse, we have a
Where's Vision when you need him?
on the point. Hydron Kaluj versus Decay Lee Jae-gon, and we only have 24 seconds left.
Hydron was ferried over to a mega health pack, refreshed, restored, however, not with as many friends. Finally, a return comes through from Speedly, who's going to be tagging in to keep
Bering,
this
he wants to be on the high ground in Deadeye, but he might have to do it on low ground and risk the full skin hit onto him.
Bergering's Deadeye could be the be-all and end-all, but Speedly wants to end it himself.
Yeah.
Alley-oop! Good night, Birdering.
Maybe he could have used that as a bait, but he didn't even do that. They're gonna lose this one.
Actually kill anything. We haven't seen any lethality from Boston. Hydron on
Boston's
another
so
level
scared.
as Toronto full hold the Boston Uprising.
They're
serve
pathetic right now.
them up their second game loss, and they go to match point.
Boston Uprising finally got to choose a map, and they're going to be choosing another one. Toronto Defiant are looking hot to trot right now. I don't know what Kasaurus has been cooking up with No Hill, but there have been some spicy dreams, let me tell you, because everything is looking real clean right now for the Toronto Defiant. And hey, I think that the move away from the hybrid double flex support that every other team has embraced, including Boston on multiple occasions, it was inventive to keep Lee Jae-gon in for this instead of Izayaki, but in the end, not quite as good as bringing in the Marched season himself.
Just Toronto were so good at kiting. That's all they had to do on that defense was run away. They would circle, they would fall back to the back left of the point, and then
I'm really
circle back
confused
around.
by
Like
the
Smurf and
Doomfist
friends,
pick,
like I said, during the cast,
because if you're not just gonna like
but Smurf had to
hard
deal with
commit
either
onto like
slept by
Ultraviolet or something,
Ultraviolet,
and let
the
Decay and
anti-nades from
I don't know,
Ultraviolet,
just Decay really and Lee Jae-gon
reality of the double
kill
flex that
them.
he pointed
I
out.
don't really get it.
Just Smurf, I could tell there's frustration
Honestly,
there
put
too.
Lee Jae-gon on a
Just
carry kill,
diving
bro.
deeper and deeper,
Try
but he
something.
wasn't satisfied with the
But
execution
it
of
has
their
not
dives,
been
found
looking very
himself being
clean
the
from
first one
Boston.
dead, and he was the one who went to Doomfist after being on the Winston, thinking that was the solution to the Diva.
Yeah, it might have been a solution to the Diva, but unfortunately the Diva meant that the win conditions you get from stuff like the anti-grenade is so much more difficult to hit. We talked about the layers of defense that Toronto had against the anti-nade, and if you can shut down a big playmaker like Twilight, it means that Bergering, Smurf, and Decay have to do so much more heavy lifting with less assists available to try and generate those kills.
Can Toronto pull this back? That's a real question, bro. That's the only question right now.
To things like a Doomfist punch. Remember, if you you Suzu someone when Doomfist is about to punch them, he actually punches through them because they become non-corporeal, and he's in no man's land without that extra shield.
Science facts. But also a hurtful fact is that Toronto Defiant are on match point. Someone tell Necra and Danny that their brackets are in danger. They had Boston going all the way to the finals, and we might not even see them in the semis. After this break, we'll find out where Boston
Did I have
want
Boston
to go
to the final?
next.
Did I really have Boston to the final? Let me check. There's no way I had Boston to the final, right? Like, surely not. There's no way. Oh, I definitely had Boston to the final. Of all the teams, I was here. I would suggest Boston would be the final. Oh my god! Even if Toronto wins this, Florida's definitely gonna beat them. Florida isn't slow like Toronto is, because for some reason Toronto is very scared of, or Boston's really scared of Toronto. Very interesting. Very interesting, bro. Check their PayPals, bro. Someone paid them off. I thought this would be a close series, but it's not really it's not very close. It's just Toronto dogging on Boston. That's not good. What is that?
From the Toronto mid-fight last season to the Toronto diff fight this season. They're
okay, don't do that again.
Against what was looking like the #1 team after the qualifier.
Whoa, #1 team. I don't know about that. They look pretty bad in the qualifier. I would So if
that would be,
they were to go
tragedy
against the
for
Shock,
Boston Uprising,
Shock,
and so they called
Houston,
in the emergency
Atlanta, any
reinforcements.
one
We
of those
still
three
haven't
teams,
got
I would pred
the
against
striker
them
for Carbonite
easily.
yet, but Izayaki has been pre-thawed
Also,
in order to come in
where is
and
Striker?
support that we
All the
were
times you need him. Maybe
expecting
now would be a good
over
time to
on
bring him out.
Hybrid, but they stayed in with Lee
But what do
Jaegon.
I know?
Credit to Lee Jaegon, did get the only opening on first that we really saw. On the other side, here's
Wait,
Toronto.
playing Sam?
Sam, who
Okay,
last
now is
season
Boston time to
was playing for
call them
Cassidy.
on their fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
Don't lose to
they
Sam,
played
bro.
some Cassidy, I believe
Don't
he
lose it.
played maybe some Hanzo on King's Row against the NYXL, but it feels like just like Sam in last season when he was on the Shock, he's riding the bench, but he's that flex player you can depend on to really fill the gaps within a team. Back when he was, you know, the S9mm from Contenders, the Genji, the Echo, he could really play anything, even maybe some Tracer. We'll have to step up big as we go to Havana up next, where we got to see Havana in our last series, and we saw a lot of Widow on the defense, not as much favored on the offense, maybe even some double flanker with the Tracer Sombra could be on the menu.
Yeah, this offers Toronto so many different looks here, but at the same time, if you play the snipers, you've got to go up against Birdring, who is a legendary Widowmaker in his own right.
This is one of the maps I said
interview
that
with Birdring
Toronto should avoid.
Or rather before his first match in the Pro-Am, where he said that he wanted to be the best hit scan in the league in 2023. He wants it to be unquestionable. And Boston Uprising here, we haven't seen too much of the Birdring Sombra. In fact, Birdring was on a team with Guard for London Spitfire in 2019. Guard was one of the real harbingers of Sombra messes with Element Mystic, and one of the people who really led the way for Doha and Sparkle being some other users of that strategy elsewhere as well. Toronto Defiant here, they are very happy to potentially be offered this Sigma duel. I think they are probably counting their lucky stars that Boston Uprising have taken them to Havana, because this is where Kaluj is able to shine even more. He's shown off for Winston, he's won. He's shown off for Diva, he's won, and now he's going to show off for Sigma. Can he win this one too?
And Kaluj, in his last interview, proclaimed himself to be the best Sigma in the league, and even the best ball. So he's very confident on this. So much so that
that's something.
recruited
No!
Hyper Poke is Birdring. Dinked in the
Come
head
on,
by Hydra.
Birdring.
Remember the Widow positioning
You're
is
better
it's gonna
than that,
favor the
man.
defense, a lot more options.
No way they're
Play the corner,
gonna
the
get
RNGs
fucked
can
this
fall
hard.
back towards the sign, but it's
At
how
least
much
make it
can him
respectable.
feel uncomfortable.
At
While
least.
not running the Winston is not going to be part of it, so it's up to Decay to go on the hunt.
Here's an interesting dynamic for this Widowmaker duel as well. If Birdring gets given the Discord Orb, then Hydron doesn't have to charge his headshot as much to actually kill Birdring, and that could be a critical juncture in being able to actually hit that shot first.
Oh, I like that. Izayaki's helping the dive with Decay, but it's a 1-to-1 trade. So far, Hydron now starts diffing on the defense. Birdring just can't seem to find a position that Hydron doesn't already know is coming. But Boston maybe gets some space because there's not as much of a contest from Kaluj yet. Boston get around the corner, but you need Birdring to pull his weight against Hydron or swap.
I want to see
something
Smurf
like a Sombra to help Decay on these
push
dives.
out fucking.
Yeah, 2-0 at the moment. Oh, Hydron unable to hit the headshot.
Izayaki found that
Defender
ultraviolet.
line
That's huge.
Does keep.
Oh, what was that?
He's something else, this kid. He's something else, Lemon.
And Izayaki even got a frag before he was traded, but not having a lot of heals if you're Toronto. As I think that's why they're playing at the back of their point, maybe relying on this Ant Matrix win condition. Kaluj playing at the back. Hydron barely misses that shot on the Twilight, which would have spelled disaster. There's not an Ant Matrix forced out yet as Boston played this corner really smartly.
Birdring only 60% of the way thus far towards the infra sites, and Sam on the secondary sniper gets 2 for himself. He did not see Sam coming from the other side. The ace? Montes?
Decay isn't looking like his Tracer is gonna do much. You might as well try for something else.
He's got himself a big smile. This is a great showing for Sam here. And remember that the synergy between the Sonic Arrow from Sam and obviously the Widowmaker who can use that information is a little bit better. Even if Decay can get some early pings, he and Izayaki deep in the back. It's an information game between these two Widowmakers, and then it comes down to mechanics, and Hydron's winning that one.
I mean, Hydron has had sights, and now is 30% through another one. Birdring, still coming up to first sights, and still committed to this, and really it's about finding the right position, but Hydron dips Birdring again, kills Decay, and this is so difficult to dislodge a Widow from this position. The fact that Kalush is up here is wild, too.
I really didn't think Hydron would be this good on the Widow. This is something else.
More help to deal with this backline, and
Decay should just go Hanzo, man. Give him a double sniper.
I'll take out Hydron. Currently 3-0, by the way, for all of you keeping score at home. It's been inglorious. Birdring is just about to get his first infra sights, and Hydron is close to lapping him. Still 16% behind, and now we'll have to play a lot more sheepishly as Birdring can see through all the walls. There are no secrets here for the Toronto Defiant.
I mean, from being full held on Havana to staring down the sideline of that. Boston have 24 seconds left, and they have to start this without their Kitsune rush. Izayaki gets headshot by Sam. Decay's all the way
this is rough. Decay has done nothing, bro. He can't do anything. They're just pinning him down. Oh. Oh, Jesus. That's a garage window if I've ever seen one, bro. Holy.
Boston now just have the Kitsune rush, but they got staggered from each other. It'll have to be Decay or some. Well, no more Decay. Never mind. It'll be up to
It'll have to be Izayaki. It'll have to be anyone,
Wow.
Lemon. Oh, it's
Oh hell, for real?
This
do you
is
want,
unfortunate.
a slightly mean stat?
All right, drop it.
This is the first time.
Birdring just
Evil
broke
laugh.
1k damage.
Jesus.
Currently at 1,017 damage. 0 limbs, 0 final blows, 5 deaths. It has been an absolute shutout of Birdring. He has not been able to load into the map. I'm pretty sure he's still on the black screen. He's on the old mechanical hard drive. He hasn't even picked a character yet. It was his brother playing with a Wii joypad instead of a mouse and keyboard. Whatever cope takes you on, Birdring did not exist on Havana.
I think it's just Boston. Maybe feeling like they were so close to the Gravitic Flux, didn't want to go to the Winston, something that could have dove with Decay. Decay actually had the help of Izayaki at times, who was trying to go toe-to-toe with Sam and, you know, had these trades every now and then. But Izayaki got picked, crucially in that final fight when they needed the Kitsune rush. And the fact that Toronto's snipers had the freedom that they did, you're watching Sam be behind the attacking team, killing 3 people before anyone from Boston could turn around. Decay is an incredible player, but he can't do it all.
They keep saying he's this incredible player, but I'll be honest, he's been very quiet. Like in general, he's been pretty quiet.
Amount of heals that are actually needed, and so Smurf had to do a lot of frontlining, couldn't help as much with those sniper duels, or like you said, checking those flanks when Sam decides, hey, the timing is now to go and take a look. Birdring, defensively, might be doing a little bit better here, but remember that Widowmakers operate off of confidence, and if I am Birdring, I'm feeling a little bit shaken. Definitely not stirred right now.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto are a confidence-based team. You heard it from Collusion in the interviews. I'm the best at this, I'm the best at
Smurf
that.
got a pick.
Hydron likes to yap, and he looks confused when he's like, why is the Sigma up in my face? Usually you're not in range of a tank like that. The box of victory, what stands between the semifinals and Toronto Defiant, is at the end of A. And Boston, like you said, will have an easier time positionally with Birdring. On the left side, you see Decay creeping up, ready to maybe access someone like Sam. Could be an easy target, but sometimes he hits those headshots, and he's got a Zen right by him for the orb, so Sam doesn't have to lose his positioning too much. Toronto lose Hydron again. And this is where Boston,
that's good. If they can keep getting these entry picks, then they can probably scale off any attacks.
Perfection is demanded here, though.
They don't have the map power to
not that much
finish
distance
them
to play with, and there are no more mulligans, no more maps to try and win this one out. You can see Toronto Defiant have reallocated their resources now to try and force Decay out of this side position, and that's why Kalu's actually running up that side right now. Birdring catches a glimpse of Hydron, and
they're saving the infra sites for defensive play.
Some space now for Toronto, making this within 1 fight territory.
Damn, Birdring is so scared. He's all the way back here, bro.
Boston are doing everything, having Smurf deny that progress.
Yeah, now you just have to pop it and get some kind of pick.
Now Decay 2, it's 5 versus 3 for Toronto. Kalush gonna step up. He has the grab flux to Smurf, trying to play his life on the right. Has Izayaki there. They're trying to
nice. Finally got a pick.
And Birdring finally exposes Hydron, and he needs to go big and do more than just that.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's the minute now node.
From Kalush, wall. He's got the
Okay, got a
nano, so
pick.
Smurf has to
They need to
find
kill
mobility,
Kalush. They
but he
need to kill
barely
Kalush
has
right
any
now.
teammates. He
He's
cannot
getting too much
remove
healing.
himself from the cart, but off into the back
Oh,
is
Decay
Decay
can't die.
grabs
Decay can't die.
Ultraviolet, who recalls right in the middle of supports. Toronto are going to need more kills than that, and Hydron
He needs to wait.
continues to
Oh
put
shit.
Murdering back into the retirement home, and still 90 seconds left for Toronto and 1 meter away.
This could be a huge
Decay
pulse.
for Secret Agent in the back. Needs
Oh.
to try and hit this bottom onto somebody. At the moment, Sam's
He
going to be the
whiffs.
primary target. The pulse spot
Oh.
misses an Ultraviolet, almost drops down on top of it, but survival at the moment on the mind as Kaluj elsewhere uses the immortality.
I'd
field.
use that
Izzy
ultimate
up
right
there
now,
to
bro.
return to the
You
fray.
cannot be waiting.
Hold Transcendence to counter the Gravitic Flux. Toronto maybe think this is winnable.
Big pick from Birdring.
Hydron early, and now Ultraviolet. Birdring showing his stuff on the defense, and we needed him to. What's Sermajet doing up there? Either way, Toronto not in a healthy position to keep this going. It got so
God
damn close,
damn.
though. 55 seconds left.
Now
Oh,
this
this
is the
is
Birdring
terrifying,
I've
man.
come to expect on the Widowmaker. A much more grandiose showing here on the defense, able to pre-prep these angles, gather the information from Decay. Izzyaki still has the all-important Kitsune rush, but Birdring has to be careful. Hydron has the sights, and remember that Sam can try and zone away this cart and maybe force this objective through using the Dragon Strike. The cart's moving.
Yeah, the Dragon Strike forces Smurf off the cart a little bit, but you got the Kitsune rush from the defense. Boston firing back, forcing Toronto around the corner. Ultraviolet is actually up on the sign with Amp Matrix. I wonder if he's going to want to solo this or maybe help Sam overwhelm Smurf. Either way, Toronto off to a good start. Amp Matrix down to the low ground, something Sam can use. Nano to Smurf for the sustain.
Oh, huge. Big pick, big pick.
Boston stay alive.
Can they win this?
Oh!
Oh!
Is down, and Birdring headshot of the Hydron might have salvaged this. Sam forced out to the open because Decay is harassing them with Izayaki, and Toronto just couldn't.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, stop throwing, stop throwing. Don't let Birdring die. Please don't let Birdring die. Oh, thank Christ. They're still in this. Okay, they're still in it.
Izyaki's double there. Absolutely crucial. In the great defensive holds of fantasy history, you've heard of Helm's Deep. Well, here on Havana, that was Hymns Deep, and it was all about Izzyaki getting that double, and also for zoning that occurred there, using the Nano on Smurf. Everyone had to hide away in the corner, away from the Nano D20s, and that allowed Izzyaki to find that flank, grab that double, and keep Boston alive here at our Pro-Am. And this was so crucial, it looked like Boston were just going to ignominiously drop from the tournament as one of our favorites. So many brackets had them winning, and they could have
Okay, they're at the very least still in the
but
fight.
No, they raw Lemon.
Oh, even going up against a Kiriko in your face like that, that's a tough shot. And
Whew,
people
that was a
sometimes
nice shot,
forget
actually.
that Hydron was known as a Widowmaker when he started in Contenders, and Hydron has been criminally underrated.
The only way I
since
know
his time
Hydron
in
was
Florida, and then started
he
to
do
prove
it with
himself on
Dante a lot, playing
Sojourn
Tracer.
as this top Sojourn player. And I think Birdring is just
Hydron
now
Tracer is
in that
nasty.
conversation. Yes, he looked good in the qualifier, but Boston fans are looking at the scoreline like we're in danger. But they just barely, a game of inches, were able to salvage that Havana. We're gonna throw it to a break, and for once,
This is
Toronto
not
defense
how
will
the
have
script
to
was
close
written,
the
bro.
choice of map.
If they can turn this around, that'd be fucking massive. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a Toronto pick, and they're probably gonna choose defense again. Oh no, they don't get to choose which side they attack from, actually. Boston get to choose, they can choose defense and hopefully pop off. Alright, in a way I was right. Birdring's ended up being the better Widow in total, because he won the map.
I mean, everyone thought Boston were going to be out on that 3-0 with how short that push was, but Toronto just pushed it shorter.
Yeah, a very worrying and hyperventilating laden time for many Boston fans, who have actually managed to take us to a 4th map in this series without winning a point so far. So that in itself is a rather unique way to go forward in the series. But now we head over to push, and the dynamics are going to be different. We're going to leave behind in the dust the double flex support that was so prevalent for Toronto Defiant, and now OG is returning.
I feel bad for Sam. He lost the only map he played.
Escort, or rather push, very similar in that you want to get as many fights out as possible because of how much the bot needs to move, and so teams opt into the Lucio more often than not for a little bit more
push is
control and
gonna be fucking dangerous.
A little bit faster. That's why OG's in.
And that's why Speedily is in 2 over Sam, who did a fantastic job earlier on. We go and look at Boston Uprising, who bring Lee Jae Gon back in for some more Lucio action. So expecting a more fast-paced Boston Uprising dive, as you already pointed out. And our next map, chosen by Toronto for the first time this series, will be Colosseo. After in the qualifier, when one of their few losses to the Outlaws, they went to Esperanza and found out the hard way that is not their push map.
We're a little bit early yet, even with like a year of Overwatch League push map supremacy, to figure out what different styles are most accommodated by which different push maps. We've only got 3 in the pool, and it feels like Esperanza definitely does lean in towards the Winston at the moment. Colosseo is a little bit of an experimenter's playground. A lot of teams like Winston here. Some even like to play the Ramatra, and a lot of it can be dictated by that long central corridor down which the bot must march in each direction to actually push the barricade, which can be a fairly adept place for long range like Hanzo, like Widowmaker. Speaking of which, here are your Widowmaker stats from Havana. And Birdring's elims and final blows, 100% of them occurred in the second round.
I know Birdring stats look really good here. I do think it was a game of inches in terms of how the Sigmas, Kaluj and Smurf operated around the payload when they had a head start in the fights, when they had won the fight. Just a slight disengage from Toronto, aka Kaluj, probably gave a lot more push to Boston, you know, just by a few meters, which could be the difference maker or what caused Havana to go Boston's way. So keep an eye on how this matchup continues, where even Hydron back on Antarctic, I would say, had the diff on Birdring when it comes to Hanzo. But Colosseo, last time we saw just Toronto in general, it was off the Sam Speedily duo around kind of this Tracer Cassidy dive. But like I said, Sam's not in the lineup.
Yeah, the Sam Cassidy has been left at home for now. Sam's going to instead just be flexing on that Hanzo whenever he does come in, I do imagine. Up next, of course, as we've discussed before, Colosseo. And I feel like Toronto have been able to do a lot off of allowing Kaluj to play his pocket picks. Strangely, actually, the Smurf managed to get one over him on the Sigma. Like we've heard before from Kaluj, he's confident he's the best Sigma in the league, and it certainly
I don't know who told him that, bro, but there's not much off tanks right now in the league that I would say are like. Gargoyle is a really good Sigma. That's like the only character you really played. So he might be able to contest Kaluj on that claim.
Nothing to dislodge Twilight from that little corner, able to pocket Smurf for years and years and years.
Well, Boston have just never played a push map because no team has taken a game off them to even go to a map 3 push from the qualifier. So this will be a new experience for this roster. Birdring hovering over the Sojourn. This was an early experimental ranged hit scan that he liked, as just having that extra mobility to jump away from a dive is something he liked, and Boston liked him so much they nanoed him, but that won't be an option with the Lucio Kiriko setup for Boston.
Okay, and the Sojourn as well. We've seen Birdring's actually very good at Sojourn. We saw it on Control, I believe, the first time Boston Uprising ever played. It was on Icebreaker.
Antarctic.
Yeah, Antarctic Peninsula's icebreaker. Hydron here, something I expect a lot more of. The Hanzo, the ability to climb over the glass on either side. I'm sure Spilo is very happy about.
Who's runs Birdring? Okay. Not how you want to start.
Off of that early dive and maybe some ranged zaps from Kaluj, either way. Boston just fall back to their high ground, and this gives maybe a chance for Speedily get into position either under the bridge or really just already this pillars push gives Speedily the freedom to either pose left or right to find his way towards Lijiang or Twilight.
Check out the spacing as well from Hydron and Ultraviolet, just making sure they're not in the same Winston cleave. If Smurf wants to dive one of them, that's a well-placed rail from Birdring, though, takes out OG, and now the Ultraviolet is essentially defenseless bar any damage to burn through.
But when Birdring gets to play the game, he's pretty good. But still a 22-meter push for Toronto is one of the starts. Still got 9 minutes, and we're coming up to some ultimates. The Nano from Ultraviolet.
If you can get pulse bomb onto Ultraviolet, that'd be huge.
Could be the fight initiator.
Or even to get it on Hydron.
Once he gets that, but it's who are you diving after? Probably Birdring if you can force the jump through Speedily first, ideally, but the Speedily follow-up is what matters for Toronto's dive. Waiting for Boston to act first is interesting. Kalush still gets nanoed at the end.
No, that was really smart for them to watch them. To let Boston dive them first, that was smart, because they just counter.
No escape, and honestly, I called out London for it earlier, and Boston Uprising are not above it. Poor fight planning to have Birdring engage with that jump when there was no way to peel a counter dive from Kaluj, especially with a nano. Lijiang's boot was not forthcoming, either was busy defending Twilight or was on the cart getting some additional push, and now Toronto Defiant once more are able to get a little bit more distance and start exacerbating their lead.
Yeah, 35-10 for Toronto. Having controlled, barely dodging the pulse. Decay still on the hunt, and he has access to the mini. Has to dodge the sleep, trying to blink around it, but man, Decay's got the attention of everyone and could not get away. Boston
This is rough.
In this situation, despite using a Kitsune rush, it doesn't look like
Will
they're
the
able to
Birdring decide that Widow or Ashe is better, or really stick on Sojourn?
Absolutely eviscerated here by Boston Uprising. Hydron, I think, maybe trying to cut off disengagement routes using that Dragon Strike, but also stopping anyone from coming in towards that door to help out. Twilight coming in from the back, maybe unnoted thus far, but everyone's going to be able to... Birdring's dead again!
Jesus.
Down there from OG, and then second down there from Lijiang.
Okay, Twilight just fucking left clicked at him.
You trade it, though. 1-1.
Ooh, rip. Big sleep.
Play by Ultraviolet. Toronto in a good position to keep this going as long as they can deal with
Yeah.
Smurf.
Speedly is really taking it to Decay, man.
And Boston really don't have the resources to support Smurf on his adventures, so Toronto gained control back of the bot. They only have 3 up, so they'll have to wait.
Birdring about to get this ultimate. Actually, this is 3.5 minutes to get the ultimate. It's not been an ideal series for Birdring, I'll tell you that. Maybe
Basically an AKM blade, bro.
Hey, the longer the
Goddamn.
series goes on, the warmer he's going to get, and that could be some danger for Toronto Defiant. Still, Ultraviolet now with a nano once again onto Kalush. We need to
I'm
make sure
praying
Birdring
they can
doesn't
do
repeat
it,
the
bro.
same mistake of using that slide early, because that's the escape mechanism that Kalush is looking for.
Yeah, you have more mobility on Sojourn, but with all the nerfs, it takes so much time to get charged, to have that lethal blow, and it feels like Kalush is hiding
Twilight found
away,
Speedly,
but
that's
hiding
a big
no
good
longer. He
pick.
emerges with the
Twilight.
nano.
No, die, please!
Well, I might have even caught him on the teleport, just could not get away. Even wherever Decay was would have been the teleport target, but Toronto, successful dive again as they're back in control.
Smurf, still yet to die though, is able to pick up the Mega and continue to troll this bot and deny further progress from Toronto Defiant. Still, only 10 meters for Boston Uprising with half of our time here in the 10-minute push map already gone.
That's way too long for a push map.
Remember, Toronto Defiant, they can simply scatter to the 4 winds and use these pillars for cover. This is not the ideal place for an overclock.
Oh, he's getting pressured back by Kalush. Birdring jumps into the line of fire. Kalush
Decay finds Ultraviolet, but they need much more picks. There it is, 2.
There's no support
One more.
Defiance, so they won't be able to momentum push this past the 51 meters yet. And Boston, though, they used some important ultimates to get this done, mainly the Kitsune rush. And as the dust clears, somehow Boston don't clean up the fight that I thought they were going to win.
Yeah, Decay forced a recall.
Decay should have won that. Or Decay did enough for that team to win. That's on them. That's on the entire team this time.
Sojourn onto the Cassidy, much more consistent damage, but also less escapability. However, you can still get that roll damage reduction, which is important for making sure Kaluj can't tear through you as one of those squishy little heroes. For now, though, we have Kaluj just playing roadblock, waiting for Boston Uprising to have to use some resources to move forward. That's a big ante.
Yeah, OG speedily will have to wait for a moment. Boston take more real estate as a cause. Ultraviolet, Nanos, Kaluj goes back. Legion on this sound barrier hits everyone. Twilight alive for now.
Can't hit a pulse. Oh no.
Twilight rewards him with a sleep onto Kaluj. Man, Ultraviolet gets
Ana's traded.
Both Ana's removed, limited heals left, but Primal from Smurf is all the survivability Boston needs. Because what they really do need is more meters on this bot with 4 minutes left. They only have 12.
Just on the game.
Push could be coming in.
It's an expensive fight, but one that needs to happen. Finally, we're seeing Decay following Smurf's calls a little bit more. Boston Uprising's dives today have not been as characteristically perfect as we saw them earlier in the Prime, where maybe teams are a little bit less well scrimmed in reacting to these. A well-placed Dante does keep Lijiagon and Smurf at bay, and it's only about 20 more meters that are gained off the back of that fight win before, once again, Boston Uprising are into the gulag of this central corridor.
Just feels like Toronto are so proactive. Smurf just jumped back after he got anti-healed by Ultraviolet. Nano from Twilight. Smurf comes back with the vengeance. Finds Ultraviolet push.
Nice. Decay is doing really good this fucking round.
Gets to finish on the Hydron 2. 5 versus 3. Boston should be chasing these stagger kills if they can. They have to deal with Decay, who also stole the bot during that fight. Precious seconds taken away from Boston.
Big brain move there from Speedily. It might actually be incredibly important in terms of mitigating the potential to take the lead here.
Definitely will.
They can stay on the cart for a while using Kaluj's Primal Rage, but ideally here you want to be using that to take out Twilight and separate him from the slower team as Birdring.
Those are the shots you need to be hitting, Birdring.
So low and forced to leap out. That's even more distance, but no more resources used. For Primal, not forced.
This is the fight for the lead. Will it be Boston overtaking Toronto with 2.5 minutes left? Birdring trying to play as safe as he can. Speedily in the thick of it, misses the pulse, but comfortable on the high ground. Ready to drop down, see if he can catch Birdring. Get a kill on Decay. Even going after Twilight. I mean, Speedily has so many targets, and Kaluj makes the call. Dives after Birdring, forces out the roll, but the Legion got Soundbearer.
Nice, this is huge, this is huge. They're winning it. No. I still believe. They have a pulse bomb. If they can get a double pulse on the sports.
Especially with closer respawns. Boston just have to finish this out.
Oh, did they know Lucio's won?
Smurf will break out. Ultraviolet gone, which means limited heals.
Oh, dude, Smurf is bullying.
Boston getting some meterage on his track
Oh,
to get some
fuck. They should have won that. Oh, I think Decay should have gone for the pulse bomb there. That probably would have won them the fight.
Yeah,
and the lead.
Very much zoned out of this, and still Boston Uprising had denied that lead. Is there a hostage in the back over here? Is that what I'm seeing? It's Lijiagon. He's still in the back. Ultraviolet's in danger.
What is he cooking? Deadeye.
You push out Deadeye Nano. Oh, I don't think he has the time for that now.
And are successful. Speedily doesn't want to get staggered. Maybe wants to take one with him, but couldn't throw the pulse.
This is huge. They could take the lead here.
Take that fight finally after a minute later. Should be able to get a lead from this.
At the most important moment, the Birdring mechanics emerge, and now Toronto Defiant, they can no longer afford to play this passive and slow playstyle because they've lost the lead. They need to win multiple fights in a row, and if Boston Uprising can get the checkpoint here as well, it may be curtains and a map 5 on the horizon.
If they can noon and force them away, it would be huge. We need to do it now. Oh, the stick. Oh, Birdring's alive! Don't let him die. Please don't let him die. No, 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 no. Oh, it's huge!
Again, that's all Boston have been trying to do these past couple of fights. Not dive back, but clap back.
Nice, good, good, good. Okay, they're still in the game.
Tossed it, I guess. Tossed that one as they're now Boston up 66-51.
Decay's position, super important here. Every single meter counts when we're going to be looking at maybe an overtime comeback for Toronto Defiant. If they can even win this fight, it's going to be a Nano going up against a Deadeye. Birdring can zone anyone away from that bot during overtime using it. And Boston Uprising actually just got a little bit of push beyond the checkpoint and then backed off to play from behind using this high ground.
But Toronto are in a safer position playing around this pillar side. I guess not if OG gets caught by the Deadeye.
Two.
Overtime, and Boston are up by 1. into a game
Huge.
5 and
Okay.
reverse sweep territory after things
Oh,
started
thank
off
Christ!
poorly.
It wasn't
But
just
it
a
ends in
GG,
good
bro.
fashion. Boston take Colosseo
Dude,
and
Boston,
send us to game
unironically, as
5.
a
What a smart
team,
macro
as
plan
a
there from Boston,
franchise,
just getting that
have the
little bit
most
push
reverse
beyond
sweeps of any
the
team.
checkpoint, knowing that, hey, if
And
they've
Chalk
got
have
to
the
stop
least.
for the butt scratch, that's another fight
That's
that we can
crazy.
get if only we get a little bit more of a lead here. And then we don't have to fight from a slow ground where the bodies. That'd be silly. We can fight wherever we want. We can utilize our own high ground and just catch them in the corridor gulag, as I called it before, where they can't access our supports. Twilight, again, is absolutely free for this
dude.
fight, and it's
They're-
a hallmark.
I think
of
they have to go
where
back
Boston
onto
are winning,
control
that
now,
they can
right?
design a fight where Twilight
If
is unencumbered,
the K and Birding can
unimpeded. It
keep
was
up
the
this
same on
pace and keep
Havana,
getting
and that's
better,
how we end Colosseo too.
they should win this one.
And I think Boston changed their approach on their dives. They were always trying to be proactive, jumping in first, but with Collusion Friends staying on the high ground,
Why did
they
she
were
say
able to just
Collusion
have
Friends,
easy
bro?
access to Birdring and Twilight, which was their demise. Then you start nanoing Birdring, and you start waiting for Toronto to dive first instead of Smurf being proactive. And as Boston swapped to this more reactive style, they punished Collusion, they punished everyone, and it felt like Decay had more support when everyone wasn't all split up during the fight. So Boston adjusted their playstyle really well.
It didn't feel like
despite,
Boston was playing much faster that
having many
series.
attempts
It
and
felt more
failing,
just
they end up taking the fourth map.
in the
We
times
called
they
Toronto
felt they
Defiant
both
a
like
team that
slowed down a bit,
thrives on
or not both,
confidence, and
but
right
Toronto
now,
slowed
for
down a bit,
newly crowned head coach
and
Suarez, who had the
then
assistant
Boston
coach
just found like
from
random
the San
picks.
Francisco Shock
The
during
K
some of
was
their
getting random
1 years
picks
for a
really.
while, learning under the tutelage of Krusty. This is where a head coach earns their salary. This is where the head coach needs to become a true leader and rally the troops who had jubilation, who were so close, unbelievably close, to 3-0ing the Boston Uprising on Havana, and then watching it slip through their fingers like sand in the wind. Now is where Casores earns his paycheck, by rallying Toronto Defiant back and finding a way to bring this back into Toronto's control on our 5th map.
And 1 meter on Havana is what separated Toronto from 3-0 Boston. Now we're looking at a game 5. It will be on control. As usual, we'll see you on the other side of this break. the Toronto Defiant Storm was in the first 2 maps, but they looking pretty dead right now. I mean, we're in reverse sweep territory, Legday.
Oh yeah, it's it's a little bit of a mental breaker. Hopefully they've hired a legacy Mercy main to mass res the team back up. Hopefully Casores bugged up everybody, gave them the big old speech that head coaches are known for.
You know, unironically, this would be a perfect time to summon Striker. The map 5, bro. The amount of times that has happened to him, it's really funny.
You can pick your team up when they are down. Lijiang Tower is going to be where we culminate this unbelievable series and perhaps see the Korean Infinity Gauntlet of Boston Uprising complete a reverse sweep.
And we saw this map from Boston, I believe, when they faced Team Wisp earlier on in the qualifier. And it went all the way to round 3, surprisingly, with just a loss on the Gardens round. And it was a lot of around their Winston dive. But what's interesting, if we do go to a rush-style map, like a control center, is that Smurf prefers the Ramatra and Kalush prefers the Reinhardt. They might be kicking off on the rush already here on the Toronto side.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Hydron swap on over to the Symmetra. The Symmetra was actually one of Hydron's preferred picks on American Tornado, much to the chagrin of many people who get tilted playing against the Sim. And obviously has a permanent place here on Lijiang Tower for quick access to the points and making sure that Kalush can just get in there and start bashing as soon as he'd like. Smurf can't do much interference here. And now, Toronto Defiant, they're dug in on the point.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Boston. They're going to have anti-nades every time they want to engage and destroy their mortality very quickly.
Yeah, it'll be important for Decay and how he solidifies these angles, trying to get behind, going through the coast side.
They have to kill Hydron fast. They cannot let him get charged.
You can't really go
and that's exactly what they're trying to do, but Smurf's dead. Was he alone on that? Where's the rest of the team?
Decay recalls back, and Birdring didn't have enough impact on the front side of things, so Toronto will cap first for now.
Okay, credit to Twilight, he's hitting some sick set nades right now, but unfortunately...
Okay, they're gonna go Doomfist. What is their plan here? Why not just go Ramatra instead of the Doom?
It was an ignominious appearance for the Doomfist.
Ignominious? What is that word?
Once again, look at these sick gangs.
Yeah, just Smurf on the Doomfist is so worrying considered.
How did Twilight get up there actually? What?
Although Ultraviolet's not on the Ana, I wonder if that swap will come
out
in response, but Smurf
it's still they found high. Oh, that's Smurf going down.
Jumping in, jumping out.
Good anti.
Has to be an LOS of Twilight at all times too, who wants to support Birdring on the main courtyard side, so it's gonna be tricky for Boston to really pull Toronto out of this.
Alright, here's that ramp that you mentioned, usually coming out on Control Center, but Toronto Defiant, they want to force Boston Uprising to get down and dirty in a brawl where Speedly and Hydron can really leverage some of their pocket hero picks like the Mei and the Symmetra. This is a fight that Smurf on paper can't really win. So much slowing will come out of Speedly and the damage out of Hydron will be unbelievable once that beam gets charged up. Decay and Birdring are going to have to create an opening using a good pick.
I think this is better than the Doomfist.
It's going to be really important for Kalush because usually Ramatra can burn through that, but Kalush is having the time to fall back behind these turrets.
That's exactly what you want. Just get in there and pop this. Block out, block out. He's going too aggressive. Whoa. You should let him, he should block there, let them gather, and then fucking just cap them, bro. Just let Decay pulse them all in the lull die.
Cuts off the less mobile Twilight from being able to heal Smurf when he's actually trying to extract value from Banano. He's got to go deep and got to start meleeing, but that means he's behind the photon barrier and Twilight can't give over the heals. Ultraviolet now can hold anyone at bay using the amplification matrix while Kaluj is ready for a slam.
It's nothing. It's huge barrier. It doesn't matter at all actually. A very late pulse bomb. Control is very bad for Boston so far. It has not looked good. Maybe they can turn it around.
100 to 0. But keep in mind, Boston had to swap their comp up so many times they were going to be at an ultimate disadvantage throughout that.
Boston Uprising really hoping right now that they do not see Control Center. Because okay. This gives Swastian Uprising another chance. Now they can try and force the dive mirror, because while the Symmetra does have its uses here, it's not quite as good as Night Market, which provides a lot more holistic coverage. Here's a look at OG popping off on the Lucio.
Yeah, this was just when Smurf got nanoed and he was by himself because Toronto used like 3 ults that fight. OG even gets the boop on Elijah, who's obviously there to support Smurf. But yeah, we go to Gardens, and keep in mind this was a round that Boston lost to Team Wisp. So we'll see if they're feeling more coordinated this time around.
Yeah, I think if it's a mirror matchup like this, they should win. Smurf goes down. Huge.
With antis from Twilight flying in. And there it is, Boston with a clean fight after just manipulating.
Okay, no one was looking at Decay for some reason.
Decay just
That was weird.
Cloak in that back corner was absolutely unregarded. Do not perceive me. He was in a quantum state between there and not, and Toronto Defiant, when they observed it, they fixed it in a non-observable state. Oh my. Excellent shepherding from Smurf, using that early leap. However, he did pay for it with his life. Did allow Twilight to use that set nade though, and it feels like Twilight's got an absolute Rolodex of these set nade spots on Lijiang Tower.
Well, going through White Room means Toronto's backline will be safer, but it is, the LOS can be difficult for Ultraviolet if Kalush goes past this mid wall on the point, so Toronto have forced Boston to hide over in Dojo, but Boston don't.
This could be huge for Birdring. If he gets a Hydrogen and rolls up, like just pushes really far up right now in Deadeye, that could be huge. Decay finds speed, that's huge. Decay's waking up, bro. So he's fixing, or Decay's fixing everything I was complaining about. He wasn't taking duels, he wasn't going on the flank, and now he's going on the flank and he's taking duels. Even if it's a little slow, he's still doing it. Oh, oh, Birdring didn't get it. That's who you wanted to hit with the fucking thing. That was a bad barrier from Lijiang actually. The bubble was down. Didn't get anyone really.
To try and hold the time there by getting an excellent boop onto Kalush. It also forces OG to hit the Sandbar in a fight that honestly shouldn't have required it. If you'd managed to hit the Anti and Nano Winston in tandem, that would have been a much easier fight, but Lijiang kept that at bay, and that's why Toronto Defiant had to spend so much. Now though, Kalush, a well-placed Primal Rage, remember that there's that big koi pond which can make anybody instantly evaporate. That could be a critical factor. Remember that Toronto Defiant are very good at playing passively here, just like they did on Colosseo.
Hydron steps up, wanting to burst that bubble.
Birdring doesn't go very aggressive with Deadeye for some reason. Personally, I think he should.
Range of Decay, so staying as far back as he can. As Hydron's really smart with this, and he has
good pulse. Birdring can get a Deadeye for free, as long as there's no bubble, but as long as there's no sleep, you can just bubble a sleep dart. That's good, they're forcing everyone back. What? Is that why he's saving the Deadeye? For sleeps? That can't be it, right? No, that cannot be what he's doing.
Away from the rest of the team. Toronto group back on the objective, and they're okay for now.
Still the dive core. I mean, Smurf doesn't use the primal. Oh, that could be a critical mistake.
What? No, that's fine. They lost the fight already. If Smurf loses the primal there, that'd be throwing.
Kalush is just the survivor of Deadeyes. I don't care how many skulls Birdring's got on his screen. Kalush simply refuses to be woken by them. And I think they definitely could have gone for a better timing on that wake up there. Allowing Kalush to get the primal off, big mistake that Boston might pay for with their pro-am lives.
Nice, that's huge, that's huge. Absolutely massive. Can he find the pick? Oh, hit him, bro! Oh, no, he's dead, he's dead. Oh, Birdring's choking. He's actually choking.
And it's round point for this game 5. Toronto are around the corner.
Toronto have maybe 1 or 2 fights to try and make this work, and they don't currently have the ultimates to do it. Only OG with the Sound Barrier, which is going to be mirrored by Lijiang. Perhaps you can try and force out an Ajax here from Lijiang by using a beating gauge if you can manage to find an angle. They didn't know, but now they do, and Decay's going to back off. Still with Pulse from in hand, though, so that's yet to be used.
Yeah, Collusion, check that. Decay could have pulse buff
Ultraviolet, so they tried for it. They actually tried for the Ajax. This could be huge.
once his barrier is gone, he's looking for a pulse onto Ultraviolet to deny this Nano onto Kalush.
Good, that's a huge pulse bomb. Don't die though. Oh, that's huge. Kill him. No, you got the health back. Nice.
For an assassination on Ultraviolet, and he gets it at 99-99. Boston will force round 3.
What a smart engage from Lee Jae-gon, forcing out that counter barrier so there was nothing to stand in the way of Decay's pulse bomb, knowing, hey, if we engage with sound barrier and they see us move in, they're going to try and answer that, not only with a sound barrier, but with a Deadeye as well, because we're going to be moving into them, and that's when Deadeye is going to be its most effective. But if we can force that out and then wait it out, Decay can hit an easy pulse bomb and guarantee some value out of that ultimate. Oh no. Decay has already swapped over onto the Mei. They are done with Toronto Defiant shenanigans. Somehow, after
This will be interesting.
4 brutal maps of dive versus dive, of random doomfists and divas eating Anti's lemon, it's gonna come down to a punch-up in a pub car park.
I know Birdring is teleporting them forward, but we've seen Hydron stay on the Symmetra on Lijiang Tower before. Yeah, he's going to stick with it. Birdring goes back to the Cassidy. Keep in mind how this builds up DPS as the fight goes on. They're actually walling off.
I prefer the
going back to his team.
Kree.
From OG.
Actually, I would prefer Hydra on the Kree because Smurf Shield is gonna last forever. The right click is stupid good on Symmetra right now because it goes that fast.
All around our roster. Toronto Defiant have had this composition in their back pocket for years, Lemon. When you and I were casting contenders, we were watching them do this over on Lijiang Tower. Boston Uprising, they're going to have to answer this quickly, and with Birdring playing the Cassidy, you got to try and find a way to negotiate around Kalush's shield to actually deliver that damage before.
You should get slow and wall off someone, that could be huge.
Toronto stand in the middle of the point, playing around this pillar side. Got to be careful who decides to take angles away from Kalush's shield. Because Decay can find these headshots.
That's a big goal.
Baywall pinches Kalush. He's got a shield, so he's fine for now. And I guess the turrets.
No way. How? Dude, no one helped fucking Decay kill that guy.
Versus 3. Toronto Defiant bulldoze the rest of the Boston Uprising.
Smurf should have, Lijiang should have sped Smurf back to the left, and they should have punched him to that wall.
On Symmetra when the rest of your team is in front of him, or by using the turrets, because they strike you from the back, and then you're not going to be turning around your block to block the damage from a single turret, but that also slows you and leaves you without much recourse to all the damage. Toronto Defiant are halfway to their victory, halfway to their semi-finals as they hit 55% on this final round of Lijiang Tower, and Hydron stands ready with the wall.
They need to take the point right now. It's now or never, really.
Twilight has the nano. He usually likes to give this to Smurf, just like he did on Night Market, but the Mei wall and also the Blizzard from Decay right on the point. Counter Blizzard from Speedily. No one can do anything, but they got the protection of Hydron.
Decay dies, but they find Hydron.
Smurf is nanoed. Annihilation activated. But it's getting, all of that damage is getting blocked up by the Photon Barrier and Kalush's shield. So Boston got nothing done, and they don't have Decay. Smurf wishes he was here, though. Gets pinned up against the wall.
I think the Ana's mistake, and you need the BAP for just to keep it alive. I think they lost this one. It's 9-2, they have Deadeye. They've been saving since Overwatch 1.
We're on the server side. Boston have to have Lee Jae-gon there. He will spark the overtime. Sound Barrier, Deadeye, available for Boston. Final fight. Not wanting to go out this way. Not 100-0. Not again. Toronto have to shatter, have to play.
Well, they got something. But they have 2 support ults, and they have to counter all 3 of those with. They have 2 support ults and a shatter. They have to counter all of that with a 1 sound barrier. This is gonna be rough. They can't be aggressive with it. Oh, but they let go of the point. Oh. Oh, he's dead. They lost GG.
They chase, they hunt, and it's Boston that were the prey all
Damn.
along. Toronto Defiant go to the semifinals.
Smurf is slain here by Kalush in the pantheon of tanks who served under Krusty in the dynasty of the San Francisco Shock. Kalush says, I was never the emergency substitution, I was the upgrade.
What a series, though. Credit to Boston. not giving up, starting off 0-2. Their first game
They did good.
lost it,
They did
having
good.
to figure out what even is a map pick. We've never had to do this before. Boston were the clear favorites coming in. The entire desk even had them going all the way as winning the whole tournament.
Whoa, if people had that, they were way too high on him.
Some people said
Way too high on Boston.
Some people just underrated them. But Hydron, I mean, he was a superstar this match and made Birdring sweat for it. I loved watching both of these guys go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, we're 2 matches into the Pro-Am bracket play now, and I think that 95% of the bracket predictions have probably been slain here. But, Lemon, we've got to celebrate those who have slew those brackets, and of course, someone's hitting a bunch more shots than everyone else. Our player of the match is the one and only Hydron.
And to credit Liz, it's not Hydron, it's Hydron. Because the Hanzo getting first picks on Antarctic, a huge win condition for them. I'm trying to remember all of these maps.
It's been a while, Lemon.
I know, but the Widow match 2 on Havana, he looked really good on defense. I think it was more of a question of meterage between the 2 Sigmas that gave Toronto the loss in that case. Hydron able to hold his own on Hollywood against the Doomfist, chasing him around. Hydron was the guy, a true MVP in this series. No matter who's on the other side of the pitch, Hydron is confident.
It has been such a showing, and against legends of the game like Decay and Birdring, Birdring's got a title under his belt. Decay has been so close so many times. Hydron, like I alluded to at the beginning of this series, he was kind of the understudy last year of Eggsy. People thought that Hydron might just be there to fill a roster, but over the year, Hydron flourished into an amazing Sojourn player. But this year, with Sojourn being a little bit weaker, post-nerfs, it's time to show what Hydron can really do. Whether it's on the Widowmaker, the Cassidy, or the Tracer, this guy is a hit scan legend.
No, the brackets are in shambles. Maybe Reddit in shambles. It was almost reverse sweep too. Glad it kept everyone at the edge of their seat. So your first semifinal has been decided. Florida versus the Toronto Defiant. But we have another semifinal to figure out. The 2 next quarterfinals up next. Houston Outlaws, San Francisco Shock, Atlanta Reign, and the Los Angeles Gladiators. Who knows how those will turn up. We've already had an upset this early. But top 8 will be top 4 at the end of today. We'll send it to a break, though, so we can hear from the Watchpoint desk.
There we go. Toronto Defiant said it best. This is a no reverse sweep zone. Down with the brooms, everyone. Down with them. or just, you know, burn them. Burn them. They're not welcome here. Toronto Defiant holding strong. Boston did wake up, but it was a little too late, and unfortunately, despite some of their players' best efforts, they could not get it done. Toronto Defiant is taking that, and that is, I would say, an upset. You both called it, Naker and Danny. You did consider this going to be a very, very close match, but we did all have the Boston Uprising coming out on top. So let's talk about Toronto Defiant, Power Friendship, and how they got it done in this one.
I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. I feel like they gave us incredible examples of why teamwork really does make the dream work. But even then, it was about the fact that that teamwork allowed for individual players to have these incredible pop-off moments. Speedily has never looked better on the Tracer. Hydron, I think, has cemented himself as a player in contention for a DPS role star. After this series, having to go up against the veterancy of players like Birdring, constantly being able to get those 1v1s in the Widow versus Widow and being able to land all of those magnetic grenades. I don't know. I feel like this has just been a really great match for these players to just solidify themselves also as a top team to beat this season, Danny.
Yeah, no, I definitely do agree with, with your take. And I also feel like, both of the teams made great adaptations. For Boston side, they were sort of struggling in the first two maps, but, after sort of slowing down their tempo, they were able to get in their groove. And for Toronto Defiant, going into the last map, Legion, I think them choosing the Ryan composition was a huge pick for them, and that sort of allowed them to get the win at the end as well.
And the games have been super entertaining, but another thing which really entertained us was, of course, keeping our eyes on social media, because there are some banger tweets out there, all right? A lot of them did feature Hydron praises, and I mean, you can't help it, but some bangers made it onto that broadcast as well. Door, it's him, Dron.
It's him, Dron.
Did I get the voice? I don't know.
Hydron was just insane this whole series.
He really was. That was absolutely nuts. Miss Liz had a good one as well, featuring Hydron. I mean, the guy's name is Hydron, not Hydroff. Clearly.
Nice, Liz. Okay.
Nice.
Good one.
Delightful. Yeah, there were a lot of great ones, and we actually do have Hydron himself joining us now for a post-match interview. Hydron, congratulations! You and the team made it into the semifinals. You were absolutely cracked this series. It was such a joy to watch you and the team pop off. But I do wonder, Boston Uprising, they looked really dominant during the group stages, and they were hailed as this, all-stars team. So what was your team's approach heading into this series? What was the game plan going up against the Boston Uprising?
Nothing too crazy. All-star team, all of them want, chips, but they're all washed, right? So your time's done.
Oh, he said it.
Let's go.
Out with the old and with the new.
Oh.
Well, I think that answers the question I was going to ask. I was going to ask you if you were scared at all having to go up against Birdring's Widowmaker. Not only did you kind of show that you had that confidence behind you in the match itself, but, what is it really about your team that you feel like allowed you guys to be successful, especially after Boston Uprising started to wake up on Havana?
You mean bird poop?
Oh, blimey.
Every map was just hard trolling. Like, attack, I just hard trolled. I got so greedy.
Oh, perfect.
That was it, though.
Oh, so it was you. you
No,
were just like,
All right, Hydron, I mean...
I had 4K more damage than him. He had no kills.
Bird poo. All right. I mean, moving into the semifinals, you're gonna go up against your former team and former teammates, Florida Mayhem, and we actually talked to RuPaul and said that he actually wanted to play you guys as well. So, do you have anything you want to say to RuPaul and Florida Mayhem?
Nothing. I really like those guys, and nothing bad to say about them. I think it's gonna be a really good match.
All right. Well, we have something to look forward to. Thank you so much, Hydron, for bringing the spice. Thank you for all the action on the server. Can't wait to see more. And once again, congratulations.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That was Hydron, Himdron, Hydron, not off for sure. Wow. Let's bring this. Did he just insult Birdrick?
That was a great smack talk. I enjoyed that a lot.
So I didn't even know how to react to it. I was like, the audacity. But also, you know, like he talks the talk, but they walk the walk as well, and that's what you want to see. Now, we do have more action coming your way today, of course. So let's once more take a look at where we at in our bracket. Defiant will go up against the Mayhem. Absolutely horrendous color combination will come true. Pink and red. I absolutely hate it. Thanks. Now we do have 2 more matches which need to be played out to determine the second semi-final pairing. San Francisco Shock will go up against the Houston Outlaws next. Shock looking mightily shaky in the group stage. That's surprising a lot of people because, you know, we just have a lot of expectations on a championship franchise like that. Do I want to even ask, were they tested? Yeah, they were pushed to their limits, and we didn't expect that.
Yeah, we definitely did it. And, you know, because they were struggling a bit when we first saw them in the Pro-Am because, you know, they were playing from Korea. They had a little bit of a ping issue. And aside from that, when we talked to Finn, he did mention that, you know, because they're not in a team house, I think that, like, the fact that they couldn't really work on their team synergy and their coordination was a big, you know, sort of thing that they needed to work on. So those things were some of the things that San Francisco Shock wanted to really fix. And, you know, they had a week off or week to sort of prepare for the quarterfinals. So we'll see what changes they had, if they really sort of, you know, had the time to fix everything that they wanted to fix. I think it's a big question for them.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're really going to get a chance to see put into practice, but I feel like Houston Outlaws is a very, very tough team and a scary team to have to try to test those limits of the San Francisco Shock. I mean, looking at just their group stage alone, they had some heavy hitters in there. I'm looking at Toronto Defiant, who they did beat, but you know, they also are looking pretty strong. So I feel like you can give Houston Outlaws a bit of a leg up here, especially looking at their starting lineup. A lot of the reasons why this roster has been so scary is the fact that you've got Shu in the back line here, one of the best Anas in the entire league, being able to not only keep himself and Violet alive, but also how much he's able to enable Fearless playing that aggressive style Winston dive. And of course, Pelican and Happy, just some of the most mechanically skilled DPS in the league. This is a roster that is just full of role stars.
Absolutely. So it's no surprise that the Houston Outlaws are garnering fans across the lands. And if you are one as well, make sure to grab our Outlaw support bundle, which is on sale right now through April 11th. So yeah, grab it while it's hot, as the Outlaws are gonna come in hot for sure. They've been looking really, really dominant, as you said, Nick, during the group stages. They dropped the map here and there, one against Toronto and then one against, I believe it was Twisted Mind. But that was just because Outlaws were absolutely trolling.
Yeah.
That was that match, we can just completely forget that it ever happened. It was funny, but definitely not an indicator of what they can get done on the server. I am incredibly excited to see them measuring up against the opponent here. Now, let's take a look at our predictions. I mean, if we're looking at our brackets, I believe all of us would have had the Outlaws coming through. So no surprise here. Houston Outlaws is who I'm picking. I just really don't think that San Francisco should look good. Even once they woke up, I was not convinced. They were not looking like they have any sort of game plan. It was like completely disconnected from one another. It just looked like each of them just joined a quick play lobby. And I hated that because their there is a lot of potential. Those are great players and have such good coaching. So we do expect to see more from the San Francisco Shock, but it's going to be an uphill battle, in my opinion, if they go up against the Houston Outlaws. What about you, Danny?
Yeah, another thing for San Francisco Shock that I forgot to mention is their tank line. They have two great tank players, but it's sort of confusing. Like sometimes they would put Junbin in a role that he doesn't really play, Max in something they doesn't really play. So yeah, I'm on the same page as Zoe. I went with Houston Outlaws. They could troll, they could have fun, but they're just, everyone on their roster is a superstar player, and they're just too good. And also, Fearless did say that in his interview, I think last match, that they have something up their sleeves, something special for upcoming matches. So I'm trusting Fearless for this.
I mean, if anything, if we got anything from that Toronto Defiant match, right, then maybe a little bit of Symmetra, Reinhardt, the secret spice, that might be it. The little bit of a secret sauce there for Outlaws to be able to take it. And I'm giving it to the Outlaws as well. I'm not going to stray away from my bracket pick because I still believe in the other half of the bracket that I have put together. And I think that they're going to be able to take the match here, not just because of Fearless's play, but also just their veterancy as players overall. I feel like all of the things we talked about really do add up to get Houston that dub.
And watch, San Francisco Shock is just going to...
I know, let's just ruin the brackets some more.
Ruin everyone's bracket again?
Why not?
Let's not curse everyone's brackets again.
I mean, technically, they're already busted, so at this point, why not just,
throw everything
Why
to the
not?
wind.
Exactly. That would be a great day of Overwatch in my books. Now, speaking of great days of Overwatch, one of the greatest things we have, of course, are phenomenal casters. And we just said goodbye to Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day for today. And we're now joined by Richard as well as Kenobi. Hey, guys, how are you doing?
We're doing fantastic, and I can tell you right now that we're looking to really weave some life into this broadcast today, aren't we, Kenobi?
I mean, I think we need the power of flowers to be able to call this one between Houston and Shock, because this is a matchup that, I mean, given all the ping issues and stuff like that with the Shock, hey, it's still a great group of 5 players against another great group of 5 players. And like the Dusk was saying, it's a matchup that is going to be so interesting because you would be pretty hard pressed to find a collection of 5 players like the one on the Houston Outlaws. But on the other side, when we're talking about the Shock, they've still got that man. They've still got Proper, and we've seen what he could do back in those qualifiers, that ability to just be that Michael Jordan, win fights, turn them on their head. If that is something that the San Francisco Shock can rely on, there is a chance. But I think the desk is right that there is a lot of that favorability towards Houston because they just look so strong right now.
Yeah, just really clean too as well in their overall methodology
100%.
upon entering into fights. Also their long run mid fights, as we're going to be entering into our first map of Control Lijiang Tower, where we have been able to see these teams play on this specifically, and really curious to see how it's going to unfold as we do go through this. And again, this is going to be first to 3, so we get those extra maps as well. Just like we saw moments ago where, it ended on this map, we get to begin on this map, Kenobi.
And one of the interesting things about the Shock in particular is that we kind of have 2 versions of the Shock that we saw from the group stages. It was the Shock when Heesang was on Tracer, and then they were struggling, and then the Shock when Proper was on Tracer, and they started winning much more significantly. Junbin is going to be the starting tank as well. I know Danny was talking about the fact that they do have Max also in the back wings, but Finn in an interview was like, yeah, Junbin's the best ball, Max is the best Zarya, everything else is kind of equal. So it feels like they're just feeling it out right now. And on the other side, you've got Houston. They're tried and true, that dive. Winston, the cheat code that he is, as Fearless, is going to be something that the Outlaws are going to rely heavily on for creating that space.
And one of the interesting things is with Junbin coming out specifically on this D.Va, what we've not seen previously, more so the Winston and the Doomfist on rare occasion, but as they enter, look to that flanking position. You have Proper rounding the outside, looking to see what's valuable, multiple angles that Shock's going to look to take to try and press onto this initial position, utilizing that center column. Big nade, at least to prevent that, so Finn has to digress back, easily taken by Outlaws, and looking really clean just to continue holding this.
Gonna have control at this point, but it's about the juggling right now between the San Francisco Shock. Can they find an opening here? Proper already finds one on the shoe. That's all the healing lost for Outlaws at this point, so this is a moment where Shock has the aggression.
Yep, and you're going to to see with Violet attempting to stem the bleeding for now alone. Barrier out to mitigate that front-loaded damage, still continuing to generate some percentage, and Outlaws at this point are just looking to gain as much as possible and have to fall back.
And this is one of the scariest things about Shock is when they have these kind of moments before fights in the neutral where they're just poking you down, looking for those openings. And if there's anyone who you want to kind of have that opportunity to get into that backline, find those one clips, it is someone like Proper. So Houston Outlaws is going to have to be wary of where Proper is at all times. The San Francisco Shock are coming back into this. They have a Coalescence relatively soon right now, and that's going to be Houston having to back off.
Big hack comes out by Heesang early onto Fearless, forcing the jump back, and Proper sets up the pulse bomb and easily takes
I did not think this game would start that fast. And why is Finn on Moira? What?
Off the back of it as well, and Houston Outlaws, they're at a point where they might have to brute force their way into these fights because the staging from Shock has been so good in the neutral so far. They haven't been able to set up the perfect way they wanted to.
Heesang, stealth in the back. Agile, looks for the nice hack onto Shu for the moment, but still playing reserve. Outlaws waiting to dive in onto this so they can get the advantage. Entering forward, sound barrier out. Violet gets the coverage necessary alongside the nano boost onto Fearless. Beautiful sleep for the moment to mitigate that defense matrix, so it's no longer available, but the Kitsune Rush plus
good.
two others, both Finn and Heesang, contributing their
Fuck, man, that was horrible to die.
As they're plus 65%.
And I'm loving the positioning as well from the Shock. You see that they're never clumped up. They're kind of just all over the place, not really giving Houston that out to just dive onto someone. And I think that's really smart from them to pick up the Moira alongside this, something we don't see a lot of, but Moira has Fade, and you can't just dive onto that Moira in the backline because they are just going to TP out. There's Kitsune, there's Suzu as well from Vindane. There's a lot that Shock have to negate the dive from the Outlaws.
Look at how aggressive Fearless is getting. They did force out some cooldowns so that there is value onto Finn. They had
Jesus, this guy's jumping from map to map.
Raging fists constantly causing pressure. Now
if they can demec the US, he's just gonna suicide.
Will be able to look to a longer run control to try and get close enough to San Francisco.
And this is going to be a little bit of a safer position right now for the Outlaws, right? They have this staging potential now where they're going to be on point. They can cover some of those side angles a little bit better where Heesang and Proper can't just get into that back line. But the thing about this now is that Proper still does have that pulse bomb available to him. So you're going to be looking at Shu specifically to be able to be there with Suzu to help out one of his teammates because Proper has an incredibly high stick rate on pulse bomb and they're going to need that.
And you can already see Fearless recognizing as they transition down the stairway. Very intense damage onto Happy, forcing that translocate.
Oh no, you need a TPO Suzu.
The Suzu is eliminated. They don't have it in Proper. Can really look to get a stick. Manages to get it. Fearless goes down. This is an instant swap back, and Shock looks really good to finish this first round.
This should be a first round take for the San Francisco Shock, and the way that they're playing, I mean, you could completely convinced me that they weren't on ping, right? They look phenomenal right now. They are moving together as a unit. There seems like the comms are totally
the ping isn't that huge of an issue. Like, people keep making that excuse like, oh, they're losing because they're on ping. Like, that's not the reason they're losing.
To counteract this, getting quite a bit of value, but there's a Kitsune Rush to re-enter into this, and with Finn approaching that Coalescence as well. Nice hack to draw it out. Can they get the elimination to help?
Well, that's huge.
But they activate it just in time, looking to stick through this.
Falcon can get a pulse bomb into it. Nice, huge pulse bomb.
Getting a beautiful pickup with the pulse bomb onto Finn, denying any further assistance. It's all on the shoulders of the Kiriko play, but it won't be able to hold for much longer as the Houston Outlaws swap it back.
I mean, that is an absolute caster curse on my end right there. There was no shot in hell that I thought that Shock were going to be able to lose that one, but Outlaws come back in. They have specifically that EMP from Happy, which blows up the entire point. Shock now on the other foot. They have an EMP of their own. Outlaws, though, do have a Kitsune Rush in their back pocket, so they are going to have that ability to weather the storm a little bit with another Suzu, but Heesang looking for it.
Oh, you got two there. They had to ult track that. I know that was a bad way to play.
With only 10% to go, it's going to get swapped back, and they've got to rush to get here to keep it into the overtime, but they're being chipped away piece by piece. This overtime is
they're probably done with this one.
As they continue to
this
focus on the remaining few of Outlaws, and Shock is in prime position to be able to guarantee this map of Night Market.
I'm not going to call it until it's over because I caster cursed already once, but here's the Kitsune Rush.
Wait, unless? How did they kill everyone yet?
Looking for something potentially with a pulse bomb.
Houston is really good stalling this out.
Sneaking around the back, but Happy is checking it quickly.
They almost have 30 assaults again.
And the recall both deviating away from this because they don't feel safe enough to continue that duel as the intensity rises. Pelican in the back goes
huge EMP.
More favorable to Proper, on to Fearless. Outlaws.
If they kill the Sombra, that's huge.
Right now to keep this point even more challenging as Happy looks to challenge Heesang. And just
so low, then you kill him though. Can't just keep getting him low.
This pursues, it will just instantaneously vanish in front of our eyes. It just needs to be shot to
that's
force
bad.
them off the point, Kenobi.
Oh, Happy is down. Finn coming back in with the Coalescence.
Well, I can hit a barrier. Huge. I keep him in the fight for a while.
Again, but has to fade. Cross the center now, 99 to 99 into the overtime. This round one is absolutely amplified to show that there is a massive competition between these two. Support down, Violet eliminated. Shu, the only one now with all the weight on their shoulders to keep this going, but with an EMP to knock out Shu, that will guarantee that
they just didn't get the kills. They needed to kill a lot more people. When they EMP, they should have focused one target instead of kept switching.
What an absolute bloodbath of a round we just witnessed, Rich. I mean, Violet's gonna come back, gets
Finn didn't die the entire fight. That was a huge mistake on Shock. Not killing him immediately.
Loving the Moira pick. I think that like we didn't see like any
the Moira pick is horrible.
The entirety of the group stage, but I love the fact
if you go D.Va, it's over. You just lose.
Like, yeah, we're going to be fighting a lot in enclosed areas. We need some sort of defensive maneuver, and Fade is super good for that. I think it's something that is really, really smart thinking and macro-wise coming in from the Shock. They bring this to the table,
if
and then now on top of that, if they
Houston
bring out the Torbjorn,
want to
which
adapt
I would
it,
love,
they
again,
actually just go D.Va and just eat all the orbs.
This Winston composition, because one of the things about the Outlaws is that we know how good their Winston composition is, right? We know that Fearless is a cheat code, but what do you do when you force them off that? That's where it looks a little bit scarier.
Well, and the other part too is this Fearless on every occasion could never really get Finn. There was only one specific occasion that once the fade was down, that was the only optimal time to get it as they approach to this garden map to see who's going.
They have speed. They need to take advantage of that and force them. Force the monkey out, something. Just keep going forward.
And it's a perfect dive from the Shock. I mean, instantly, perfectly played. The dive, they see Shu is out of position, and then Vinde follows right up behind it. Really, really fantastically coordinated to start off from the Shock, who look like they are, like the 2 weeks that they had, Danny mentioned it on the desk, they've had a couple of weeks to work on it. This looks great from them. I am in love with how the Shock are playing this currently, and now Outlaws are going to come back in. They have the ability to start creating some space.
If she's dying too much, just put them on carry
where they're going to be to set up these stages.
Keeping a distance now. Shock in the back with the support, making sure they can round towards Proper. Keeping close. Aggression comes through. Pelican gets the
That's huge. Makes the sleep kill Proper, actually.
Massive turnaround here, despite it instantly going in favor of Shock out the gate. Outlaws has been able to recover from this and manage to take it back.
And this is what I'd love to see Houston do a little bit more of, where it's like if San Francisco Shock are going to play a little bit slower, are going to play a little bit more split like that, then like go and try and find maybe the tank in Junbin, right? If Junbin doesn't have his cooldowns, you can get him. Switches now over to the D.Va, so offers a little bit more of that ability to stay alive, specifically with things like Defense Matrix against what Outlaws is bringing to the table. But you see San Francisco Shock coming back into this, Pulse Bomb almost available. EMP is going to be the big one from Heesang. Can he get it in time to deal with what the Outlaws are coming with?
Early, they've lost Heesang in this exchange. Now aggressively moving forward. Outlaws waiting for the opportune time for Pelican to drop the pulse. Gets the pickup, doesn't even need it. The Kitsune rush, leaping forward, blitzing. But Shock, unfortunately, isn't managed to get this cleanly. Outlaws are really able to weather the storm here in this position. You even have Fearless committing the primal rage.
They didn't even need to go deep, apparently. But I don't know if that's going to last.
Now the Outlaws are gonna, I mean, for them, that's like pretty much a good win for them in terms of the macro, right? Maybe you could argue that it was a little bit overzealous from Fearless to use that Primal Rage in that scenario, but
it's
you kind of want to win
the
fight automatically in that way. You've kept Pulse Bomb, especially with Pelican. We know how good they are at the Tracer. Could be something that breaks this fight completely open before it starts, but I would expect your Shock to go with the EMP early.
We let him EMP.
Not feeling too good with that one. Brought down right into spawn the second they're clipped by it, but Fearless and Violet still able to weather. Now with 70+%. Happy's going to make the adjustment onto the Sombra now to get back into this counteract against Heesang. The Coalescence being held onto as long as possible, not wanting to commit it into this so that they can swap it back and manage to do so with still a decent percent to go.
And that's really good from Finn because Finn knows that the sound barrier has already been used, so now they can save the Coalescence for potentially a rainy day whenever they would like to get a little bit more of that healing.
Defense Matrix.
Disengage.
What a nice pickup onto Shu as well, but an even exchange.
Really good to pick on the Finn. He's an aggressive bomb, but they go to the point to dodge the bomb. That's nuts. That's actually a huge counterplay.
Shu hit an absolutely ridiculous nade. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but Proper comes in.
Okay, that was a lucky
stick
pulse
onto the
bomb.
shield actually got Violet somehow, some way, and now the Outlaws don't have their tank available to them. Pelican trying to stall as much as they can with Happy.
Yep, and now
that was a really good
again,
switch.
They swapped it back for a short amount of time, gaining ever so close to that completion of this round to make it a 1-1 scoreline entering into the third. 50% now being gained. A little bit of patience here from Outlaws before they go in.
They also have a huge macro advantage right now when it comes to their ultimate. Shock have nothing to deal with this coming onslaught.
And you can see Fearless going to jump forward, having that nano. Shu getting pressured in the back, but all the while on the front, you still see so much force from Fearless chasing down.
That's
the
huge.
going even more so.
Once you use, that's what should be happening, bro. As soon as Finn uses the fade, you just kill him.
Just rounding the entire circumference of this point to keep this in their favor. But 3 are hit by the EMP, and it's San Francisco Shock still holding on to this and keeping tension onto Outlaws.
Yo, Pelican, kill him, bro. Kill him, bro. Do not let him get. No, they don't kill him. Please kill him. How is he not dead? No, 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 no. Yo, wait. Houston suck. How are you not killing Baby D.Va, man? You could have won the fight already.
The tail end of it, and up top, Violet still looking to harass. The boof is there. The reposition going for the mega pack as Fearless has to re-enter onto this so they can sustain through it. Pelican needs to hit Vader, but Junkman eats it.
Oh, that's huge. They didn't know there. If they can demech Junbin, bro, please. There you go. Now kill him.
And their cooldown usage to work through this, and they're actually managing to do it.
Oh, Chunbin was so close towards that self-destruct to get that extra life, but it wasn't enough. A game of inches, and Outlaws should be able to close this one out. It is Proper. We know how good they are, but they can only do so much. And Outlaws, on a map that I think really helps their composition, are able to take it. And now this is where we get into a little bit of silly area, Rich. This is where Control Center, everything kind of goes out the window in terms of like what we've seen in the previous 2 maps, because this is much more enclosed. We've seen both of these teams run different things on this map in particular. We know that Shock sometimes like to run the Ramatra here, also the Doomfist, the Outlaws as well. They've seen or shown that Fearless can play, as we do get a replay here of this. Looks like a... I think this is coming back. Oh, he gets...
Yeah.
Oh, he hacks him
out. He denies the call lessons.
That's what should happen. But, you know, the Overwatch devs want to reward that kind of play by giving more fade in cold. Horrible change, horrible change.
2% as we see the Shock going for the Ramatra Brawl composition, and Outlaws opting in for a little bit more of a divey disruption type with Fearless on this Doomfist, and so the Shock are going to have to be wary of where these punches are coming from. But there is the thing that the Shock have a lot of here, is they do have the poked before the initiation, and they also have that ability to throw down that vortex from Junbin and make Fearless's life a little bit more difficult.
And Proper opts to go onto the Cassidy here instead of what we saw with the Bastion previously, making sure that they are sticking to the tried and true.
It's interesting to keep putting Fearless on Doomfist.
Ramatra, though, Fearless looking to still hold the ground and the line for the moment, getting a little bit flanked, but has a chance to fall back behind it. Happy gets a beautiful railgun onto Proper, and that's going to start leading heavily for Outlaws.
Happy's able to get 2 here, and this is one of the things that's going to be really good for Happy in a scenario like this, especially with how they were staging early on the Houston Outlaws side, is that Happy
I think Houston,
these off angles to
what they're doing is,
charging up those rails and being able
if they don't have an Ana, instead of going Monkey, they put Fearless on Winston, or instead of putting Fearless on Winston, they put him on Doom to pull all the aggro while Happy and Pelican do the damage. It's the Gladiator strategy, actually, just with a different hero. Maybe if we can do that, because Dante is a great Doomfist. I'm sure you could even get a few pixels doing that.
When the recall is active, Happy actually gets an instant takedown onto Heesang, so that makes this extremely challenging for Shock to be able to withstand any further damage and just challenge on the point.
And this is one of the things about Shock switching this composition now, is because we're in such an enclosed area, Winston has to try a little bit harder to kind of like get into these positions. You use jump in a very enclosed area, and you don't really have anything to block Happy now. Happy can sit on a sideline and be able to pump out that damage, but they're going directly after Shu, and they do manage to find it.
Yep, and being able to eliminate that again, it's solely now the sound area that's going to give them an opportunity.
Even though they get that pick, they found another one.
Potential and power for Fearless to play forward, and they're going to keep the 60+% and climbing.
And this feels like Shock really are kind of scared in this area. They don't really know what to do. You know, how do we get to Happy? How do we get to that back line? They're not really sure where they want to get these dives onto. And the peel is so good from the Houston Outlaws.
I think you should just hack first and kill him.
Your dive, you're not going to be able to get any kills. Yes, they took out Shu, but it cost them
that or Happy.
For him, and they lost the fight.
Diving Shu is not going to be the play.
Makes this even again. It's just
no, they can't win. That was a nice right click.
Again, this is just repeated play from Outlaws, and they're finding this foundation that's keeping.
You're gonna need to make a play here with Pulse, EMP, and well, they have all their ults really. They didn't use anything.
Overclock to work with, but Shock have some ultimates in their own right. EMP is gonna be the big one, but they gotta get someone to touch, and it looks like it's gonna be Heesang here.
Heesang up top, waiting, guaranteeing the overtime. See how they're gonna enter into this. You can already see the Disruptor Shot gonna deny any accessibility in that window with Kitsune Rush active, but the rail shots from the overclock could be devastating.
Happy was their dive target, and the Violet goes down, they lose.
On entry, and now you can see Shock finally, for the first moment here, gaining some advantage.
Really good patience from Heesang there, in particular, waiting for that moment where Happy was in a position where you could just drop down, use that EMP, and Junbin could follow up with the rest of the team. I love the decision making there from the San Francisco Shock, but they have a tall mountain to climb, and luckily they did win that just off the back of 2 ultimates, so they are going to have some ones to continue to milk this percentage upwards towards that 99% and get back to equality.
So many shots coming up.
Oh!
Fine. Nice job getting that. For now, Heesang knows that they have to be extremely careful. For a valuable hack onto Violet, gets it for now, looks to reposition. Primal Range active, gonna come out from.
Oh, someone's dead. Violet got primaled off.
Gets the elimination onto Violet. They can't recover along the wall, and look at how far forward.
Oh, Jungwin can die here. What? He killed Fuses?
Well, as another environmental kill from Junbin comes through, and this is what they need to do and continuously string these along, right? If they can continue to get these fights won in the early scenarios where they just use singular ultimates, that's really what they need to do to be able to get that percentage upwards and try and beat Houston Outlaws macro.
Oh, hack with a flank, coming in a little bit off tempo there. Junbin couldn't find the full completion. Back, but still has the jump in time. Fearless chasing, locking them into the corner,
nice.
Continuing to melee and just shoot every bullet possible from that left fist into Junbin. And now with the Meteor Strike collapsing onto the supports into the backside.
No, dude, you need to block that damage, not jump.
Able to turn this back around and give opportunity here for Shock, but they're down themselves.
Junbin is going to come back into this fight, so the tank advantage is
here
here for the San Francisco
so he
Shock.
can come back.
Going to be enough, though. There's a lot of damage that the Houston Outlaws still have to deal with.
Even if he loses, they can come back. Oh, big. Oh, dude, that is such a cringe ability. That's such a stupid ability, man.
Beautifully timed towards the end of that to keep Junbin alive for a moment longer, but there's not enough healing from both Finn and Vendane to keep them going. San Francisco Shock, unfortunately, are falling to the wayside. They're crumbling under the pressure. They did beautifully to work together, as you said.
Oh, he blinked into that shit.
To keep them standing. Yes. But in the end of it all, we're going to have Outlaws be able to take this.
I had Outlaws winning, or you have my prediction on the screen.
I think a lot of us were expecting. I think the desk was already sweating after their brackets were busted earlier, and like there was like a bit touch and go for a little bit between them. But Houston Outlaws do eventually win. It was really close though. I think the way that the Shock played, it's night and day compared to how they were 2 weeks ago. They look like they have completely revamped in how they're playing. As we look at some highlights here, Heesang, I think the way that they're coordinating on the Shock between the hacks and the dives is phenomenal from them, and they were able to really start these fights before the Houston Outlaws could stage, could figure out a way to get those dives in. But then at the very end, it felt like this, when we went to, Control Center, it's a little bit more of a different composition. That's really where Houston kind of put their foot down and essentially said, no more of this, more stuff. We're not going to be able to fall for that.
Yeah, and being able to stage, even when we look at just out the gates from Gardens, there's those moments that they're able to just completely take control of this. They catch Shock off guard, unable to recover from it, and that's what we're going to look to try and see as we deviate away from this control map and seeing if their setup and this preparation and this extremely lucrative understanding, it's going to be fantastic to see how it unfolds. But Shock, like you mentioned, really being able to put up quite a front.
Yeah, and I think as we go into this next map, it's going to be interesting to see how the Shock are going to play around this composition, because it does feel like they have that blueprint, but can they execute it as we go through the rest of the series?
Yeah, and we'll be able to see after we head to a short break, so don't go anywhere because we're curious to see how this map 2 is going to unfold.
this will definitely be a close series, but I think Houston has it in the bag. As long as they can keep getting these clutch plays, they should be fine. Kinda sad that drops aren't enabled, because these would have been a lot of drops. No Kappa. They have no players from their old roster.
Proper is a generational talent. He's gonna be in this league for a long time.
Here's this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma completely uncontested, tearing through.
Bro, he's saying.
Tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
They're doing this, but they're not getting kills in these plays, except for like Proper and shit. Half of those clips didn't even get a kill.
I just get chills when I get to see those videos, don't you, Kenobi? It's just
Oh.
So
exciting to
good.
see
I
them.
love him. I love him.
But you know what's also exciting is being able to
Casters are weird, bro.
right now. We're after a quite intensive battle between these two. Bloodbath is what you specifically said. That's an understatement from what I think we've seen. Now going onto this map specifically, really, really excited to see how it's going to unfold, as we're going to have Houston Outlaws on the attack first here to see what Shock can do defensively to be able to deny
Very
progress.
intriguing.
And I wonder if this is going to follow the trend of like bringing back the double flex support. You know, that's something that we saw a lot in the group stages, where it was like, you know, you had Ana Zen. We've seen Brig crop up a little bit more. Like Mayhem used it, and we barely saw like any Brig during during the group stages, there was a lot of just like the double flex and Lucio a lot more of the time, but Brig seems to have risen in popularity a bit since we've been through that group stage. So I'll be interested to see how that works. It does work relatively well in terms of just being able to help your Tracer. That's probably a big deal, but also pocket near your Ana, you know, being able to keep them alive, kind of. You don't have to play as split as you do with something like an Ana Zen. And on the offensive end for the Houston Outlaws, the best thing about this team is that the fact that they have Violet, who is not only a really good flex support player, but they're also a really good Lucio. So you never have to kind of make that decision whether I want to play in double flex or not. You just have someone who is such a Swiss Army knife that can do that at any time that they want.
Swiss Army knife.
Well, and even calling back to the Brig aspect of it, it's allowing a lot of denial for that entry from Fearless. And you can even see Violet's going to actually opt into this as well.
We're seeing Brig mirror. I mean, I feel
very interesting. Why not go Kiriko?
Not what we saw in the group stages at all, but the thing that the Brig does is it does help allow a lot with that Tracer matchup, and you're right, it does do a good job, especially with Whipshot, at countering those dives.
Nice hack early up front, just gonna buy some time here. Fearless waits for it to drop. Junbin underneath the awning.
Nice.
Massive
Violet is a
takedown.
very good
It's
Brig,
like a
so
blink of an eye, and Heesang is
this is
gone.
perfect because Shu can just play Ana.
The Whipshot completely annihilates
If they need a BAP, I would like to see Shu play Lucio and Violet and BAP because he's like too good at that character.
Of damage coming out onto Proper as well. The closer they get to Violet with this Brig play, they have completely isolated Shock away from this control point.
Shock gave away this player, by the way. Remember that. The guy who was literally hard fucking him, he gave them away.
Instant to EMAC, but there's at least a little bit of sight in the distance, a glimmer of light for
Happy
Proper
2K.
and Heesang to work in tandem now that they're back into the mix here and able to deny the rest of the players. It's still contested though, seeing if they can grab it.
Yeah, the supports are around, and specifically Vindame is still here, so there's going to be a lot of healing that's coming out, and Fearless is going to end up going down, and this defense that looked like it was completely collapsed after Heesang died so early, they're able to weather that storm. Again, a huge...
We can just now dive in or something.
Violet, meaning that Brig isn't there, and it's all off the back of Shu's healing, and Shock just had such a...
If they can bait the anti-nade, they can just dive without the nano. Wait till Fearless gets left and then nano him.
Has gotten that ability to get the EMP, and you can see
Or
Heesang
they can go now.
for Violet here. They're looking for that backline.
A lot of pings, committing into diving forward. They're going to spend quite a bit to do so. The Nano is at least onto Fearless for the moment. They've got the Primal. Fearless extremely
What is
low.
happening?
They're just losing so much health.
Happy is lost.
Shock's just completely comfortable.
And they know that they can't go in with without Violet. They need Violet to be there in these fights if they are going to get a little bit more brawly. So the EMP doesn't show up too hard in the kill feed, but they get that one kill and they continue to move this defensive progression up. A minute and 30 seconds left for Houston Outlaws. They're coming up on a lot of key ultimates here, but Shocker moving first.
Oh, Nano onto Proper, looking to see what they can do.
Nice sleep.
Oh, that's going to be a lovely sleep, though, for them to collapse onto to get this instant takedown. And now with Houston Outlaws having the numbers advantage, they'll be able to regroup, press forward.
Oh, why'd you kill the baby?
And I think this is a good idea from the Shock, you know, trying to go a little bit early when you know you're at somewhat of a disadvantage, but that was Houston just smacking Shock with their wallets, and now they're going to be able to move forward into the secondary phase. The thing that's interesting is that we've seen this map so many times with the Zenyatta, so that long-range damage is a big deal, but now it's going to be a little bit more of that poking, a little bit more of that staging at the front, and then seeing, you know, can we get onto that back line? Can we, you know, help Proper, enable Pelican with our Brigitas so that they can be really the focus points of going forward? As Vindame actually switch over to the Kiriko, so this is a little bit more standard as to what we saw beforehand. Not as adept at, you know, pocketing the Tracer, but still that long-range potential with the kunai going to be something that Vindame is going to be known for.
Viable adjustment to contribute defensively as this payload continues to move off the street segment over towards the cafe. Proper just getting some chip damage in on the side until they can look for re-entry as Pelican rounds the outer side to find a flank onto the supports, and finally you have Fearless standing up top.
That is the most spammed thing in the entire game.
Extremely spread for the moment. A pincer maneuver available up top, but Pelican actually continuing to maintain down below, keeping this payload pushed. Heesang still withstanding a lot of that incoming fire from Pelican and just keeping them alive. And finally, there's at least a pickup onto Heesang, which can open the doorway for Outlaws.
Yeah, they're going after Finn right now. Finn is so low, gets healed back up by Vindame, and then
Look, do you see how good that was just now? They suited him, and then they kept healing Finn. If it wasn't for the pulse bomb, he probably wouldn't have died there. At least not that fast. But is that, like, is the Brig really, like, that much better at keeping the Tracer pocketed? Is that really what you want?
It's a secondary point take here for the
Finn
Houston
dies here
Outlaws.
for sure.
Onto Fearless. Fearless, you can see this Fearless, but Kim is probably like just like, I'm slapped, help me. The smile eventually comes back, and now they're going to
I
be
think
able to
Fearless
move
was
forward
confused. Like,
into this
why would
third
you sleep
phase here.
him?
Nano
You're just
available
gonna die.
for Shu. Could just throw that
That's so
directly
weird.
onto the Winston, get Fearless that movement forward. But something we've also seen a lot of is throwing it onto Happy. The Cassidys get a lot of value being nanoed because of the fact that we're playing in such an enclosed area. They can do a lot of damage, and also that survivability from the nano helps a lot when Cassidys are maneuvering these fights.
And with these ultimates online for Shock defensively, you can see that Shu continues to look towards that angle to make sure that Proper doesn't come in from the flank unbeknownst. They peek the corner, go in, EMP active, managing to take down Happy, which is critical.
This could be huge if they get a pick. Nice. They need to go on the Ana though. He's too far. Oh, imagine if that right click hits.
Vindane goes down. Shock defensively is having a really hard time stabilizing through all of this.
I mean, Houston feels like they're reading them like a book completely. Like, Houston knows exactly where the flanks are coming from. They're always setting up perfectly to be in a position where they don't just get completely dove on. They don't let Proper get into their backline, as he's saying, gets translocated out again, and that's definitely something you don't want.
Yeah, and looking for a health pack and just to get topped up so they can re-enter into this fight. There is the Kitsune rush, which Outlaws at this point are going to say, all right, we're going to tuck tail and run. No need to be here. Wait for it to drop, and then come back in again. Proper getting harassed heavily by Pelican. Bold having the pulse bomb, and Proper still alive with 10.
I mean, they're going to need to get healed up here. Someone heal Proper. Oh, the nano. That's a good way to do it.
Yep, that's absolutely a good way to do it. Dart in the butt. Green means go as they pressure onto Happy.
Whoa, that was a whiff of a pulse bomb. Happy dies, but they finally scored him in.
Junbin gets the follow-up. Self-destruct as well. The shield comes up though. Violet denies the execution onto that second support. Is Proper still just holding position in the back and rounding the flank?
They're trying their best they can, but I mean,
yeah, go after the character, not the Sombra.
A lot of these fights, they're not letting Proper finish these kills. The whip shots are perfect.
Proper dies. He loses the 1v1.
Proper, and now Houston Outlaws feels like they have complete control of this game, and it looks like they'll be able to cap here, Rich.
Yeah, there's one last attempt that's going to be from Shock. They have the spawn advantage, but they really need to try and focus fire onto Houston.
They had no kills out of that though.
That's
a big mistake by Heesang.
But because there's such a distance from Shu in the back and Violet recovering, the close proximity gives the inspired healing. And now
what was that?
As Happy cleans up, Heesang goes in with a Deadeye, denies visibility. They hide behind it and nobody touches it in round 1.
I mean, how many times is Shu just gonna sleep a flanker that's on?
Yeah.
How many? Like, it's unreal to me the fact that like the amount of skill checks you have to go through to dive onto this backline is insanity. It feels like no matter where they are, whether Violet's on like Brigitte, whether Violet's on Zen,
this backline is just too undiveable to like be the main focus.
The Discords, just
and if Happy's on Sombra and Pelican's on Tracer, like, who are you diving? You're basically just like accepting death.
Like the amount of mental RAM it takes to be able to dive that backline is so hard, and Houston Outlaws are playing really well around that foundation of their double support line.
It's like an ace in the hole, and their synergy together has been impeccable, and that's what we're really loving to see, that the value of this Brigitte is actually yielding a ton of value, and again, looking to try and compete against it is something that you need Shock to be able to evolve through and adapt so that they can counteract it as we do tank the swap of sides defensively. Outlaws looking to come back in, though. Violet not going to switch onto that Brigitte.
That's what I want to see. Violet on a character he can absolutely just like shit on people with.
Now to see if they can get just as offensive.
Just hitting headshots after headshot, killing everyone.
As we see Shock, coming out of spawn eventually. I am going to be really interested to see how Heesang approach these fights, because at this point you do have to respect like how Shu is playing specifically, and there needs to be some sort of coordination, right? Heesang can't just go into the backline by himself and just get a hack, because he will get slept. You are at this point having to respect that, so it's going to be interesting to see how they coordinate that dive. And you can already see Happy. I love the positioning here, knowing exactly where everyone is and giving that information as a nice anti comes in. Vin, getting very low here, but gets healed back up.
Yeah, Vindame also getting extremely low as well, with just the traditional hack coming through. And it's Shu just lobbing a name all the way from the back. Once again, just putting so much onto their shoulders. But Finn gonna get a lot of ult charge from that, looking to withstand it. Heesang down below. You see this reposition, Fearless separated from the team, playing over towards the Snacks Rammus. With a flank angle, it is going to be so many players surrounding Fearless, and they need to be extremely cautious before taking this alternative high ground. Proper sticking close, though. Now, with the assistance from Junbin, they can put some decent aggression into this, but it's not going to be very clean. It is quite roundabout for the moment until they can utilize their cooldowns to get the more advantageous angle onto Outlaws. But they're, again, this
That's a huge dive.
Long-run engagements, they're so coordinated, Kenobi.
And it was an absolutely perfect nade from Chu as well.
Even though Shock went first, they just couldn't do it in time. They couldn't get any kills in time, and Houston just counter dived their Brig and killed them. And Vindam goes to Kiriko now.
Continuously lob these grenades for free, they can't survive on Brig, and they've given up quite a bit of ultimate charge for that. And the Houston Outlaws, oh, Happy knows exactly where this translocator is. Are they going to kind of bait this one out? They're waiting patiently to see if that's a possibility.
Also approaching the EMP to utilize. Happy's just gonna chill. We'll just get rid of it. Let's go back. Let's just go back with the rest of the team. Kenobi.
I mean, I think they were waiting for Heesang, but now Heesang shows themselves, and they don't have translocator actually, but they're gonna use it defensively to get out. But
that's huge. That's actually huge. Heesang threw it right in the second, the line of sight of Happy.
Had the nano contributed onto Violet. Chu goes down despite the engagement. 2 minutes on the clock now for Shock to be able to still attack onto this, but Outlaws.
You could Kiriko ult into the point.
Flow and understanding the methodology behind Shock, some consistent pressure forward. There is the Kitsune rush.
You try to live.
Violet can't survive. Junbin continues to just knock them about and will look for a roundabout way to get back to the point to keep contention here so that you have Shock.
They're forcing all the ults out of Shock though. That's pretty good. Oh, Fearless!
No.
If he touched, that would have been huge.
Do we want to? Nah. I know our production's singing that in the background. We all know that. For you in the chat, you should probably
that was pretty. That's really unfortunate that they managed to C9 that one. But I mean, San Francisco Shock for their, they get an extra life right now. Junbin had a really good primal in their own right, but Houston Outlaws probably.
If Happy get a big EMP, that's huge.
Happy comes in, EMP at the ready.
They solo EMP'd him? What the hell?
Sent back to spawn. Pelican gets the tank down. There is some great attention.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they hit Junbun, bro. Junbun, but that was really just meant to hit Vindam, and that was it.
Not feeling too bad about that one.
These dives are so crispy from the Outlaws.
Junkbuck, I think, might be the best coach in the entire world. Like, that guy is just too good at the game. Violet won the 1v1 versus Heesang. This guy is too good, bro.
Right there again, you cannot just walk up to someone the caliber of Violet and just try and raw hack them like that. They will take your head off.
And you can see Finn at this point abandoning ship, saying, "I'm not gonna stay up here. I ain't gonna buy nothing from that little merch shop. It doesn't matter how many thrall hammers are there." With this regroup, they'll just look to fall back, hold the archway. Again, it's like deja vu for them, with Proper in the back now, looking to maybe go in an engagement, waiting for those cooldowns to come up, though, from Junbin to engage onto this and coordinate in communication, but still hesitant before doing so.
And look how far, Proper is playing back. You can see that there's not really, they're not with the team at the entire time. They always seem to be just trying to flank into that back line, but they do have the pulse bomb ready and available. Violet is going to challenge.
They're trying. Proper's going to die, bro.
They might be.
Wow, both Junbin and Proper threading the needle right now. Junbin
Oh.
finally goes down.
Hit him.
As we do see this Proper.
Violet, no! Oh, Violet! Oh, the teabag! He's just too good.
Violet's cooking. He knows what's up as Finn was trying to be
The
there.
former
but Finn actually
teammate.
might just go down themselves as well here. The Fade is going to be available to get them out in that situation, but Houston Outlaws now are going to try and probably reset, get back onto this card as here comes the Kitsune Rush.
Yep, across the payload into the corner, so there is a chance to still utilize it as they work through that.
Huge pick on the Vindam.
Eliminating the support play once again. Finn with Coalescence will be holding on to this, and at this point, with a minute and 45
I think Kiriko's going to see a lot more playtime next patch. Maybe with Brig, maybe not.
What I think Zoe was talking about
It might be like a Kiriko Brig, Junker Queen kind of thing. Maybe not, but I think Kiriko can see more playtime. Seeing that Ana got nerfed, even if it is just her sleep dive. It doesn't even matter.
Happy just translocates and able to get a kill.
Okay, it mattered a little bit.
Value out the gate, but Happy punished after their forward momentum. Pelican now topped up, looking for the heal.
Oh, he should have shot.
Seconds to go. Pelican not going to be able to do too much as the hack is still there. Looks for a kind wave and recalls to get out.
Oh, he almost lived.
But goes down.
Flew a little bit too close to the sun there, did Pelican, but they will be back in time as San Francisco Shock now can set up this dive here as Fearless actually goes first with Happy, and they're on to Finn. Finn fades out though. That was really, really close. That could have been the end of the map right there.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary now.
He might die.
Hit by the grenade as well, making Finn have to play even more cognizant before re-entering in onto this. The Coalescence, Junbin goes down, Violet comes in with a melee so that there is no tank available. Bolt supports the EMP now from Heesang, gets some value onto 3, but there's no one to follow up onto it to eliminate those 3. 20
I thought he was going to go for a pulse.
Bomb holstered for the moment. Pelican needs
That
to
is
find
not where you want to
something
use a
defensively
recall
to
there.
deny this push. They want to be able to make this a 2-0 map score, as there's one last chance for Shock.
I mean, Shock have used so much already. They just have both their support ultimates available to them. Outlaws don't have a ton
EMP
in their own right, but
jacks.
there's still
What?
so much ground that San Francisco Shock has to cover just to cap second.
Happy gonna take that wide angle in the back. Here comes the dive. They're coming in as 3. Dropping from that catwalk up top, forces out the translocate. Heesang no longer in this fight for the moment. But now, Pelican from on high, looking to drop.
Happy might be waiting for Finn to use Coalescence. But Happy dies. Can't wait anymore. And they're just instantly going with that. If Houston just run away and live, they can win the fight. Oh, she's in so much danger. Oh, get in the bubble!
Surprisingly stays alive. Beautiful assistance by Violet in the back line. Just under 5 meters. They need to keep it contested. Down below the overtime.
Almost dwindled.
The seesaw continues.
Proper 2 what?
I mean, Shu got bullied that entire fight, and finally they were able to take him down, and that's one of the things I'd like to see Shock do a little bit more, is kind of get into that backline as a unit. You saw Junbin was there, you saw Proper was there, you saw Heesang was there, all at the same time, and really overload the Houston Outlaws with their supports, because that's, if you let those supports just stay there and go...
How did they not kill Violet there?
They're going to beat you at the... Where's Pelican?
Yeah, wait, why is he there? How did he get there?
Pelican
coming in like a mile
getting
away.
a refreshment, I think.
They needed a coffee. They had to go to the cafe. They needed to get it from the pylon. As now you come back in, though, you're
Why is he saying they?
And energized to get back into this with 50 seconds to go. Fearless eliminating Proper is going to once again stifle this push forward from Shock, and they find themselves in this final fight territory once again.
Shock do have that EMP to work with, though, from Heesang. Heesang's going to be looking for potentially getting into that backline. If they can kill Shu before the nano boost goes off, that would be best case scenario, but Shu is positioned so well right now.
EMP hits 2. Pelican is just sent to Kingdom Come. His body lays amongst the rubble within this final stretch. Fearless with a Primal Rage does not want to use it just yet. Holds it for the moment as they look to peek this corner.
Waiting patiently as San Francisco Shock. Proper Pulse Bomb at the ready, available to them. We know how good they are at hitting these Pulse Bombs in that backline. Violet, though, has been playing out of their mind so far as Proper's looking for it.
Big dive, nice hack.
Ooh, first read. What was that? Jump for.
The one that we've been highlighting multiple times over the course of this map, and everything they've contributed. Violet with that Kitsune Rush now no longer available, gets picked up.
Well, some try, but it's not gonna find anything this time.
Fearless looking to just continue.
Just keep Finn off the point. That's all you need. Oh, he's moving into his team.
They're sticking in the midst of it. They've only got 3 to work with.
Wait, Fearless almost just killed everyone.
The spawn advantage is in favor of the Outlaws.
Pelican waiting patiently with the Pulse Bomb available to them. Shock need desperations right now. They don't have anything to work with, though, and Vindame is hacked. They can't get. They are not taken down just yet.
Oh,
Kill Finn. Do not let him live. That's why you almost lost Lijiang. Good.
There's no way that Finn can escape it. Blows them up once again.
Kill Sombra.
Please
Please kill Sombra.
Chipping away at the health values of Shock. Junbin demeched. It's only the remaining
There you
3.
go.
Heesang can't withstand it, and that is going to be the Houston Outlaws able to
with a headshot.
this map 2 from Shock and put
Wow,
themselves
2-0 so far.
Houston weather a late storm from the San Francisco Shock, but in the end, they are able to hold on, and boy howdy, are those supports at Houston Outlaws really, really good. Like, just in general, like, the ability that they have to have those perfectly timed Suzus, be able to win 1v1s against DPS, the likes of, like, Proper, right? Like, we're talking about very, very capable DPS on the
Proper
other
is
end.
good, but he's not some magical god that, like, doesn't lose,
There's
man.
no way
I think
that
he lost a lot
San
last
Francisco
season.
Shock, like, they are playing at such a
Everyone,
high
like,
level
I don't know, like,
right
he's
now.
a
And
good player and
it's
all,
not
but
only just
let's
a
relax
mechanical
here.
skill, but the fact that they can have Violet switch on to every single thing. It feels like he's a Swiss Army knife. Can play the Lucio. Brings a Brig out at the, randomly here as we're in the playoffs. Like, there's so much that this Houston Outlaw support line offers, and that's even before you add on the rest of the pieces, like the best Winston to ever play the game, like Pelican, like
Whoa.
Abby, like these are.
I don't know about that one.
Has a really good chance. I mean, all the devs thought that they're going to win the entire thing. They, not even just the Pro-Am. We could talk about Overwatch League as a whole.
Absolutely. And with them having such versatility and depth of hero availability, it really is something that we're going to see if Shock can be able to manage. But we're going to be able to get into that next map shortly as we head to a short break.
This is good. Best Winston ever? I think that goes to like Smurf or Gushue. Those guys are like too good mechanically. And Smurf has like all the fucking titles under his belt. It's like won the Overwatch League twice. How many teams has Smurf been on? He was on Seoul last season. They didn't go to Grand Finals. They died really early, actually. Honestly, Jungkook is like dominating the coach role right now. He's easily dominating Krusty. It's not even close. Coach of the year right there. No Kappa.
is a generational talent. He's gonna be in this league for a long time.
This guy, he's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma, completely uncontested, tearing through.
Yeah, look at this, bro. That wasn't a kill. That wasn't a kill either. That wasn't a kill either. And then he just gets like a 3K here. They're like setting up the team to look like shit, bro.
We're back, friends, and we are here to see if it's going to be a quick 3-0, even though it's been quite competitive, or there is potentially some excitement like we had in our previous match where it went the distance. Kenobi, we've got some changes, though, coming up for this next map, especially because we're looking to deviate away, heading to Escort specifically.
Okay.
And this is
So
also
bring
one of
Max
the first
in.
times that we've seen both these
Yeah,
teams
Max
on
in, that's
Escort,
it.
right? I mean, now that we are, we went from first to 2s, now we're in first to 3s, and we're seeing some changes. Max is going to be subbed in. Obviously, as we've seen previously on the Escort map so far, off-tanks kind of reign supreme, especially that Sigma. So we can look at Gargoyle coming in for the first time here, and, you know, people may not remember Gargoyle from a while back when they were on the Florida Mayhem, but they were one of the best Sigmas that we had in Overwatch League, and I think that this is a great addition to the
Wait, did they try to put him on Sig here or like Diva or something like that?
It's like beforehand you could have been like, oh yeah, you know, if we get Fearless on like a non-monkey meta, maybe we'll be okay. Now it's like, oh, there's Gargoyle here as well. What are we gonna do now? Because the rest of the pieces seem like they're meta-proof anyways.
Yeah, you're covering your bases and making sure
I don't think Gargoyle is that good. I think for Sig and Diva, he's got it covered, but if you're putting him on Zarya or Hog, he'll be serviceable, but I think they're better choices, even better Divas. If you have someone like Fury on your team, then like I have no complaints. You just cover everything. He's even like one of the best Zaryas I've ever seen, including Goats meta. He was so good at Zarya when he did play it.
That's gonna be a hell of a matchup to look out for. I mean, Proper, I think we can't sing their praises enough as a player, but they are only one player, right? Widowmaker does offer kind of that like potential to just
Why does he
take
keep
over a
saying
lot,
they are only one
especially
player?
when you're on the defensive end and you do have a little bit
He's not talking about more than one person. That just sounds wrong.
That as we go into this matchup, the Widowmaker duel is going to be important, but also one of the things to look out for is that Heesang is going to be on the Echo instead of the Tracer, so there isn't necessarily that Tracer marking that we see a lot of the time. It's going to be more of like, can Pelican get into those off angles and pressure out Heesang or Proper to make Happy's job a little bit easier because they are on that offensive Widowmaker.
And there's always this surprise factor when it comes to the Widow duel, just seeing who can get the better angle. Nice swift shift of the shield. That was so close. Ooh, Van, you
not really.
Like a phantom, like the Reaper was literally above him in that moment where he turned.
Yep, the scythe, you feel the cold chill of the steel across the neck. As they now have still some decent positioning. Happy playing a little aggressive here. There is Heesang.
Oh, he didn't see him.
There we go. That's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, Proper was holding that. I mean, it was good scouting by Heesang.
Yeah, you got the ping in, and that's why you got him killed.
Proper, who, again, you can see Pelican trying to go on the sides here, but Vindame is positioned really well in this area as well, where they can still throw packs, but they're also just kind of a stalwart defender.
Of all the things, I think they're gonna have a lack of DPS on the Shock for once. Like, Proper on Widow? Like, surely Heesang's better on Widow, right? Do they just not have like an Echo player, or like what? I'm pretty sure Heesang's supposed to be the hit scan player. Well, I thought fucking Bud just jumped off.
Now, Max is able to has actually just been doing a lot in terms of just winning that frontline battle as well. Gargoyle has not been able to keep up with just Max specifically on this Diva, and that's hurting the frontline battle because, again, when you're on the defensive
How's Happy over here? What happened?
Okay, again, Happy is just...
How do we get to this position?
You talked about a surprise factor, Rich. Yeah. Methinks that they're not really ready for Happy being all the way back on second.
I just hear the Pink Panther sound in the background for Happy, as we do see on the front line.
Use break. Oh, it's a big stick from Pelican.
Where's
Where's Happy was Proper, bro? I want to see that. Proper find Pelican.
This
That's
is finally
unfortunate.
an opportunity for Outlaws to be able to gain some distance in near this checkpoint.
Proper was able to take out Pelican, but Proper most likely ends up going down here. Nice follow from Gargoyle, but actually the peel is not bad from Heesang.
Whoa, how did Proper find Happy?
Excuse me.
Whoa, 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 how heal the guy? How did Violet die there? How was he allowed to die?
Now with the rest of the team back.
I think you back off and wait.
With a minute to work with these few meters left, Max sticking close and utilizing the payload to block some of the
Soldier down and wait for Violet to come back, and then you can ult into it. You can carry ult.
Just gotta make sure that there's no C9 shenanigans right here as Max is holding this point. Sites are available for Proper here, so they know where everyone is, but the Kitsune Rush is gonna come in from Violet.
Kitsune Rush, that's what it's called.
Yep, Proper now going to reposition, looking for a flanking angle, finding those long sight lines. Nobody's ready for it, has complete vision and gets the shot onto Shu, completely bamboozling them in the back, but unfortunately can't counteract the Pelican play with the assist and the layup from Violet in the back. 40 seconds now still to go.
Oh, rip. You didn't understand what was happening.
Top of the world right now, just needs to clean up the last few, but there's too few members from Outlaws to actually regroup on this.
How did Gargoyle die?
Violet was still there, but with Shu going down, there was just not enough healing that Houston Outlaws could use to break through. As the stick comes through from Pelican, doesn't manage to find pay dirt. The nano from Finn onto Vindane keeps them alive, and they can continue
That's worth it.
to hold this foothold.
Oh, Proper dying. How?
Another onto Pelican.
This is disastrous for Outlaws. They lose that harassment in the back. Pelican no longer
It feels like the game match all over again.
Draw attention away. Heesang now with the duplicate, able to get a lot of applied pressure. It's a double diva onslaught into the corner, forcing back the Outlaws. The overtime is active. They only had 2 meters left to go. They've finally been able to remove Heesang from this duplication, but the time continues to dwindle, and this is going to get even more intense for Shock to hold. But Outlaws, they really can't recover from this.
Oh, Heesang getting so much work done, ends up going down, but trades out for Happy, and Proper is just sitting pretty right now, looking over this payload. It's a shooting gallery for them, and the full hold will come through as the Shock give themselves a lifeline back into the series.
Yeah, they really do. And now we'll take the swap of sides.
I don't like that Happy was losing that matchup.
Monument for them to have to look to, because there is
Happy should be winning that matchup.
That they have to cover to be able to take this map and at least put something on the board here. But Shock feeling much more confident here. They've really been able to utilize Proper, especially on those significant picks. You had that takedown onto the Tracer. Outlaws at that point just looking at each other like, all right, like we gotta, that's it. Like we're in real bad spot.
The one where Proper gets dove and then he just takes down Happy, like I want to see like what happened there, because that would look like there was no way on earth Proper from the position it looked like he was in could get that kill, but that's just how magical of a player they was. I do want to give a lot of credit to Heesang, because a lot of the focus did go on to Proper, but Heesang in terms of just raw damage and just being able to stifle kind of the dives or the flanking positions, as we do see a replay from Proper.
Oh,
just finds him. Happy is very close to that.
Happy's like, I'm gonna get you, and then Proper's just like, nope, I got 2 awards under my name. Don't you be checking me. I can't win MVP.
I can't win MVP.
As I said, two-time award winner. Can't just do it. Even Proper's having a good chuckle out of it as well as we look to take the swap of sides.
Oh man, I mean, that's like real recognizing real, it feels like right there, where he's like Happy's just like, you know what, you got me in that one. You got me. I bow my head to you.
I tip my hat to you.
We're not going to be seeing the Widowmakers here. We're going to be seeing a Tracer duel, or Tracer battle from Pelican and from Proper this time. He's saying sticking on towards this Echo. It is going to be a lot scarier now, and I think they might go switch.
What is
the fact that,
the
like,
play here?
Echo
What
into
the
Tracer?
They're back to some more shit?
Sombra Diva. It's suffering.
Why?
You just get hacked once and you're probably dead, so they're going to match the Sombra now.
And they're on Diva. This is horrible.
Opting for this Moira, it feels like this is a pick that Shock are really liking just because of that peel potential that you do get from Fade.
You're gonna orb, he's gonna eat the orb, and then he just kills you when your Fade's down.
Everyone has continued to try and find Finn,
I don't like
this.
this.
Elusiveness and just the ability to escape those really critical.
And you have Violet on Zen, bro. You're not taking this guy down. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, maybe you dive him as all 5.
Mitigated though, nice hack to cause Outlaws to play a little bit more defensively here, since there has been a lot of pressure applied.
I mean, you can see the Houston Outlaws, they're just in this area trying their best to shoot from afar as Hack does come on to Gargoyle, so Gargoyle might have to be forced out a little bit here in this moment, but we're just a lot of posturing happening right now. You can see Finn is trying to caught between two mines, diving with Proper sometimes and trying to go back and heal the rest of their team because there is a lot of
Violet kills he's saying, bro. Oh my god. Oh, alright, you can't really do anything against the stick.
Violet no longer having that in their back pocket with the extra healing and also the Discord playing elevated. Gargoyle causing distance between them so they can buy some extra time so Violet can get back into this as the payload still being halted around this.
Big anti-nade.
Bio-nade as well, landing onto 3. The Suzu gets 2. Finn goes down and they just can't even contribute the Coalescence into this to try and sustain an Outlaws hold and stem the bleeding.
Oh, Gargoyle needs to get back in mech here. They will be able to do so with
That's good they got back in mech, but it shouldn't have been able to. The entirety, or at least Max should have dove him.
It is a little bit of a scary time for them at the current moment. As you can see, Pelican looking on the flank, seeing if they can find something with that pulse bomb. A lot of ultimates coming in from the San Francisco Shock into this next fight, but there is that Transcendence from Violet that's going to be available. But they're just going to go and try and dive onto Violet, but the peel is so good from the Outlaws.
Well, Gargoyle even
yeah, I mean, also, he has Transcendence, so you just do this.
Transcendence forced out Violet, going to top everybody up as the Kitsune rush.
There's no reason not to use it. Like, use it for EMP, but
Shock with
it's like whatever.
37 seconds has only a short distance. They've reached more than half to try and take this, and the EMP up top to try and counter. Happy gets detection, and they have to fall back.
Yeah, they gotta fall back here. They're waiting patiently. A lot of the ultimates that were gonna keep Houston alive are out. As Violet's gonna go down here, EMP.
Yep, Violet
Gargoyle should have been in a position to peel.
Wonderfully communicated between the team to get to Shu so close in proximity. Guarantees that they can get both of them. Now with just over 60 seconds, they can push this final few meters, and they don't have a full squad for Outlaws.
They're trying their best. They have to stall here if you're Outlaws as best as you can.
Pelican have been, or Houston have been really good stalling, so I'm not too worried about this.
It has to be massive. Looking to play towards the health pack. Heesing is translocated. That's a massive boon for them. Gets the stick.
Big D-Mac.
D-Mac actually comes through. It was just enough damage, so now
they still need to win another fight though.
Before they can get back into the mech, chipping away at damage, so they can bring that back into the mix with the defense matrix. And now under 2 meters, 40 seconds. Pelican harassing up top, and they've been able to withstand a lot from Shock in these final few moments, and are still continuing to round this payload.
The nano comes out onto Gargoyle. That's a lot of incoming damage, but can Houston even find these kills?
Happy finds Finn. It's huge.
Has been lost for the Shock now.
Gargoyle boosting through that side corridor.
Oh, huge D-Mac. And they forced the bomb.
They lose the self-destruct, and you are gaining distance back. Outlaws have once again held this. They might just be able to do this here in these final
few
seconds.
They find 2 though. Fuck.
Oh, they can come back into it. Nice hack. Gargoyle down below does have the self-destruct.
You can suicide on the point with the bomb.
Falls off. Mitigation with the defense matrix. Kitsune rushes there. Self-destruct onto the point.
Kill Gargoyle.
It's desperate times for desperate measures. You've got the pulse moving forward. It's going to be so many.
I think they Suzu the EMP.
And Gargoyle happy nowhere to be found. The overtime continuing to be active. But
wait, they Suzu the EMP?
A miraculous turn of events here by San Francisco Shock to not be dropped out yet.
Shock had zero business winning that fight, it felt like. But the fact that they killed Happy 2% away from EMP. If Happy is in that fight and EMP goes off, that fight looks completely different. But that's one of the things
did go
about
off,
the
they
San Francisco
Suzu'd it.
team that is so incredible is during these mid-fights, if they can get to this position where it is a little bit scrappy, it is not as standard Overwatch from the neutral as we like to see, they thrive in those situations. You saw Proper off the back end. You've seen what Proper could do previously when fights have a bit, devolved a little bit into kind of this chaos. Shock are so good in those moments because they have such a mechanical skill advantage to themselves. And Shock give themselves another lifeline in this series, but they're going to have to be playing on the back end for a little bit more because the maps are all going to be in favor of the Houston Outlaws going forward.
Resilience indeed, and just their morale being able to start at least some kind of momentum to take these next few maps. It's a long road ahead of them to be able to do so, but at this point we can see that they have managed to weather a horrendous storm because things continue to get extremely risky, and with what Proper was doing specifically to stifle a lot of the opportunities and moments just like these to deny Happy from really contributing value, the adjustment swapping onto the Sombra and how they coordinated in these dive types of mechanics alongside to be able to take the advantage. And again, even talking about Finn and what they bring to the table with this Moira, and it's actually doing still a decent amount of value.
I think this is one of those moments where it's like, if you're a team playing against the Shock, you're like, we kind of have to give this one over to Proper. Like, there's always going to be one. It feels like there's always going to be one map where Proper just says, hey, guys, we're winning this one. I don't care how well you're playing. I'm Proper. I'm one of the best players around, and I'm going to be able to take our team through a victory here. And not to say that the rest of the team didn't play well, but Proper's Widowmaker, especially on that defense, was a real talking point about their win specifically on that map.
It really was, and as we've said so much about Proper, even recognized from the opposing side, they truly are the ace in the hole. So we're going to go to a short break before we get this next game underway.
I can't believe this guy just pulled out an ace.
The San Francisco Shock, the 2020 Overwatch League champions.
San Francisco Shock,
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma.
Completely uncontested, tearing through.
Coming
Gendo tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shout, that only affects him. Rampage going to catch on a two from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my. 여기 깔고 또.
Still have one match after this. Surely Houston can ran back on their map pick. This is push, right?
friends, as we are here to talk a little bit about the direction that we might be going, Kenobi. This could be like what we had in our last series, as we can dive a little bit further into some swaps and some surprisingly lack there of swaps for these teams.
Yeah, Junbin will be making their return to the roster, but the interesting thing is that Gargoyle is going to be sticking it out here on our next map, which is interesting because like Gargoyle feels very much like that player that is there to play, you know, Escort, definitely, because Escort kind of favors a lot of those off tanks, but staying in here is interesting because we are going to Esperanza, and that's going to be a Winston map. So I'm interested to see what they have planned as we do take a look at Proper for his stats. I mean, this is from, I believe, on Rialto as Widowmaker, and 8 limbs, 0 deaths. What more could you ask for from a player?
Not putting in a great... At this point, do we just, like, somehow frame up the 2 trophies, like, in the cam? Like, the player
Do you know...
Like, just so that, like, if any... Ooh, what if we made them, like, shoulder pads? Like, what if we made them, like, armored shoulder pads?
Do you know how hard it is to cast this? Like, it's so hard, because you're just, like, you can think of, like, anything that you want. It's like, oh, the setups are perfect. The way that the enemy team is playing, so perfect. They're playing so well. And then instantly, like... bam, Proper just kills 3 people, and you're just like, okay, well, everything that I've been doing and everything that I've been casting so far has just gone completely out the window. It makes not only the enemy team's job very difficult, but our job difficult, because we could think that we have an idea of how the cast is going to be going and how the fight's going to be going, and then Proper just will do Proper things as they inevitably feel like they do.
Yeah, you've been properly shut down. That's just what continues to happen.
We have to have puns here always with
We really do. We absolutely do.
I don't like casting duo at all.
That's the biggest thing. I'm
We are
curious.
going to Esperanza, and there's a lot of bakeries in that.
We're gonna fly in somewhere, and if Prod doesn't manage to do that for us, you know, we'll just have to, you know, talk about it on another.
We know
day.
it exists. That's enough
we know
for
it
us.
does. That's all that matters. But yes, going into this one, you know, the push aspect of it, it was interesting to see the outcome when it came to escorts. Since again, we didn't get to see that when it came to these 2 previous weeks, and you know, Shock able to pick a map that they were able to work very efficiently on. It was extremely tight between the 2 of them, and now moving into this push map, it's going to be interesting, like you had mentioned, and what Gargoyle is going to contribute to this, because with this map specifically,
is he still
we
in?
talk a lot about when it comes to your positioning, especially where you maneuver that barricade with the bot, because there are those significant staging points that you like to take it to, so that you can utilize the high ground, the catwalks, the different doorways, the channels, denying your opponent from finding the best avenues to take you down. And realistically, it's going
I think
to
you
come
sub out Gargoyle here, right?
that type
Surely.
of understanding of map structural
You put like
foundations.
fucking
And I wonder if that's
Fearless
just
back
kind
in
of
on
a
our
thing where
Macho
they're
or
just,
Winston or
like, the Diva
something.
can supplement a little bit like how the
Something
Winston
like
is
that.
played, and like that's like what Gargoyle is going to be in there for. Maybe they have an idea of like Esperanza specifically on how to do that one, but I do believe we have some more stats coming up here for you as we're just filling time a little bit, just making sure that we, you know, get all of our ducks in a row before we go forward. And I think that it will be interesting to see a little bit about how we saw the matchup between Max and Gargoyle, now Junbin versus Gargoyle, because Junbin is a little bit more of that main tank specialist, more so than anything. Yes, I think they can both play pretty much anything in their kit, but it is going to be interesting to see how that dynamic changes if we see Junbin on the Winston rather than Max versus Gargoyle on a Diva mirror.
Yeah, and it's those subtle differences, and we almost kind of want to put a little bit of pressure onto Gargoyle, but at the same time, they've been able to show some extremely quality play, and being able to bring that onto this map of Esperanza is going to be really helpful for us to better understand what their, you know, overall contribution is to the team and why they feel confident in doing so, because we have consistently seen Fearless do a wonderful job. There's only a couple of occasions that we saw previously in the weeks prior that were a little problematic upon certain entries and some disconnects in how the dive went through, but ultimately it's still been very foolproof nonetheless.
I definitely agree there, and when I see a map like this and I'm like, okay, there isn't going to be Fearless's Winston, that's really where the Fearless part of it is the part that like I'm really thinking about, because he is so good at like that hero and is the tip of the spear in a lot of what the Houston Outlaws want to do. But they know better than me. I'm just in Diamond. So like, you know, the Gargoyle being here, they definitely have a reason for him being in this spot. I think Diva is probably what we're going to be seeing from Gargoyle more so than anything
That's
else.
weird.
It could be a decent counter to like a Winston, right? It does give that ability to sit in the Winston's face and not really have that pressure continuously put upon you in terms of that posturing. But as the Outlaws come out, it looks like we are going to be seeing Gargoyle on that Diva. In San Francisco Shock, I don't think, much to your chagrin, Rich, that we will be seeing Orisa anytime soon. It is going to be the Winston.
I can only hope.
Yeah. I mean,
But that's not going to be the case. One day.
She'll get nerfed, or buffed. Not nerfed, she's been nerfed.
I was going to say, I'm like, please don't do that to me anymore. I already feel sad as it is. But as we do
Bro, Orisa is still too strong. Character is a walk into anything and just sort of fortify and live. Right in
stairway and back avenue and alleyway channel to get some initial poke and prodding with Heesang onto the Hanzo to look for a couple of decent shots on the bridgeway and a couple of shots as well as a Bionade landing from Finn.
Yeah, and one of the things about the difference between the Hanzo and the Cassidy is that Cassidy has a little bit more of that front-loaded tank-busting damage, whereas the one-shot potential from Heesang is going to be something the Houston Outlaws have to respect here, especially since they don't have a Winston and they don't have that ability to put a bubble down and keep the rest of the team safe. They have to respect these oncoming shots coming in from Heesang.
And you can see this reservation from Outlaws maneuvering around this initial position, not wanting to get overwhelmed, finding a decent channel to approach that bridgeway, which is being very well held, but a nice couple of decent nades landing from Shu to force back away from this high ground. Heesang can't quite feel as comfortable getting those shots any longer since this bot continues to push forward, and even having the D.Va underneath from Gargoyle.
It's a race to the nanos right now because Finn and Shu are very close towards them, and whoever gets it first could be the difference maker on how these next fights go.
Proper also near that pulse bomb gets a lot of damage on the flank, but
Happy finds on.
the execution onto Pelican, looks for another attempt.
Ooh, how does Shu go down? That's a throw.
Well. Finn able to activate onto Junbin, getting so much electricity onto the opponent. It forces them back, approaching this primal rage. They take
So
the
stupid.
fight,
They shouldn't have lost that.
and they take the lead.
And I love how patiently they played that, because really one of the things about this composition
Why are they
is
playing
that the
D.Va?
can, you know,
That's my
cluster a
question.
little bit more
I don't understand the
quickly
pick.
in terms of just the Winston, where it's just like go in
It's
once
not
and
like
go
they're
in.
trying to counter
They played
the
around
the Moira, right? They already have that figured out. They're not trying to like make her like stupid unplayable. So they're just trying to like keep the fucking thing. So or like, are they just giving Gargoyle playtime for some reason?
Ooh, Shu so low, at least gets the nano boost out. Happy being knocked away.
What is? Why would you peek?
Carpet, but still gets an angle onto Proper, keeping a fixation onto them to deny any assistance, and this is going to be Outlaws taking that engagement.
No shot Proper thought that he was anywhere near that high noon. That was just Junbin, unfortunately, delivering that one to Proper, as the Houston Outlaws will come back.
Proper saw him game moved towards him, so I'm pretty sure that was just a mindless peek. You didn't really think about it too much.
Antis are in enclosed areas like this, so be looking on the lookout for Shu to throw one of these nades
You
and
go for
see
a
if they can
pulse.
get it onto those backline members so the dive can come in from Gargoyle.
Big pulse.
Pelican gets the stick, instant takedown onto both, mind you. They're so close together, they can't separate.
That's exactly what you need to do there. You didn't have a nano, you didn't have high noon. Just go for a pulse.
Sometimes that's all you need. Pelican sees the angle, gets onto that backline, and because there's nothing
They're gonna
like
try and
a
touch
Pittsburgh
before they
or
get
a Suzu
the
or anything like that, it's
point.
just a very easy pick from them.
First
And
tick.
also, one of the things that the D.Va offers, I think, as well,
But
that
I
we
don't-
have to talk
can
about, is
they?
that
No,
ability
they
to get
can't.
that pulse bomb. Proper has to play a little bit more carefully in his pulse bomb usage because of the fact that Gargoyle can be there at any time and eat it.
Nice boop to knock back Junbin on the engagement.
No, Violet!
Gonna get a nice pick onto Violet, who I'm pretty sure didn't see a couple of dragons flying in the back of him.
I think that was Pelican and Violet just like seeing Heesang cut by themselves, and they're just like, oh, hey, let's go ahead and dive this guy. And then Heesang's like, I have dragons, like, what are you gonna do? You're walking into my maw, and he takes them out. And an aggressive play from the Houston Outlaws comes back to bite them a little bit, because now
push
San
the
Francisco
bot.
Shock can come back into this. They have their support ultimates available to them as well in this next fight.
That's
so
good, they get the
really, San
touch.
Francisco Shock is in the driver's seat right now.
Touch a little early,
Deny this checkpoint
but
with consistent
just
touches.
touching.
Pelicans doing the best that they can to do so. With
No.
only a meter left, they unfortunately can't do so. So the checkpoint has been reached.
Pelican went too
All of
early
San
with the
Francisco's
touch and
gonna
forced
digress back.
recall.
They know that they can leave this time and maintain this bridgeway before anything can happen again. But
A
the
huge
dive with
dive.
Nano Boost instantly able to get some assistance onto the back line, but there's a 1-for-1 trade. Pelican down, but Finn being more critical. Then Dame with that sound barrier allows some sustainability here to try and regroup, but Heesang looks for the pickups, even though Stuck still alive.
Oh, but I mean, it's so close in terms of the meterage right now. And
Whoa,
here
I-
comes the high noon, or not the high noon, the self-destruct.
They're trying to
coming
win
in from
this?
Gargoyle, gets
I
nothing,
don't
and
know
they
why
won't
you
be able to
D.Va
remix,
bomb
so
there.
They should be Shock finally getting that
Pelican
advantage,
finds
which
one.
they do at the very end. Pelican, though, trying to fight it back.
Wow.
If you're Shock, you've already won. You have the lead at this point.
Even so, I don't think you should use D.Va bomb there.
To recede back, making sure you hold that archway and that stairway proper. Gonna just look for a great cleanup onto Pelican. Slept, and once again, we have to give major credit to these Ana players because it has been stellar from both fronts.
Yeah, these backlines are absolutely unreal. I'd love to see at the end of this, like going back and looking through your stats, the sleep dart percentage hit from both of these Ana players because it has been such an impactful part of this series so far. As the Houston Outlaws do have a high noon to work with to be able to push back San Francisco Shock a little bit, but they are behind the 8 ball, the Outlaws, in terms of that meterage.
Happy,
nice.
Almost eliminated. Well, there's a swap.
Ooh, the pulse bomb was hit.
Reverse, as I've heard Leg Day say on a couple of occasions, managing to turn it back. 1-for-1 trade, though. You lose the Deadeye so that they cannot use that for a zoning mechanism. Playing this corner, and Shock still looking to get a decent amount of distance, but have finally been stifled.
Shu hit 2 unreal antis during that entire fight. Like, the first one where he just hits it onto the backline. Yes, the backline doesn't necessarily die, but they're not there to help Junbin while he's in Primal Rage. So Junbin goes in super deep, but doesn't have the pocket from their supports available to them to get back out and get out safely. And then Shu hits another one off the back end. Shu has been incredible so far this entire series. We talk about these flex supports a lot, and there the anti-nades get a ton of value to help out Houston Outlaws winning that fight, as both support ultimates available here for the Outlaws. Dragon doesn't get anything. Oh, actually,
Pelican dies.
Pelican somehow.
It divides them, and Pelican, unfortunately, still within the radius, gets eliminated, and there is at least some trade here. The fact that you do get value onto this as well. Vindame having to try and recover back quickly to the rest of the group. Happy, now covered, gets the Deadeye to pump some damage out, but no takedowns.
That was good. I used it right there and then.
Because of those critical picks.
Oh!
He
got rolled.
From Happy, who is still alive here, and he's getting pocketed pretty well by the rest of the team. Maybe Happy can hold this position, but with Pelican down, it's going to make it a lot harder.
To get nice headshots.
And they got to go back to this neutral position. Once again, looking for a full regroup. There is still time for them to do so, and Shock still feel in a great position because they know they have the advantage by at least 40+ meters.
They also have a huge advantage when it comes to that sound barrier. Vindave is going to have theirs, so if they want on the Shock's end, they can just tempo sound barrier and take all of the space for free. And I think Houston Outlaws are knowing that they are at a position where they have to retreat, but they can't give up this space for free. That's the biggest problem right now with the Outlaws.
Junbin just going to fall back too. The second you see anything from Outlaws playing forward, they can just dive out of this and allow them to go back in. Sound barrier leans in. You have Shock.
Trying to protect Shu, but didn't work out.
Outlaws. They can't recover from it. Asleep onto Happy, denies the damage, and then instantly gets picked up. Proper finds the window and completely takes advantage of it. And once again, you have Shock in the driver's seat to deny Outlaws.
Oh, and this is so smart what Proper is doing here, trying to just take the bot away. Even if this fight somehow miraculously doesn't end up going Shock's way, the bot is already moving, and they're already thinking from a macro level, how much more advantage can we get? Outlaws, 2 minutes left for them. Shu is down with a shot from Heesang, and the Outlaws are looking on the back ropes completely right now. Luckily, they can come back in. They have a self-destruct from Gargoyle to be able to give them that second life. They also have a pulse bomb from Pelican, and he's hit one already, a big one in this map. Can he do it again?
San Francisco Shock want to see this map 5. It's a deja vu moment from our previous game. Dragon Strike once again causes a division. Gargoyle no longer having that self-destruct.
How's Gargoyle doing that, bro?
So now this
is the first time we see him, and he's not doing that great on the Diva.
The ultimates hit no pay dirt from the Houston Outlaws. You can see they've even made a Desert Swap over to the Sombra just to try and negate a little bit these dives coming in from Junbin, or just negate Proper a little bit. And San Francisco Shock are sitting pretty at this current moment. 3 ultimates in their bank to walk forward. The Outlaws only EMP and have it hit pay dirt.
And the most challenging part of this is Shock doesn't even have to play to the rest of this choke point. They can sit back, hold these angles, and allow Outlaws to pressure into them. There is some opportunity to get these couple of picks to the right-hand side, but now Junbin with more disruption. The Primal Rage is there. They're approaching even more with not only this nano boost, but the sound barrier to contribute into it. Junbin, though, can't get topped up quick enough because they put the nano boost onto Heesang, but it's now only 45 seconds to go. Outlaws scrambling to take this fight, and again, even if Shock lose, they have more than enough time to gain their bearings, get back to their defensive position, and look to hold again.
Outlaws have also used everything, Rich. They don't have a single ultimate besides Pelican's Pulse Bomb left in their bank, and this is going to be the last fight that they're going to get. And if you're the Shock, you know you have the
goes back.
Sound barrier. Violet is making a Desert Swap over to the Baptiste just to give them that immortality field, give them a little bit more healing, and potentially bring them back.
I think if Violet was better at Kiriko, he would go Kiriko here.
This next ultimate fight that we're going to be having.
Top. Shock once again in a dominant position, maintaining this bridgeway hacked in the back.
Nice pick.
Oh, and Dame goes down, and a Bionade lands on 2 additional Finn, and Heesen can't withstand it. That's the first of many fights that you're going to need to see from Outlaws to be able to take this away.
And now they know for sure that there is going to be that sound barrier on the other side. Junbin actually trades down Gargoyle. That's a big pick. That means that there's no tank available here for the Houston Outlaws. And with Junbin getting out and surviving, that's a tank advantage for the Shock.
And the timing is going to be not
I
favorable.
can kill him
They
now.
didn't get to it
That's
close
huge.
enough for the closer spawn. Happy down below. They take down Junbin, though, who's left vulnerable among the rest. And this now gives an opportunity, yeah.
He went way too early. He shouldn't have done
He
that.
has no respect for the Sombra that could potentially be there. He dives onto the car just to try and get it before that checkpoint, and he just instantly dies. And now Houston Outlaws, they've been given an extra life back into this one. Yes, the Shock still have some ultimates, but look at the ultimates now of the Outlaws.
If the Shock win this, that is a massive fail by them. They should not win, or they should not lose this. They have 2 more fights, minimum. While he goes down, shoot, yeah, they lost.
The Outlaws now are only with few remaining. That nano boost can't
Good
give
hack.
enough for Pelican to carry
Nothing
the
else you can
remaining
do.
three. It will be
Even
Shock
Pelican
able
kills
to
4
hold
here.
There's an EMP again, a desperate play, but there's far too many dead. There's no damage to turn this around, and San Francisco Shock able to take this and bring it into a map 5.
Another map 5, one after the other.
Damn.
It feels like the first map was close, and then we had a little bit more of that Houston Outlaws, and then the third map was way closer as well. Not really, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Rialto was pretty much favored in terms of the Shock, but now we're going to a map 5, which is, and I gotta ask, you know, where's Fearless? Where is Fearless in this scenario? Because Fearless hasn't been here for 2 maps, and they've lost.
It was really weird they subbed him out when they haven't played Gargoyle at all.
Looking at the bigger picture here too, how this is going to unfold, and it's the mentality that you have to be thinking of, because this is a single elimination factor, that if you lose this, you go home, the reverse sweep is right in their sights, and the tension is really starting to increase for this squad.
Yeah, the next map is going to be incredibly important, especially because of the fact that wherever we go to, like, do we see Gargoyle still? Do we see Fearless come back into this? Because we have to remember that this is do or die. It's single elim. This is one last map for the entirety of the rest of the bracket for these 2 teams.
And we'll be able to complete that 5th and final map here just after this break, so don't go anywhere, because I think we're all itching to see who takes it.
Oh, please, please, do not lose, man. My friends have been, so far it's perfect right now, right? But for the Houston Shock game, as long as Houston wins, right? Florida was 3-0 in terms of them. I didn't think London would be that bad, but they were. Toronto somehow beat a really slow Boston, and Shock or Houston decided they're gonna throw and play Gargoyle down the D.Va for some reason when they don't need to. It's a strange set of circumstances that's happening right now. This is fucking something, bro.
Hello. As we enter back into
Someone was smoking the glue when they fucking wrote the script.
Like I said, deja vu moment as we get some great intel while we were on the break. We're actually going to be seeing Fearless return into the roster so they can actually regain some composure from what they've had in these unfortunate last two maps, Kenobi.
Yeah, no more
surely they would know.
shenanigans. We
We're
found
back.
Fearless has gotten back into the lineup, which is, I would say, good for the Outlaws because basically through the history of the series, Fearless has looked incredible as they usually do on the Winston. Gargoyle has come in. It's not like the D.Va has like looked bad or anything, but it's more that the Shock kind of have a better way of dealing with that than like the kind of dwarfness of a player that Fearless is on Winston. So as we go into our next map of Oasis, makes sense that, you know, Fearless is here. It is a very Winston-centric map. As we start things off, though, this is a map that'll be interesting because this tends to me to be more of that map where we see like the more enclosed compositions, right? The Brawl, the Ramatras, things like that. So maybe Shock have something up their sleeve here because this doesn't necessarily favor too much Outlaws playstyle on a map like this.
Yeah, and we've seen all the other varieties of control. We've seen Antarctic Peninsula, we've seen Nepal, Ilios, Lijiang Tower, but now we get to enter onto Oasis as we enter into this quarterfinals lower segment. Game 3, as we will see who is able to move on and who is unfortunately going to be sent home, packing, wishing that the outcome would have been different.
As we start things off, we have to remember again, this is map 5. Last chance for both of these teams here to go further in the bracket, get in the money, get into that Final Four as Houston Outlaws coming in on this rotation, going up to the top right. But the thing that's different about this is that they use the TP, so Fearless hasn't had to jump yet, so he still has that in his back pocket. And actually the Shock have to give up completely this high ground away because of that.
Yeah, they want to respect this, knowing the intensity of this control map. Everything is on the line here, and to be able to get this early lead into the round 1 is a lot more formidable for them in the long haul. Heesang still looking to get a couple of decent shots. Again, can really get that one-shot, one-hit potential over Happy. Heesang looking quickly for Pelican in the back, who rounds the corner. Can't quite land the shots necessary to get that damage thrown out as heavily as they would like. And as they pressure in, Happy goes for the follow-up, can't get proper. It is a all-around maneuver as Pelican finally gets the first elimination, and Finn is going to fall alongside Junbin.
That's a little bit of the duality of the Hanzo in a situation like this, where it's like when you're on the Cassidy, you offer just a little bit more of that constant pressure, and Heesang is essentially reliant on finding some picks with a headshot.
I wonder if teams with one tank will excel the teams with two tanks, just because you don't have to switch players, and you're like accustomed to the person shot calling.
A little bit easier onto the Houston Outlaws.
Respecting, once again, Houston Outlaws drawing back. They know that they can give this space for the moment until they want to re-engage this. Nade lands onto Happy for now. Hack as well. Shu needs to be extremely careful, but gets hit by the pulse bomb and can't recover.
He got boot back into it.
Now, having a pulse bomb of their own approaching soon. Finn even trades, but this is still Shock able to take the advantage, denying Outlaws for the moment.
Happy is popping off.
Recovery, especially with Fearless sticking close by to Happy.
I mean, this is one of the things Houston Outlaws do so well is, yes, Shock get like a really good pick to start.
Whoa.
Wait, hold on. What? Happy's dead? They were really trying to stagger and Happy.
Who was Shu?
Got caught a little bit with their pants down. I think they know. But again, when that initial fight happened, Shock had to use literally everything to dive onto that backline. And Houston Outlaws, yes, they lost their support, but they were like, cool, calm, and collected. We know we have an advantage when it comes to our resources, so that way we can turn the fight in our favor. And they have a treasure trove of ultimates to work with here that Shock don't.
Nano, active, Fearless, boosted, diving in, climbing towards the Primal Rage, and the elimination instantly onto Van Dame makes this extremely dominant with only 25% really to go.
And we've only had like 3 fights, it's felt like. And that's just one fight win off of a nano boost. They're able to win that one. So now when San Francisco Shock come back with their ultimates, they're still in good position when it comes to that macro play. But Shock have to probably throw everything into this fight with Pelican.
Tick, tick, boom! They're outside of the radius, though. Finn survives, but there is a Primal Rage chasing him down. Eludes the dart. Junbin on the flank, though, managing to get one. The trades come in, favoring Shock. Pushing onto this point, overtime active, Outlaws digressing back, retreating to regroup. They give up this point, but they have a massive amount of time to recover and swap this back.
Luckily, though, for the Shock, they did
have a lot of
fight off the back of just the EMP, which is great for them in this scenario because that's something that they're going to
need. If you can use Sombra to force like nano beat and pulse, that's huge. We're into all their ults.
They know that they have to continue to rotate these ultimates effectively to be here.
Oh, what a Bione to land. drawing them back, giving space. Oh, that was close. Close for comfort.
That's exactly what they do.
Junbin and Finn,
Force
though,
all their rolls with a single
this front
beat.
side, the self-destruct going to see if it gets anything, but it's instantly covered by a shield. Fearless perfectly placed that, and now they bring it into the overtime. There's a takedown onto Happy, but at this
Name's
point,
gonna die
there's
here.
far too many players from Outlaws. There's actually a regroup since they drew back, and the numbers are going to work in their favor, and even Junbin swaps onto the Wrecking Ball to give extra assistance.
Yeah, Junbin on their patented Wrecking Ball here. They're actually managing
Violet
to find
dies somehow,
Violet in
what?
this scenario. That means the healers aren't here for Houston Outlaws just yet. Finally, it's going to be Shu coming back in with these nades and with the Ana healing, but Junbin is going to be a force to be reckoned with their hack.
Oh, this is so devastating. You basically neutered Junbin as they have to regroup in the back, looking for that recovery with the health package that's generated.
Dies.
Proper. Now, getting
Big
shut
pick.
down again, keeping it contested.
No, they can't finish the fight, man.
A miraculous onslaught from
Oh, it's not over yet.
I
Shoot.
don't know if they can keep it up, though. There's only these few last members available to the San Francisco Shock, and they don't have anything to work with. There's going to be a pulse from Happy so close to EMP.
Yo, kill this guy. Please kill him.
Fearless has to make something happen with a Primal Rage.
Yes, kill him. There you go. Finally, Jesus. So annoying, man. Good jump.
Riding on the shoulders of that, and Fearless just taking full control of this, despite being hit by the EMP. They swap it back. They're eliminating Junbin.
This is good at the long jumps. Not really the short jumps, but the long jumps he is really good at.
No worries. Finn now with a desperate touch.
That was unlucky.
This is now just throwing bodies, the corpses of Shock onto this point, so that they can buy more time. And even with the opportunity of Junbin switching with that Wrecking Ball, can't get back.
Yo, you guys need to get kills though. Stop throwing. No. Kill someone. Kill someone.
Maybe they can keep Junbin alive, but he ends up going.
They wasted the MP, bro.
Soon with Coalescence, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Vindame down.
Oh my god, that was almost really bad. If they didn't kill Junbin, they would have won. Shock would have won.
But they are able to take that one at the very end. That one Violet sound barrier where he sound barriered at like 20 health, and I was like, this is 100% an Ajax coming. But I think actually Fearless had dropped a bubble on top of him to keep him alive, because that was a very, very scary situation that could have completely turned the entirety of that fight.
Yeah, I think both you and I and everybody watching at home had all a moment of heart skipping a beat, just as that beat finally came through, as we do now enter into this next sub-map to see if Houston Outlaws in this moment are able to take it 2-0 so that they can continue moving on through this bracket, or Shock looking to bring it to round 3 and be able to find the advantage over their opponent.
And now how I wonder it's going to look when Heesang is already on the Sombra to start things off. You can control some of these health packs, and also
yeah, the health pack, you should play Sombra here, honestly.
Is going to be diving in and has to be worried.
I guess Tree could work too, but the health pack, if you're playing around there, you're pretty much want to play Sombra. Does Finn not have Suzu? Pelican got 2. They're probably gonna lose this, but no, they got 3K.
Still doing some decent work until finally they've been faltered.
That was on a knife's edge for a bit, because Shock did not have healers during that entire fight in Outlaws. It could have gone either way in a scenario like that. The point still hasn't flipped over yet, so positioning isn't really an advantage for either of these teams just yet until Junbin comes back into this fight, and now they can start to set up their staging in terms of being on this defensive end. Heesang can flank basically anywhere they want and try and find Pelican specifically. It looks like that's what they're doing. They're trying to check Pelican along with Proper to make Pelican's life absolutely miserable.
And you can see Shu having to keep such a watchful eye onto Pelican to recover that health. Regrouping now for Outlaws to push back in. Shock on the high ground, waiting to see the entry from Fearless. They've already committed the jump, but the bubble hasn't been placed just yet. Great Bionade defensively to sustain through the dive that comes in from Shock. Overwhelmed and Happy gets the shutdown onto Heesang, and this after a very scary engagement, leaving them slightly vulnerable. Houston Outlaws recover with the regroup from Fearless after diving forward and isolate them in the back.
Violet too, though.
Still alive, trying to do the best that they can. There is a Kiriko teleport maybe available.
Wait. Houston turned this? Wait, they won the fight. How? They're like training equally. They should have lost that.
It is interesting to me that we are seeing Finn specifically on the Kiriko. It feels like we've seen a lot of Kiriko kind of falling off a little bit, but if the goal of the Shock is to just dive Shu in the backline or dive Violet, having a Kiriko with you makes that dive even more lethal.
Heesang and Proper alongside one another. EMP mid-air and gets popped. Proper with a triple kill and just taking the entirety of that high ground positioning.
That's the wonders of Sombra right there, right? Where you see that there's just this little Ana kind of by themselves trying to go to the high ground, instantly EMP'd, and the dive is perfectly from them. And as we're going to see Proper with this 3K, I think he just gets like a bunch of kills at the very end of it. Yeah, you know.
Yep.
Kill secures, we'll call them, you know? Kill secures, we'll call them.
Just the suplex from the top
Clean up.
rope all the way down, hitting 3. You know, feeling really good about that one. Because now it's already 60+% pulse bomb lands. Fearless commits, or correction, Junbin commits that primal rage to counteract against it. But still, Shock able to take this.
If Fearless can primal.
Once again, despite it being
Yeah, that's good.
swapped for a brief small percentages. Fearless is just gonna buy time with
Just
the
keep
primal
touching.
rage, but it is a numbers
Whoa,
dominance for
Nano
Shock
is
as they even
unnecessary.
commit this Kitsune rush.
I mean,
No!
committing to this too, as the Soundbreaker comes down from Vindai.
He was so close.
Still have control of this point. They're trying desperately to keep ticking that point as much as they can, but maybe it's a little bit too much overcommitting because now they'll have nothing for the rest of this.
Extremely overzealous. Pelican really being the only one that's close to the next, and that's still a tall order to ask. Happy with that EMP can be a win condition here, but yes, you were absolutely correct. Committing those 3 was really substantial.
I mean, they are lucky that Happy is going to be able to have EMP because that is just one ultimate fight win, but they did commit a lot to just get maybe 20% more. And with where the Shock are right now, we're in last fight territory, and Heesang is not necessarily that far behind in terms of EMP, and look at the Shock go.
Yeah, they're throttling. They want to try and catch them off guard as Shock looks to recover.
This is such a scrappy fight. By the punch Finn.
But there is an even trade. Finn goes down, solely relying on the Lucios now. The mobility and the AoE healing. It's approaching that final moment with Proper gaining the health pack and looking to go back into this. They did get some detection, attempting to find where Happy is, knowing that they've got this EMP available for the final fight. It's looking to be swapped over. Outlaws will look to activate it, gaining 1, but Pelican gets heat, saying deleting it in the moment. They could look to swap this back if they can just continue to find.
Oh, the Suzu's so dumb.
Manages to buy them a few more seconds. Kenobi.
The Sombra isn't in this fight just right now. They will be back eventually. Pelican getting extremely low. Proper's looking for the kill. Violet is down.
Junbin stuck, gets blown to bits for the moment with the assistance of Happy up close in proximity. Now they are looking for ultimates to try and switch this back. Detected for the time being. Overtime is still being countered as there's a nice EMP to shut down Pelican. It is back and forth, blood pumping. Outlaws want to end it here, but San Francisco Shock says no. We are still here, we are still breathing, and we want to take this into a round 3.
That was so smart as the Kitsune Rush is committed, and that's going to be it.
I don't think Houston misplayed there.
He waits until Pelican uses recall. As soon as that recall comes through, instantly, EMP, the rest of the Shock, Hive Mind, dive onto Pelican. The fight is completely over at that point. What a play from the Shock, who take us to, I bet not a lot of people were thinking about this at the start of the series. We are on the last sub-map possible. We've gone the absolute distance with both of these teams. And this is going to be a map where I wonder, do we see Outlaws come out on Sombra first? Like, do we see them switch to that Sombra? Because Heesang is getting so much value. I cannot understate how good Heesang, when he's on this Sombra, is playing along with the rest of the dive from the San Francisco Shock. They are overwhelming the Houston Outlaws, and the Houston Outlaws need like a stopgap to be able to stop this tempo.
They have to plant their feet and make sure that they.
I think Houston can do it. I think Houston can do it.
What they had earlier in these 2 maps, they came out strong. They dominated over Shock, and miraculously, Shock is able to bolster their morale. To bring them into a position like this and
oh, that's a mental breaking right there.
Instantly again on entry. This is a disaster to start out here for Outlaws. They need to attempt to recover, but they are locked in this small corridor with a flanking position by Proper as well, bamboozling them, and Outlaws have to flee.
I mean, I have no idea how Pelican ended up dying there, but that's a pick that the San Francisco Shock need to continue to move this forward. They do have control of this point right now, but the health bars are a little bit low. Junbin, can they survive?
Junbin is so low. Finn as well. There's just far too much damage being spread across Shock. Outlaws are able to recover from this when they dive back in. They didn't use nearly as much out the gate, and they are able to swap it away from Shock.
And that's one of the dangers of the Kiriko now. After all of the nerfs that she's had, yes, she's so good at diving, but the healing output is just not there compared to something like an Ana. That meant that Houston Outlaws had a very small window where they could go in, and they executed perfectly onto it. Now, the dive has to come back in from the Shock. You see Heesang on the flank. They're looking for Shu, but Shu is positioned extremely well here to negate that dive.
Now, Junbin again getting an instant pick out the gate. Just unleashing.
I'm glad Shu died before he could use it now, because that would have been bad.
2 in the kill feed, and just looking for blood.
I mean, these dives are so crispy from the Shock. I'm thinking about like how this is perfectly positioned from Shu. He's so far away, and somehow Junbin and Vindame and Finn all just collapse onto that Ana. And the thing about it is they're not even hacking the Ana. They're hacking the person in front of the Ana, so that way they know that they can just get one singular kill and turn the fight completely on its head. EMP from Heeseng comes in, doesn't get anyone.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Nobody
what
is hacked
happened?
out by that. But Junbin's still able to get pickup onto Shu. Happy, covered by Violet, but the Nano doesn't get anything either.
Trading back and forth between both of these teams. EMP doesn't get
Oh,
anybody.
this
She
is
was
bad.
actually going over to the Kiriko just to try and give a little bit of self-preservation because the Ana is constantly getting dove. As now we see another dive in.
This cannot be happening.
That's going to amplify so much here for Shock as there is an attention back to the point. They're trying to divert attention, and it's actually working. Fearless in the flanking angle with those raging fists. Hacked for the moment until they can get it back online. Diving onto Proper, electrifying them to force them out. It is Outlaws still in this position to take it back, but there has been a massive percentage gain here for Shock.
Able to flip, which is the biggest thing right there. 73% for the Shock. Not quite that last fight territory, but we are getting close. Outlaws have to play this pretty perfectly from here on out. And you can look at Heeseng going towards that back line, seeing what they can find. It's not as easy as killing the Ana, but there comes the hack.
Good boop, huge boop.
Violet to stop that.
So clean. Junbin has gained multiple attempts on this with massive value and success, and that denial is huge as we do see now.
That was a good boop. Fuck. This pulse one could be huge. Oh, huge whiff. Needs to live. No, no, no. Please don't die. No.
As Shu swings by, Proper gets the flank, finds the angle, gets the two-piece, and is now going blood crazed to want to whip this back.
He's gonna be able to clean this fight up.
Honestly, Houston should sign Striker, bro. If Boston's not gonna use him, he's too good of a player to keep on the bench, bro. And you could have a Trisha to match Proper, even beat him.
Deadly time right now for the Outlaws. Heeseng is holding on to EMP. There's a Kitsune Rush with it. If this EMP hits that back line, it's over.
Full hit is the damage there. Can they get the pickup? Violet is down.
Oh, you can't lose Violet. He has the barrier. Fuck. Pelican can't die either. You have to turn the fight, bro. What is he doing?
Pelican is getting solo, forced to recall. Outlaws supports will be back in time with their ultimates.
Proper now looking to chase down Shu, keeping Pelican alive. The Kitsune Rush, that's what they've been waiting for. Happy gets the takedown. Heeseng eliminated.
Oh dear God.
Contributes their own, and there's going to be Junbin going down before they're able to do anything in recovery. Houston Outlaws now have a chance to swap it back, but Shock will get one last attempt here to take this.
And I wonder if Finn is going to be kicking himself.
This could be huge.
Rush. There was just an onslaught that the Kitsune Rush was not going to help. And if you would have had that for this last fight,
if they can hit an EMP, bro. If they can hit an early EMP and get a pick onto like Finn or Proper or Heeseng, bro, that could be massive.
Happy's looking for it, seeing if they can find that backline. They know they want to get Finn and Vindame here.
Dame playing the high ground angle along the wall. Happy, patient, looks for the
Happy cannot die, please.
Onto it,
that's huge. That's a huge pick. Oh my God. No, 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 no. They win this. Oh, that was a nasty stick. Oh, it's not over yet. Don't catch your curse. Please kill Finn. Please. Yes. Let's go. Oh, that was close. Oh, Jesus.
It was an absolute battle that these two titans of Overwatch went through, but in the end, at the very end, who else but Shu and Violet take down Proper, who was coming at them with Pulse Bomb. What an
that was scary, bro.
Series that was
oh my
these
God.
Two teams. Not a lot of people expected it to be that close, but man, at the end there, it felt like it could have gone either way on a complete knife's edge.
And it's those subtle micro moments that make the difference here. You saw Shock wanting to push with that hashtag winnable, but unfortunately fall short in those final instances with just the miraculous play that we've seen.
Hashtag anti up, bitch.
Down below, all the distance that has been gained. And Houston Outlaws, I think they
I really don't like the Shock anymore, bro. Violet was the only hope I had for that team, and I was on the bear team. So GG, bro.
What is it? The word is like the rumors about the demise of the San Francisco Shock have been greatly exaggerated. This team, I mean this team, bro. there were some of those maps, even that last one where they brought in Fearless back, like Shock was on one. If you ever get this team in a meta where they are like clicking on all cylinders, those dives were perfect. But I think at the very end, even that one where you saw where like Junbin's trying to dive onto the backline with Heesang and Violet immediately right there, you know, with the boot.
That's
like,
what you're missing, bro. You
a
had that player on your team and you gave him away. Once again, bro, the player they gave away was the reason they lost to the Houston Outlaws. It's always Houston, bro.
Which is going to be Pelican for the player of the match. Unbelievable performance. We saw this push and pull from both squads, but Pelican elevating themselves among the rest. And we're going to get a beautiful highlight reel of everything that we were able to see from this performing.
Rookie of the year for a reason. I mean, this guy continues to perform, especially on Tracer, something that they weren't necessarily known for. You know, the Echo was like kind of the thing that really brought Pelican.
You keep saying they weren't necessarily. Who is the other person, bro? What do you mean they?
In these clutch moments,
That's not how you use that word. Oh, that boop from Gargoyle actually killed him.
Well this series, and I think that they deserve a lot of credit, but Shock made him sweat, man. Made him sweat, and that team is still going to be very good going into our Overwatch League. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing them for the rest of this bracket, but man, they gave us a show to go out.
They really, really did. And we can just take a look at the stats as well for Pelican and what they've been able to contribute into this. Just beautiful standings. Again, just the per 10 minutes, their score line across the board is miraculous to see.
I mean, also the deaths as well. Like the low deaths is actually pretty incredible. The fact that he's like living through a lot of these moments and like not getting caught off guard, not getting one clipped by proper, like that helps a lot in terms of like how Houston Outlaws want to be playing. You want to have someone who kind of knows their limits, right? It's like you're not going in and dying a lot in terms of this. Like 3.5 out of 10 is like pretty good, right? So you're not like giving your life for that. You're playing your life, and you are still like being impactful in terms of like that damage and stuff.
And now we have been able to see a conclusion to this bottom half, but there is still one more match that we have coming up shortly.
Atlanta versus Glads.
So that they can get their words
I have more faith in Atlanta.
They're probably sitting on the edge of their seats just like we were. So don't go anywhere to hear a word from them.
Sheesh.
watch point. Game break. Zoe here, joined by Danny and Necra. By the way, Necra thinks that I would win a physical alteration against Costa, and she gives me a fighting chance against Johnny if I play dirty. Bet. There you have it.
So he's gonna throw sand in his face.
Actually true. I have zero honor. Who does have honor though is our teams, and they fought like with everything they got.
Yeah.
This one went the distance, and quite frankly, this is a completely different San Francisco Shock than what we saw during the group stages. They certainly have cleaned up their act, and Houston Outlaws. There are some Houston moments again, as we are very used from that franchise, but in the end, they scraped it out.
Yeah, this was a really, really great match to watch between these two teams. You know, I think one of the things I really want to point out here is actually the Moira choice coming through from Finn. We didn't see it find a lot of success, but we did see it absolutely have value in a lot of the cases that we ended up seeing the Finn Moira work. It was to be able to have a little bit more survivability, maybe have a hero that was a little bit more ping friendly, but also when you're playing in tandem with this D.Va coming in from Max or the rest of the dive, you're playing in these close quarters that those orbs can kind of just bounce around and also be able to heal up the team or do damage whatever poison you have chosen for your team. But I think overall though, this series really delivered, and the Shock definitely shocked.
Yeah,
They did.
I think they had so much better looks overall, so I'm very excited for the regular season when they're, you know, back in the States. But I mean, this match, you know, we have to give credit to Houston Outlaws. Of course, there were some Houstonable moments, like Zoe mentioned, but, you know, everyone on their team, they looked fantastic overall, and especially their backline, like Shu is just a crazy Ana player, and of course Violet as well. I think Rich and Kenobi mentioned that he's like the Swiss Army knife of Houston Outlaws, and I 100% agree, because he's, you know, he's so versatile. He could play so many heroes to allow his teammates to, you know, flex onto different things as well.
Yeah, no, that backline is scary, and we have one half of that backline joining us for a post-game interview. So Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. All right, for the post-match interview, we have Shu. I kind of PTSD because our last time interview didn't work. Hey, I hear him. 들리시나요?
Unlucky. 네, 들려요 이제.
Unlucky. Alright. Finally, he could hear us. Right. So, Shu, congratulations on that win. You know, it was a hard-fought battle. This match really went the distance. You know, all the way to the very last round. What gave you guys the edge against the San Francisco Shock today? 자, 일단 드디어 인터뷰를 하게 돼서 너무 반갑고요, 슈 선수. 오늘 경기 진짜 끝까지 간 것 같습니다. 정말 팽팽한 접전이었는데, 오늘 센쇼과의 경기에서 좀 어떻게 해서 승리를 이루시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
솔직히 최소 이제 3대1로 이겨야 된다고 생각했는데 저희가 실수를 좀 해가지고 좀 힘들게 이겼던 것 같아요. 근데 원래 좀 더 쉽게 이겼어야 되는 경기라고 생각하는데 상대가 생각 외로 좀 잘한 것도 있고 네, 그런 것 같아요.
Alright, honestly, you know, coming into today's series, we thought it was going to be sort of an easier victory for the Houston Outlaws. We expected it to be a 3-1 victory, but, you know, there were some mistakes that we made. And also, San Francisco Shock played a lot better than we expected. So because of those two reasons, you know, it was sort of a more difficult than we had expected it to be. All right, well, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys still did get the win, and you guys are moving up to the semifinals, and that match is going to be, you know, you guys will be facing off against either Gladiators or the Atlanta Range. I just want to hear from you, like, who do you think is going to move on and be your opponents for the semifinals? 자, 마지막 질문으로 이제 오늘 그렇게 힘들게 이기셔도 마지막 승자는 우리 휴스턴 팀이기 때문에 다음 경기에서는 아틀란타 아니면 글래디와의 경기가 있을 텐데요. 슈 선수가 보셨을 때는 그 두 팀 중에서 어떤 팀이 이겨서 내일 만나시게 되실 것 같으신가요?
저는 솔직히 반반이라고 생각하고 둘 다 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 저는 글래디가 올라와서 글래디랑 경기를 했으면 좋겠어요.
이유가 있을까요? 왜 글래디가 올라와서 경기하고 싶으신지?
일단 그 호주 코치들한테 이제 이기고 나서 이제 이지를 한번 쳐주고 싶어서 이기고 나서 전체 채팅으로 네. 그럼 이제 좋아 죽을 것 같아요.
꼭 기대.
글래디 코치.
알겠습니다.
네.
꼭 기대하도록 하겠습니다. Alright, so Shu says that, I expect it to be a very close match between the Atlanta Reign and the Gladiators. I expect it to be sort of 50% chance for both sides, but I do personally want the Gladiators to win because just so that, if we face off against them tomorrow for the semifinals, I could tell the Australian coaches from the Gladiators that that we want, after we win, I could just type easy to the Australian coaches on the Gladiators side and show that, to prove my dominance over them, and I would honestly feel very happy with that. All right, Shu, I'm going to end the interview over with this. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 내일 이지를 꼭 기대하면서 네, 마지막으로 인사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Shu. Congratulations to him and the team. And you know what?
Easy.
I want that for him. I would love that for him. So
he really wants it.
Yeah, now I low-key have to root for the Gladiators because I want to give Shu that opportunity. It's got to be very satisfying. That's what we're all about, satisfaction. Speaking of which, I got a special treat for you after this lovely interview, and that's right. You know what people love? Shu, but what they also love, tokens. So all you have to do now is scan the QR code on the screen very quickly, fill out the details for a chance to claim your token offer. Mysterious.
Can we get it too?
Yes, yeah, all you have to do is scan the QR code. You missed it. Too slow. Well, maybe it will pop up again. Who knows? We'll see. Okay. Either way, good luck to everyone doing that at home. Now we are getting ready and setting up for our next match. In fact, the last match of the day. We had 3 quarterfinals already happening, and some upsets in there too, I dare say. Gladiators will now face up against the Atlanta Reign. Everything is possible in the world of Overwatch. That's what I learned today. Gladiators coming in with a 3-1 score. What was our takeaway from Gladiators' group stage?
I think for the Gladiators, a lot of questions were surrounding the team about, how much do we buy into the scrim books that are floating around, and I think that for the most part, they were able to put
I have no idea what the scrim books were. So.
Dante at the helm here, backed up by this all-star duo of Kevster and Kai. You also have Funny Astro and one of the newer inclusions onto the support lineup of Babel, and they've been able to do some amazing things together on this team. I feel like you saw a lot of fantastic
I would like to see Lastro played over Abel? Whatever, bro. His name is Bobble, bro. Like he changes the way you say his name like 7 times, I swear to God.
Tracer, that's a hero that we've seen a lot of come out from him specifically, and to high proficiency.
It's whatever.
Kai as well has always been
I like to see Lastro played more,
player, whether it's been with something like the Widowmaker, the Sojourn, this time the Cassidy. Everything's been looking really good for the Gladiators, but I think Atlanta Reign will be a big test of strength, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, if it was anyone else, I think they would have had an easier time, but they are going
now,
up against
all this being said, all 4 of these teams were garbage. Valiant, the worst. Eternal, the worst. London was pretty bad, and they had a contenders team known as Saints. They were decent, right? But still bad. So,
instead of Hawk coming to lineup, we're seeing
this is the first time they're gonna be put against like actual competition, but I think they're still gonna do great.
DPS players, stacked backline as a fielder. Chio, Vigilante as well is a great backline as well, and there's a good reason why Atlanta Reign is just so good as well.
Yeah, I mean, we sung praises for Lip, and also Stalker obviously very much impressed. Leg Day particularly had a lot of hymns to sing for Stalker's aim and tracking abilities. And of course, like you mentioned, Danny, that backline is scary. If we then look at their Pro-Am schedule so far in the group stages, I don't personally think that we actually saw them being pushed to the limit. They made it look easy each and every single time. Unlike the Outlaws, they did not have fun with it. They just went business. And yeah, let's see where this one goes. I very much hope to see the Gladiators push them to their limits. Let's take a look at our predictions to see where we're standing with this one. I have to buck up.
Surely everyone goes for Atlanta.
I really struggle after all those years. Doesn't matter which rendition of that roster it is I'm seeing. I struggle voting against them. I don't know. Atlanta.
I've hated Atlanta up till now because all their players are so annoying.
Apparently, according to sources. Me.
Really? Okay.
Well, we don't know. There's those Phoenixes. You literally can't prove me wrong.
Please just choose so I can see the match, man.
I'm also with the Kaka. Yeah, Atlanta Reign. played because I mean, Lip, everyone else, like we said, they're just so dominant. And also, I think this is it's going to be an interesting match because I don't know, we haven't seen a lot of Donghak play, I think, yet. But I think from what I've heard from like the KR side, he's a really good wrecking ball player. So I'm excited to finally see Donghak play for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, I'm
you
in the same
to
boat.
ball
I'm in
somber?
the same boat. It's Atlanta Reign across the board. I don't know what else you can really say about this roster except that their wins felt pretty flawless in the qualifiers, and I also think just looking at these two teams overall, I feel like you do have to give a little bit of a leg up to the Atlanta Reign backline, just knowing how much dominance they can really put behind something like an aggressive dive in this meta that's incredibly valuable. So I'm with Ms. Liz. I'm ready to see the bird-on-bird violence in the semifinals between Hawk and Pelican.
We do love that. Well, let's see if that's what we're gonna get, or maybe there's another surprise in the books. We'll find out in just a second. Now we had a few minutes to give Rich Rat and Kenobi a break after that intense match.
Oh, please tell me it's not the same too.
But you know what? They're
Damn
gonna go
it.
again. So let's see what this one has in store for us.
Not interested in hearing them, bro.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and I'm going to join you all on the desk. I don't know if Kenobi you want to, but we're for sure saying caca with you as well.
And Fun fact, that's actually a call that they made for Hawk way back in like Contenders. Every time he would hit Diva Bomb, they would say caca. So the real ones know about that one, but this matchup is looking to be incredible so far. And one thing that's interesting about when we go into this one, and I like that Danny brought this up on the desk, was the addition of Donghak into the lineup, because I think that the whispers that he's heard are completely true. Donghak is really, really prominent on Hammond. Like, it is his best hero, I would say, at the point. And I would argue that it's probably the reason he was brought into this roster, to cover that hero, because there are a lot of times that we've seen where it is really important to have a Hammond player in your back pocket. Not to mention that he can also play the Winston, but that Hammond is the thing that makes Donghak Donghak.
Yeah, and that's what we did get to see previously when we had Atlanta Reign on Ilios. They led in with Donghak as well, specifically on that Winston play. There's a lot of versatility that they can utilize when it comes to each independent round. And as we are looking to get into this, I know that we had a little bit of a break before entering into this one, but Kenobi, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm excited, and I'd be okay with going to another map 5. But that's going to be a tall ask.
I would not.
I mean, this series has a lot to live up to between the Toronto-Boston series and the series we just had between the Shock and the Outlaws. But if there's two teams that I would be like, they could probably deliver, especially with the pedigree you're seeing on your screen right now, it's definitely these two.
Absolutely. And, looking at Ilios specifically, where we did have on the counter side, as we talked a little bit about Atlanta Reign, we have been able to see it just ever so slightly when it does come to Dante, looking to lean in a little bit with potentially the Ramattra on rare occasions. But again, that was more a little bit into the Nepal map specifically. So it'll be nice to see how that kind of shakes up as well when we look at the tank-to-tank battle between the two. But, even taking a wider gaze to this, Kenobi, like the desk even said, all three of them acknowledging what the support lines are able to do. I consistently, during VOD reviewing, Babel, the amount of value that the nades and the sleeps were contributing into some of these fights was absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, and I think as we go into talking more about the Los Angeles Gladiators and their compositions, obviously when we talk about the Gladiators, we kind of can't not mention the fact that Dante is their main tank. But Dante, I think, on the Winston, I think we saw last year had a really good performance on the Outlaws. They got third, but you are facing up against some of the best Winstons in the world. One of the things I think Dante has done such a good job of is Ramattra, and I wonder if when maybe the Winston battle isn't working as well in their favor, do we see the Gladiators swap over to something a little bit more of that Ramattra brawly style? Because I think for Atlanta Reign, we'll probably see them tend more towards the Winston and the Hammond with their dive, with how potent it is. You have the best Sombra to ever
Let's
play.
see how these two duke it out.
It is going to be dive
Full faith in Atlanta.
unless we see Hawk in.
I love Dante, but there's just no way, man. Literally, man. Too clean. I don't even know where Dante is.
Instantaneous value to Atlanta Reign as they will draw back to that point after potentially getting a lovely fadeaway here onto that last support.
And what I love about the Atlanta Reign when they play this composition is they are so just decisive in their dives, right? You see Lip will go into the backline, find one
Stalker
person.
died there?
Stalker and Donghak always right there with him. every single time. And sometimes the best part about having Stalker and Lip as your DPS line, you might not even need the tank. You can just get kills because Lip is so good at this hero that you don't need the rest of the resources.
Yeah, their synergy is seamless, as we just saw, and will continue to keep a watchful eye of Lip once again. Deja vu. There's the dive though with Donghak to see if they can
No
get
kill
the
this
extra
time?
damage.
They're still gonna find the kill somehow.
Quickly.
Wow.
You still lose
Okay, bro.
manages to clutch this out, getting two.
How does that happen, bro? How does that happen?
He's also gonna get the hack onto Kevster. So now Kevster's not, I mean, Lip just that was insane that he was able to find two somewhere randomly out of that fight.
How?
And it's not like the Gladiators even played that bad. They played that super well. I love that Dante kind of dove back to try and peel. They took down Donghak, but Lip was still unabated.
Oh, don't let him die, bro.
Now
Jesus.
he's looking to farm towards that EMP. Will have
This
it
is
most
Wobble's
likely in this
first
next fight, and Gladiators
nano. He's
don't really
only
have a leg to
37%.
stand on.
No, not at all.
He's died twice at the beginning. I think you can go to Kiriko.
Seeing how Gladiators want to take this
Seeing how brutal they are. Oh my god. Please go on Kiriko, bro. You are not living this shit. There's no way you can live. It's 50%, and the percentage is more than 70%.
Hacking Dante, takes him down to half health, and immediately Stalker's right there back into him and puts his pulse bomb on him. And there's no way you can get healed through that, especially if you don't have something like Nano. So they win a fight off of just one macro move, and they keep their EMP for last fight territory.
And Lip long flank gets the EMP onto the supports. Kevster at least able to counteract Fielder for the moment.
That was a good jump from Donghak.
We've talked about heavily and what they can bring to the table, and that's one of those many that they're going to need. And this is still a
good.
There's a rotation from Donghak to make sure that they get that healing and that sustained. The barrier's going to make sure that they can withstand the incoming fire from Kevster and by
Stalker trying to help this tank out.
this over, but still contention.
How'd they win that?
99%.
Yeah, they unfortunately walk right back into the boop of Funny Astro.
Well, it's just like I said. They win the first fight, get to 99, they win 2, and then Atlanta kills everyone.
Without that, it looks like Atlanta Rain probably 100-0 this, but now Gladiators are not in a bad position in terms of their ultimate economy, right? You have a Primal Rage from Dante, Babel is close towards that Nano, so you have some survivability for Kai in that backline.
You have to go now. Like, you can't keep waiting like this. You have to engage now.
Bullying of the support line with what I'm seeing right now.
It's just
like, the more you wait, the more dangerous it gets.
just lurking, waiting to take advantage.
You use a random nano, it doesn't help.
It's just sending shivers down anyone's spine.
She was low. Did they kill him?
Oh,
oh.
Jeez.
Good recall.
Eliminated Stalker finds it, and everything shifts.
Look at this. They have 3 ultimates and they're losing the fight. They weren't aggressive enough. Which is something I didn't think I'd be saying.
Because again, they want to continue generating this percentage, because at this point, if it swaps back over, it's in the overtime. It's 99% already because Rain got it to this position.
And Lip is about to have an EMP as well, so Gladiators are walking into this fight.
This is really bad. Oh no, the sleep and the hack.
This EMP is going to do so much. I don't even know if Lip needs it in this fight.
Nope, there was a sleep, a hack.
Oh, okay then. That's weird.
Left alone across the pit. This will be Rain able to, with a dominant force, be able to take this first round.
This team is scary. Jesus.
Kind of the Atlanta Rain that we've been promised, right? Like
anyone else, I would pred Glads against them. But Atlanta,
like all these roster moves came
Jesus,
through.
it's not fair.
Stalker being here, Lip, the greatest Sombra player of all time, coming over to NA from APAC. You bring in a championship-winning backline in Chio and Fielder, and then you still have 2 tanks who are very consistent in how they play and have really good specialities. So I think this Atlanta Rain team going forward looks like a team to be reckoned with throughout this bracket.
Absolutely.
And also going into Overwatch League.
If Tracer and Sombra are meta, Atlanta probably will be the best team.
It is. I did not know that either. You know, sometimes we learn things, right?
What did they learn?
I learned today.
What did they learn?
Now onto Runes, where we were going to see the legendary Wrecking Ball play to counter against Gladiators.
And there's no Sombra on the other side as well, so
yeah, Kai should probably just try to go Sombra.
Going for that pile driver, seeing what they can find and setting up for the rest of those DPS to follow.
And the crowd control is so consistent.
Oh no! Sheesh. Kevster is doing really good. He's finding picks on the Stalker and killing Chio and shit, like, even though his team is losing.
Not nearly as high highs, but also not nearly as low lows.
Yeah, and the thing about the Winston that I like from Glads there and what they tried to do was they tried to just kind of go to the backline themselves and see if they could find any picks before the picks came through on the Atlanta Reign after Donghak had his initial dive in. But Donghak is so good at just resetting in terms of having ball. Like, he comes out sometimes where you're not really expecting him to. You're not expecting him, Hammond, to come back into that engage, and then he's right there, boom, pile driving you, and the rest of the team follows up.
Yep, Kai consistently being harassed. Already the pile drive, getting to half health. Donghak continuing to just harass and cause damage, and keeping this really watchful eye where both Babel and Funny Astro have to stick very close. 30% still and climbing. Stalker rounding the corner, has the pulse bomb, hesitates before looking.
I like that from Dante. How deep he went right there. Oh, that was a beautiful stick. You can't. That's just an outplay. I'm sorry. That's just a player diff.
Into the pile drive, Kai just gets sent 6 feet under with the impact from on high.
And you can see how much they're trying, like the Gladiators, to like push and pull through these engages, but there's so much
They're doing better. Like, they're already adapting. This is what I was talking about. Dante, he sees that they're going too slow, and he just immediately, like, he's trying to push Lip out, and then he just goes through the backline.
Coming in from the Hammond, and if that's not enough, you're getting hacked, you're getting run on by Stalker. Like, there's so much. Here's an EMP.
Whoa, he didn't go for Babel?
I don't even think Lip had any follow-up there, but they get out
for
of
Kai instead.
Somehow, so that's already good.
And now Dante
Ooh,
extremely
we
low.
kind of pushed him into killing Stalker.
Both Kai and Kevster, but Kai still able to withstand quite a bit of it.
Nicely gone before they hit 99.
As the sleep comes in from Babel to swap this back and gets a percent on the board for Glads.
Yeah, that one felt like maybe like Lip was like, hey, maybe I can just 3-man EMP. I'm the best Sombra to ever play the game. Maybe I can do it. I can figure out a way. They do get a lot from it. Like, they are able to find the Primal Rage from Dante. They get out the Nano. They get out the Brigitte rally as well. That Overhealth will eventually start taking off. And now Atlanta Reign can come back in. They have a Kitsune Rush to work with, and they're going to have Chio's beat soon.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, Fielder. I was a little too slow on the thing. Shuzu.
Rush across the center. Health values being topped up for Gladiators.
If you had a pulse bomb then, that would have been good.
Here, and that's going to be an opportunity
just back off.
Keep gaining percentage for free.
It was great positioning by Kevster, who knew that engage was coming, and then as soon as Fielder opts in to throw that Kitsune
Let's go
Rush,
now.
he instantly almost one-clips him.
Lip is looking for a hack. You need to go now. Be aggressive.
From the Gladiators, who played that at a deficit, which is something really hard to do. So that is some communication, really helping them out. As here comes the minefield onto that backline.
That was a great coordination.
Stick onto Chia.
An opportunity though for both Kai and Babel to maneuver out of the pile drive range with the assistance from Dante and the shield, so they aren't in the midst of it. Kevster with the pulse bomb also guarantees that they deny the sound barrier. Kai hit by this in a very critical sense with only 11 HP, gets assistance from the support line, and again Babel being their clutch as we talked about time and time again to reset for Kai to take the picks.
It's also the Brigitte as well, having Funny.
It's my time, the first time that I'll have to lose a map.
In these scenarios where Donghak is getting in aggressive,
I'm pretty sure it's been 2-0-2-0 the entire time.
Fireprox and Gladiators are at 80% right now. Lip is trying to find a way to get this EMP, as Atlanta Reign will most likely use that EMP and then combo along with a tempo beat to try and brute force their way into this fight.
Yeah, the adaptability from Gladiators and the way that they're playing to counteract Lip is huge. To get picked, Kai sent back to spawn. The rally was there, but only seconds late to give the extra protection necessary. Dante still being extremely critical. Nice job keeping the sustain for the
Oh, can't lose Kevster, but Lip Dante died anyway.
99 for Glads. They need to look for one last reset here, getting out so they can have another.
Oh, if you don't fucking,
actually, if that
still got a kill.
That would have been over, but with Funny Astro dying, that's still really bad for the Gladiators in this scenario. They might not be able to have a full group of members to get back onto this point. Dante has
asleep.
He's not going to be able to touch. It has to be Kevster, and now
he
Dante
might be able to. Yep, the jump finally comes in. Nice boot
Primal.
from Chio. They have to force the Primal Rage to keep consistency onto the
Nano boost onto who?
Drawing it out even longer.
Winston.
The hack is there. Goes for the Mega, looking to jump back in once it's faded. And you
I'm just trying to live right now.
Looking and calling out where they need to be able to take this back, but Stalker gets two. Kevster
Dante is so good at the game, bro.
It's still Reign's game right now as they dominate on this point. It's only Kevster with a hope, a prayer, and a dream, but they can't manage to do so as Atlanta Reign takes this first
brutal.
And that's what a championship winning backline looks like. That entire last 5 seconds of Dante just not being able to play the game is indicative of the strength of this backline. The fact that Fielder slept him from Narnia, slept him from Narnia as he's jumping in, and then on top of that, Chio, as Dante has to come through, Chio boops him, forcing Dante to Primal, and then he gets hacked. And then it's just I can't play the game. That was an incredible sequence coming out from the support line of the Atlanta Reign.
And it's only seconds away from getting the barrier down to deny that sleep dart. And those 5 seconds is just so vital for them to be able to force out all of this. As we take a look at some of the replays just all around, Atlanta Reign, even though they gave some distance, they were always able to come back with a dominant force and get the extra mile.
And I think as well with Atlanta and like how they played this, there were some
I
moments
predicted it to be a 3-1, but it could go to 3-2, I think.
Back where it really didn't seem winnable at all. But the way that Atlanta, I mean, it is fighter pilot squadron-esque. The way that when they see someone out and about, Lip is just right there, Stalker's right there. Not even that, but like when they rotate and like sometimes Lip goes in first, then the follow-up from Stalker, right? The kind of way that they ebb and flow these dives is really impeccable to watch.
It's like Maverick and Goose for all those that are going to know that reference, but we'll let you figure that one out.
You're showing your age a bit there.
That's why
No, there was Top Gun. There was Top Gun Maverick, so you're saved a little bit.
See, I'm saved a little bit. I'm not going to demonstrate exactly how old I am, but for those that are here watching, we've already seen one map down. We've got a second coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere as we'll see you on the other side of this break. The Glad hype video is here and now, as I can guarantee you, they're looking to hold their shields high and be the phalanx that is needed to try and take a map away from Atlanta Reign. Kenobi, you know, looking back at what we've got, it's been exciting so far already on this control map. They've been doing their best to try and counteract this, but the way that Atlanta Reign has been playing, it's been absolutely impeccable.
And it definitely helps when you have the greatest Sombra player of all time to enable those dives, right? Like that, it really is something incredible to see, just by the virtue that like Lip has been playing. And I think like when we talk about Lip as like a historical figure in Overwatch League, obviously Overwatch League world champion, but the fact that they've been able to do it on 2 different games, right? You know, in Overwatch 1, revolutionized the way that Sombra was played. Now doing it again here on kind of a new Sombra. The fact that he's continued to be this basically stalwart, what everyone looks up to as being the best Sombra in the world, is incredible. And I think he should be commended for the fact that he's been able to be this consistently good at Sombra for this consistently amount of time.
Yeah, it's so monumental in the way that they execute onto this, and you can see it with that one death. Yeah, like come on, like the stats. Like let's be real, but you know, as we talk about it, we can also take a look at some
Babel and
changes that
Lasher
are actually
in
going to
at the same time. Interesting.
this, and seeing what they're going to bring to this next map, Kenobi.
And this makes, you know, this is kind of standard to what we've seen with the Atlanta Reign, going from control into these maps where they have, you know, when it's Antarctic Peninsula, they usually have Hawk in to play Ramatra, a little bit more brawl heavily favored, but bring Hawk in onto these other maps where potentially you can play a little bit more Diva. Ramatra is still also good as well. As we go to Hollywood as our map, we also did see that Astro is out and Lastro is in, so that screams to me double support look coming in from the Glads, most likely going to be Ana and Kiriko if the group stages are anything to go by.
And we do have Atlanta Reign on the attack first to see if Gladiators, as I mentioned, are able to hold their shields high and deny completion here and do the best they can to take this second map. Could be one of those moments, like we mentioned, we'd love to see 5 maps, but again, it's a tall task here for Gladiators, and what we've seen and what we've talked about, you and I specifically, have been really hyping up what Atlanta Reign has been working on. We've seen their scrims, we've seen the way that they've played, what they bring to this, their roster, all these different facets, and why they are the favorites across the board here, and Gladiators not wanting to get knocked out and bring a little bit of an upset against this team, as we do get to see what the composition finally looks like, and Lasher's going to be partnered specifically with this Brig alongside Babel.
Where did it come from?
I know, right?
It's just almost out of nowhere. Poof, Brigitta's. I mean,
Ace in the hole.
Maybe they're prepping for they're prepping for the buff that she's going to be getting soon. Maybe that's what they're doing. But I mean, it feels like the Brigitte
Rig is good.
is something that a lot of people are opting more towards.
She's good, but I just think that Kiriko is still better. But I guess they want to help the Tracer more often.
Armor packs are really adept at helping your Tracer in those types of matchups. But on the other end, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation because yes, Kevster is going to have the ability to have armor packs in his back pocket, but the one thing he is going to have to worry about is Discord, because Vigilante is going to be on that Zenyatta, and Discord makes Tracer v Tracers so hard to pivot.
Yeah, the TVT is extremely important between these two because of those subtle offsets. Yes, there is this Brig that brings value, but I 100% agree that Vigilante is going to be able to give a lot more.
I didn't even realize this is Kai's old team there. That ditched him.
Gets the pickup onto Fielder as there is this retreat. Vigilante
actually, same with no, never mind. I'm stupid. Vigilante is still on the team.
Shield blocks the damage, and they've almost been able to get one tick, but unfortunately have to recede.
Whoa!
Oh, that is not one.
Okay, this guy is stupid good. What the fuck was that? That was funny. That wasn't really skill, but that was funny.
Call an ambulance, not for you, not for me, but for you, and that's gonna be a takeover for Atlanta, and they have positioning now.
Yep, and underneath, Stalker is going to try and play this high and low ground positioning and looks to just collapse onto Babel. There is a trade out for both Cassidy, so they are eliminated from the equation. They're still gaining percent as the fight wavers to the side. Some contention available because of
Dante,
Kevster.
yeah, he's in too
This
deep.
is now all finally falling apart. Gladiators able to recover and deny Reign from getting any more.
Nana was used onto Babel though, or from Babel onto Dante, and Dante wasn't able to get the Primal Rage in time, so it is going to be scary for him to take these dives, because again, he has to be worried about that Discord orb just blowing him up because the healing might not be there in time.
And now, half the clock dwindled. Fielder topping everyone up, making sure that they can look for re-entry on this. There comes the jump.
Oh, nice stick.
Pulse in the back. Fielder is instantly shut down with a lovely dead eye to come.
Alright, you take that, bro. They used 3 ults and changed for Nano.
It's super interesting to me that we're seeing Atlanta kind of move away from like a TVT scenario, because Kepster has been basically free farming that backline a lot of the time and given a lot of space, which is, if there's someone who I don't want to give space to on Tracer, it is Kepster. So I wonder if we do see
Someone I don't want to give space to is Stalker, but
put a little bit more respect on Kepster,
just letting him be.
Dante's gonna blitz forward with the
I think they had a talk with the coaches, and the coaches like, bro, you need to start moving in, bro. You can't just wait for them to do things. Oh, that's bad. Sports are down. I like that they engaged really fast. Probably could have won if they found that pick.
They're clear to get the third since no one from Glads can get back in time.
Yeah, a little bit of a wallet diff there from the Atlanta Reign. They had all their ultimates. They kind of just threw them in, knowing that Gladiators didn't have any support ultimates in their own. There wasn't going to be enough to sustain them through the Transcendence healing that Vigilante had. And that's really the value you get from something like a Zenyatta some of these times. Beyond that long-range healing is that you're healing, or long-range damage and healing, you're healing in Transcendence is instant instead of something like a Brig where you have to build it up a little bit.
Ooh, Dante. Very, very low on entry, but nice assistance from the back line. Babel pumping healing into them to sustain through this as they continue to maintain this high ground. Atlanta Reign being very cautious and cognizant of how they push into this to see what they can do. Dante actually just getting shredded consistently from that down low angle, and now with pressure from Stalker, could look for some transition across the bridgeway to take down the back line. But again, it's this patience from Atlanta Reign, which is so precise. Hawk finally takes advantage of the subtle weakness that Gladiator has in their separation and continue pushing.
And they just know that if Dante ever peeks out into any area, Discord goes directly on him, and then the follow-up is right there from Stalker. And not even that, but the long-range damage Lip is doing as well is really impacting Dante's ability to maneuver these fights, as Kevster's looking for a pulse bomb here, recalls back on the high ground.
This is dangerous.
Threading the needle right now. Walking into 3, gets the pulse bomb. Yeah, Lip's just gonna say, I'll stand still. Might as well, just not going anywhere. I know I'm back in spawn, as there is a couple of decent picks down below. Reign, despite them getting a decent push about halfway through the second stage, they've managed to get some decent value in recovery here. With 2 minutes to go, now the D-Mac's gonna make it a little more challenging.
I wonder if there was a nano there from Fielder onto Vigilante, just because they thought that maybe they were stuck instead. It actually, because I think it probably would have saved
exit pick. That's really good.
Lip in that scenario, but unfortunately it doesn't end up working out that way. Maybe
you probably win this fight with just a rally.
Something like that. But Atlanta Reign do come back into this. A minute and 30 seconds, not a lot of time. And Gladiators actually, in terms of their ultimate economy, not looking too shabby. They do have a nano, so they can, if they would like to, go a little bit early or keep it defensively to deal with Pulse.
He did try to go for last round. That was a good play.
Unfortunately, they've lost that for now. Solely reliant on what they have from Lip, Vigilante, and Hawk as they look to utilize that elevator. This ebb and flow to the high ground with Hawk still getting quite a bit of damage put onto them. They've maneuvered away, at least from that payload for now, since it's being consistently contested by Gladiators, and the time continues to dwindle. Vigilante gets jumped on, pounced immediately, and will.
I think Stalker's on the cart right now.
Because they need to recover for one last engagement on this.
Yeah, Hawk is going to get D-Mac too, and I wonder if we're going to just see Hawk go back and swap and see if they can switch to something else before they get taken down. That is, if they can even get back in. But no, Babel comes in with the anti-nade.
That's unlucky.
Down, which is, it is a big deal because there is going to be that space have to be given up now. Kevster's also dead too with the Zenyatta little assist in the background. That's Vigilante.
This was something I was talking about. Atlanta, they do these dumb shit, bro. Usually with an ultimate, but they find a way to win randomly.
And dismantle Gladiators on their retreat. Babel
big
falls
kick.
as well with a
Big pick.
Hawk. They've gained so much distance now, even though their time is low. It's not a full 5 from Gladiators yet.
And Rich, what did they do? They got it for absolutely nothing. Just some overextensions from the Glads. So now Atlanta Reign have an ultimate economy to work against what Glads are going to be having as their last defense before C.
Dante dives forward, it almost gets blown up, but barely gets the Primal Rage out.
That is a scary monkey.
Jumping to the high ground, the Discord Orb was there as well, and getting some
nice
assistance
stick.
finally from Babel and Lastro down below. The stick comes in, Dante's health just peaking and falling.
Oh, that's massive.
And falling throughout this last engagement, it is still going to be Atlanta Reign able to weather everything the Gladiators can do so, and this checkpoint now will finally be reached and look for the home stretch, as unfortunately Kepster ain't gonna last long.
Not going to be able to stall as much as they can, and Atlanta Reign, I mean, I think this is kind of a gift for them, honestly. Like, the way that Gladiators were playing, it was so good. They had really good positioning, but just a couple of oversteps, which is something we've seen from the Gladiators, really hampers them and gives Atlanta a way back into this, because they did use a lot, Atlanta, but so did Gladiators in that fight. They do have a High Noon to work with. They also have a Nano relatively soon, but they need to be able to string 2 fight wins together to be able to hold.
Oh, that's a nice way to start, though. Stalker eliminated. Though they do have still a pretty decent close spawn to get back into this as they buy a few more seconds of time with Vigilante. Again, we're going to just see them get these great volley picks.
Oh, and there comes the Nano onto the Winston, into the backline. Can they keep Lip alive? They
Whoa.
cannot. Kevster there as well.
That was a good dive from Dante.
With that Nano boost. And again,
Vigilante finds Kevster.
30 seconds. This is looking quite dire for Reign.
I mean, Vigilante was able to kill Kevster, so now this is a moment where Atlanta Reign can move forward a little bit.
This is what I like from Atlanta. Even though they're a player down, they're pushing up.
Positioning that they've already gotten right now, but there is a pulse bomb for both of these teams in this next fight. It is going to be something that can break it open completely, throwing it on one of those backline members, because there are no support ultimates.
Ooh, this could be huge.
Looking hidden. Jumping in from up top. And manages to get Lip with only seconds remaining. It is a numbers advantage over Reign. Self-destruct tossed into the mix, zoning multiple members.
Healer needs to live and he knows it. He needs to be the one to get the Nano.
To where the spawn is from Reign. Health values continuing to just elevate.
Hawk is anti, can't do anything.
Unfortunately, Hawk is going to get DMAC. Can't sustain that much throughput that's coming in from Gladiators defensively. The Deadeye gets one onto Lip in the back. They poke their head out and find themselves once again being shut down.
Touching touchers? No, no
This
touchers.
is now unfortunately not going to last any longer, as you will have Vigilante not be able to get close, and you can even see Kevster saying it in chat. You know what it is, friend.
They might have been able to
I don't know
win.
if they would have won, but Vigilante
Transcendence, you don't live, or you don't die. The Ana doesn't die. You probably kill Kevster.
We'll count it. We're generous today. We'll count that as a
Or
single.
Kai,
We'll count
whatever.
that. Yeah, we'll count that. We won't sing it this time, but we'll count it.
Yeah, no singing, but we
No
will
singing.
count it. We've wrecked the
it's the
eardrums
really
of
bad
our
ones.
audience enough.
To be fair, there is still more time, and for all of those in the chat, when it does
There could be a really
you
bad
have to
one, that is
join in.
true.
Yeah, there could be a really bad one that we actually get all of chat to start saying it in the channel and be just like, let's go. Oh, here we go. Are we gonna get Prod to do it? Prod's gonna do it. Okay, well, if we get Prod to do it, then we might just have to sing, and we'll get all of you included, because I know our obs are gonna do it. Here we go. So here we go. Kenobi, ready? Na 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 na. Hey hey.
Okay, yeah, it's a C9. It's a C9. That's pretty bad. They
What
might not have
is
won.
that
Let me
shit?
be very clear. They might not have won, but like they were right
It
there.
doesn't
They could have
matter.
kept that one going.
It doesn't matter. If anything, when we finally get back to like a LAN environment once again, when we've got these teams playing against one another, it's gonna be you and me on the main floor, just getting the entire crowd to do that. That's what's gonna happen. That's what we're hoping. As we are entering now into this.
Can you imagine the Blizzard Arena doing that?
Oh, let's go. Let's
chasing
go.
Thurston.
That's what we want. That's what we want. Just like we want to see Gladiators be able to take this attack and gain the completion for an even 1-1 score, but Atlanta Reign is not one to let that go so easily as they look to be on the defensive side and see if they can hold them back with Hawk now coming out onto the Diva.
And one of the things that we didn't get to touch on really is Vigilante specifically on this Indiana on the offense. We don't see it too much on the offensive end. It is, good on this map in particular because you have the long sight lines everywhere you go. But on the defensive end, it's even more deadly. And Vigilante has gotten a couple of volleys that the Gladiators weren't expecting.
And you can see Vigilante playing so well around the architecture here, utilizing and sticking close. A couple of decent chips of damage coming in, though, from Gladiators to force them back. Getting some decent space. It almost has the initial tick. They need to come back in to try and contest this. Lip gets hit by the bio, but Hawk able to counteract it. Playing against Kai in the back line. Nobody's ready for it. And despite us seeing a lot of this defense matrix utilizing the support coverage, he gets two, then rotates back. Hawk just completely assisting.
Healer
Even though
dies.
Fielder goes down, they've already won this.
I mean, it felt like the Glads were caught in two minds there, right? Where Kai and Lastro weren't necessarily with the rest of the dive, and Atlanta saw their opportunity, went into that backline. Especially because of the fact that when you have Babel, who likes to take these very aggressive flanks as Kiriko, Ofuda still needs time to be able to reach that target and heal them. And if Lastro is being forced out, Kai can instantly die to a Diva, no problem.
And now with half the time dwindled, curious to see how you're going to have Gladiators maneuver into this, because the positioning from Atlanta Reign has been very, very well structured. The dive comes in, the Nano is there. Ton of fan the hammers from Lip onto that Winston play.
Yeah, Dante can't do anything there. You just have to drop down.
Range, but not just yet. There is some time. Beautiful eat by Hawk onto Kevster's pulse.
Yeah, you can do that for free now.
And have only lost so far 1 tick as they continue to contest down below. Vigilante with that transcendence keeps sustained, but it's still 3 ultimates to Atlanta Rain's name to withstand this. And there's
heal him, bro.
That comes in onto Dante.
They're able to kill Dante. Bob Bell is actually going to commit the Kitsune Rush here. They want to try and buy back into this one. Dante will eventually be back into this fight, but there's so much ability for Atlanta Reign to stop the bleeding in this scenario that there's not really a lot of gain from the Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Hawk continuing to play.
Yeah, Hawk can easily stand the point. He just self-destruct.
It finally gets DMEC with the regroup because they do have some great distance coverage with Gladiators from their spawn to get back in.
Now Lip. Oh, the sleep.
Sleep to deny to keep them up top, but all the while you still have Stalker able to get at least 1. This is back and forth between the two as it is just a consistent over 2.5 with Kevster finally opening up the floodgates for Gladiators as that will be the play that they needed to transition into the streets phase.
And I mean, when Gladiators can get into a position where they can set up their dives specifically with Dante and Kevster, and they can kind of just grab the game by the scruff of the neck and just say, we're winning this one, that's where Gladiators really thrive, is in those moments where the fights devolve a little bit and it's complete chaos and they don't really know how to continuously keep track of Kevster. You lose track of them sometimes, and Kevster can do what we just saw by getting a 3K as Kai goes over to their specialty Widowmaker here. We know how good it is on Hollywood B. We'll see if the Atlanta Reign is going to greed a little bit and peek these angles.
Yeah, it was over 1.5 minutes of that fight. So at that point, you can only track so much until finally they're able to slide into the shadows. And oh my goodness, I think we all had a that's going to be a moment. That's going to be a moment. Lastro's going to say, I'm laying you out, Stalker.
Oh, and then Air Boost comes in onto Dante. They're going to try
that's
and take control of this high ground. Lip is Nano, though, in return.
Oh, that's a big dive. Oh, the kick.
Ooh, a lot of damage into that small room, but Dante playing the hay bale for the moment. Not quite yet ready to dive back in until they actually change trajectory, getting Lip on the flanking position near the elevator. Suzu secures that they will mitigate that pulse bomb. Beautifully timed. And Atlanta Reign, unfortunately, not feeling too good right now about that.
Another good sleep from Lastro as well, taking down Hawk, gets woken up eventually, but Gladiators are moving and grooving through the second point. They also have a pulse bomb to work with, so Kevster can get into that backline and potentially get another 2 kills or force out something like Transcendence.
Ooh, Kevster goes for it. Stick goes wide, though. That would have been a beautiful opportunity for Gladiators to get both Vigilante and Fielder, but they weather that. As there's a couple of shots, decent angle. Kai, very vulnerable, and can't quite seem to get a pinpoint onto Stalker in the back.
And that's one of the kind of dangers about Winston in this scenario. Against something like a D.Va, where it's like you get a lot of peel, specifically from the D.Va, that would have been able to maybe keep Kai alive, but Kai is going to be going over to the Hanzo, a little bit more self-reliant, has that ability to climb walls, not really relying on grapple, and also, you can just take down Fielder completely from across the map. You get logged, that's sometimes how it goes with Hanzo.
Yep. Love some tree trunks. Love to see it.
Mahogany.
Now have real mahogany. Only the best type of furniture comes from those
Only
from
the
those
best
arrows.
mahogany logs coming in.
Absolutely. This is made with real mahogany. As the payload's still pushing, Atlanta Reign, they're just kind of being routed away from this, and despite the time being very low, the Kitsune Rush should be able to guarantee this as long as they focus fire. Beautiful bionated kill.
Kinda don't want that.
Gladiators feeling
they have
really
Nano.
good about this, as they only just have
this is Trank?
2 meters. Babel,
no, Hawk dies. You don't Trank that.
Oh, the respawn advantage is closer
Dante
for
just
Atlanta
killed
Reign,
3.
but I mean, eventually they will just force them out. And I think that the reason that they won that fight was because literally Kai hit a mahogany log, and with Fielder not there, you lose so much ability to heal, especially because you've opted into the Zenyatta.
Look at how forward they're going to play. Thankfully, there is the Suzu to get Dante out of that extensive sleep to recover and fall back, so they will be able to manage. But Lip now on the Sombra with the EMP. Going to unleash it, landing on to 2, and we're right back into the standard control and well-placed tempo and timing. Hawk follows up onto both, instantly shutting them down and denying with only 1 minute and 30 now on the clock.
Yeah, that's when you have to take on the chin if you're the Gladiators in this scenario. Babel needs to leave, like, now. There's no way you want to get staggered in a scenario like this with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The scary thing about this is that Atlanta Reign just used one ultimate to win that fight, so Lip uses EMP, but look at everything else. It seems pretty much even between both of these teams, and with the Transcendence healing that's going to be coming from Vigilante, they can blanket a lot of what the the Los Angeles Gladiators are going to be doing in this next fight.
Oh, that was so clean by Kai to be able to dash out of there, but also a reposition as well. Just threading the needle from both sides, getting critically dangerous with this final push with 60 seconds to go. Kai looking and seeing
I can't blink into that.
as they dash in, point blank range, and is able to follow up on it. The nano boost now. Babel gets the shutdown onto Lip. Bull DPS completely eradicated from this exchange, and now look to complete it. The golden box right there, ready to go. Dragon strike through the choke, denying them coming from the spawn under 1 meter. Stalker now looking to come back in. Bolstered their morale with the pulse bomb.
Oh, how does Lip die there?
There's still a chance. Hawk with the self-destruct.
They need to kill Dante. They need to kill Dante.
They're denying it. It's got Dante.
Stalker can't die.
Kitsune rush. Hawk still holding. They're keeping it contested. They've got 18 seconds and they might just be able to recover, but the spawn is closer for Reign.
Kev is able to kill Vigilante here. You're right. Hawk is able to go into that self-destruct, get a new life.
Capture 2?
The entire backline is gone.
The Swift Step was there to mitigate out of the wave, but the pulse bomb goes around.
How's that even happen?
Presence of Stalker hitting onto Kai. It's going to be Kevster rounding the center. The numbers advantage. Reign can't get back into this. Gladiators with
No way.
bash them back. They can't go onto it, and now it's a 1-to-1 map score with Los Angeles Gladiators taking Hollywood.
Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe that C9 really did impact the fight. Maybe those, like, small centimeters of Vigilante not getting back onto the cart really impacted how that map went. As you can see, Gladiators looking happy about that one as they are going to be able to tie this series up. Kai, I think, got some props from Face there. Definitely showed up. I mean, the Hanzo towards the back end, absolutely spectacular from them. And Gladiators bring this back to even keel as we're going to see.
Stalker isn't performing up to the level I thought he would. I thought he would like hard diffing Kevster, honestly.
Supports and just securing that one for the Gladiators. I mean, this guy is something else.
And again, when it comes to these extensive fights, their ability to recover through chaos is so great because they just constantly keep this level head, and Reign unfortunately just ever so slightly lose a little bit of control, and those moments that they lose it, it's when you're going to have this squad from Gladiators.
Dude, they got like 2 lucky plays, man.
I mean, it really is a thing where I think that the Glads, because of their mechanical skill and because of the way that this team is so strong as like together and strong in their mechanical plays, like when those fights break out and when we're in these like elongated engagements, right? I think a lot of the fights that we won from the Glads, it was like 60 seconds, 90 seconds, 2 minutes fights. Like we're having these really elongated fights where Stalker and Lip are so good and Atlanta are so good on those engages when they're in the neutral, when they can stage, but when the fight devolves, they lose track of Stalker, they lose track of Kevster, they lose track of Dante sometimes, right? Dante jumped and killed Lip just randomly during one of those fights. Like, that's not happening in a staged fight. So if Gladiators can bring it kind of to where the fights are a little bit more devolved, we got a series on our hands.
Yeah, we really do. 1-1 so far, but again, we have a short break before entering into that third game to see who pulls ahead. So don't go anywhere because we're excited to see who's going to take this next map.
want to see Atlanta really step up. Those were the plays that they were able to get off. Really came because they were uncoordinated at the time. Like, I don't think any of the plays they went for were wrong. I think the Glad just countered it.
We return for some more intense Overwatch. We have seen it go head-to-head right now. 1 map score to 1 map score, Kenobi. And now we enter into our third map. Again, we get to see even more Escort. And we've actually got a simple sub that's going to come in, which is one I think that you and I, even when we were on the break, but before we even get into that sub, we do want to recognize the stack.
What? It's like the same thing, except Stalker died more.
And the way that we saw each of them.
Wait, look at the final blows and pulse round kills. That is crazy.
You can kind of look at the differences in these numbers, right? I think Stalker definitely got more pressure put on him, and that's why there are a lot more deaths. Or not a lot more, like, 1.5 more.
That's
but the reason that I think that Kevster and Stalker are so interesting as players, because they both played relatively different, right? Stalker, a lot of the time, felt like was mostly just trying to get those tanks, not really focusing too much on that backline, whereas Kevster was really just, a lot of the times when those fights devolved, would go into that backline and take down, someone like a
I don't know about that. Whenever the diving Stalker's with him.
Look at both of these two players who are extremely good at Tracer. These stats indicate it.
And he did try to go for Kai and shit when he's on Widow.
We do have a sub coming in. It's going to be Donghak coming in, which is interesting because we've only seen him on Control ever. Now coming in to this map, which is going to be Havana on Escort, and this tells me like it screams to me ball. Every time I see Donghak in the lineup, it's like it's got to be ball, especially on Havana.
Yep. Yeah, with that.
And they have Vigilant. Are they trying to play like Widow, or are they doing the Somber Dive still here? Which will be interesting. I didn't even think of that here.
Avenues to bolo multiple players out into an unfavorable position as we're going to be entering onto Havana first. And
this was the map I said would be good for Glads because Kai can go play fucking Widowmaker.
The magical tech that is the Wrecking Ball play coming out from Donghak.
I hope we don't get Winston. I really don't. Maybe like we get surprised with like a Sigma or something like that. Maybe that is something that Donghak has been cooking up in the lab while they've been waiting, to get into the Overwatch League. But we don't see a Widowmaker here, which is interesting because I think if you have Kevster and Kai, you would tend to think that would be something that they'd bring to the table. But I think it's fine, especially because I think Kevster's Tracer has been phenomenal. Kai's, especially after the Hollywood that we saw, Hanzo seems to be where that's trending.
Why
do we see Atlanta Reign opt in for the Widowmaker?
I would say Kai on Widow.
A really good Somber player.
If he's too scared to play Widow versus Lip, I get it. He wants to play the cringe bow character.
Allow you is a little bit more of that long-range one-shot potential, but it looks like it is going to be a dub wait. I saw Junker Queen and I was like, "There's no way."
Just let's leave that for a moment and we'll just let that simmer.
We were close enough where I was like, "There's no shot." Like,
Wait. Feeler, get off that character now. Please don't do this to me.
We're now going to be entering in onto it here. We do see the deviation away from the Widowmaker. That it's not going to be the bread and butter that they want to bring into this Stalker and Lip.
I disagree with the fucking the Moira up there. I hard disagree.
The sights, watching and waiting to sneak up and jump.
Wow, he died immediately. He didn't know Kai was behind him, but guy exploded.
There was no help, but Kai is able to trade one back onto Liv. Dante is taking a lot of damage from other angles, and Donghak in this position, I mean, it's going to be hard to heal him unless the Kiriko goes up there as the pile driver comes in trying to get onto that back.
Oh, that boop.
I mean,
he might die.
And Donghak just really
no, Dante goes down.
Angular momentum that the Wrecking Ball brings into this, and again, they weren't particularly in line with the healing, but Lip now is going to get that stagger pick onto Dante as well. This is just really falling apart for Gladiators, and now you're going to consistently see, again, this pile drive onto Kai, having them draw attention away. They can't even look at the rest of the squad of Reign because they're constantly having
Dante goes onto D.Va. Actually interesting.
And they can't kill Donghak. I mean, he's getting low, yes. I mean, they finally managed to get the kill, but look at all the space that's created here. I think it was a little bit of miscoordination, though. Atlanta gets too big for their britches in that scenario, and Donghak took way too much damage in that scenario, where I was thinking if they would have been capped, do we see something like a Somber instead? Do we see something like a Zenyatta? But actually, I think the Brigitte does do a lot, especially at Brigitte the caliber of Lastro, to negate a lot of the dives that Donghak is going to be bringing to the table. And with the fact that Gladiators didn't pick the Widowmaker because of the fact that there is a Hammond on the other side, Gladiators know that this is coming, so they have a set defense ready for it. The problem is that Lip is on the other side, and he's invisible, and he can stage from wherever.
Nice angle to get that stun onto the top, but is easily dislodged. Pulse bomb comes through. Vigilante no longer available, and this is going to be a great.
Onto the Sir Cringe, bro.
Under 2 minutes, like that is more than half the time bank gone from that initial push.
I think one of the other things that is so valuable about Hanzo in this situation, especially against what the Rain is running, is that the fact that you have Recon. Recon is so adept at dealing with Sombras and scouting them out. Kai has already gotten 2 kills off of Lip as Atlanta Rain is going to come back into this. EMP is available, and here comes the engage.
3. Lastro, though, with the rally, attempting to give armament for the rest of the squad. Dante being able to stick close to that payload to pincer both between the wall and the payload.
I think you should stop diving the back and go for the D.Va or something, or hack the D.Va.
Donghak consistently giving.
What is this angle? It's actually so good.
To increase the healing, just looking right into the eyes.
How is he alive? What? Finally! Jesus.
And these stacks start to come in.
This guy doesn't die. He's immortal.
Reduce the remaining few and look to reach this checkpoint.
I mean, Gladiators are going to be heartbroken that they lost that. I think Dante was playing so well, especially the fact that Babel
Dante is just so good at the game, bro.
All of those engages
He's a top tier tank. Honestly, you could put him on Atlanta Rain.
Like, doing a really decent job of negating these dives when they are coming in from the Atlanta Rain. It just was too much for them to deal with once the fight devolved. Now Babel has gone over to the Ana, a little bit more in an enclosed area here, offers themselves a little bit more self-peel as well. You do lose the immortality field, but it probably wasn't getting enough as much value anyways, especially against Assault.
Attempt now on the pile drive, a little bit off of position, so it couldn't get the knock-up or the follow-up onto the support line with the shield there from Lastro on the Brig. But it's still just, again, just pressure, time and time. It's almost just like a
Lip, you have to TP out, bro.
Over and over and over again from different angles, a 1-for-1 trade. Lip goes down, but they've lost the support for Gladiators, so
Lip is testing limits over here.
Forward
what is that? I don't believe my fucking eyes.
Sorry, friend, you slept and you woke up to a nightmare.
That's one way to take down a Hammond. Just throw down your
I don't believe my fucking eyes.
One of the things that Ana does offer is that ability to CC the Hammond, and you can see Donghak has actually said, you know what, we're in too close of area. Sleep Dart is much easier to hit here. I'm going to be going over to something else. Actually does bring out the Sigma here, so there is going to be a little bit more of that
Sig dive.
coming in from the Atlanta Rain.
Weird.
Will have to respect.
Oh, that volley almost hits
oh, don't die.
They maneuver away.
Jesus.
Oh, okay, well that's just an easy 4 for the EMP. Dante gonna go to sleep, also having some dreams. Might not be as scary, but there are takedowns elsewhere around as they rotate back to the payload.
I don't know, Dante's having some pretty horrible nightmares, bro. You wake up and your team's dead. Ah, the punch, bro.
So much extra time because of it.
Lip and Stalker just were a 2-man wrecking crew that fight. They killed first off with the EMP.
Dude, what is Lip dying so much for? That's unbelievable.
They were rallying, so none of that rally armor got to the rest of the team, and that's going to be Atlanta Rain capping here on second, moving into third with 2.5 minutes left, and this is where, like, it becomes scary because Atlanta Rain, you've got Vigilante on the Zenyatta, you've got Lip back on the Widowmaker. Like, this is where Gladiators have to really keep these angles close.
Yeah, because you have such a long distance. The sightlines are so open. Shot doesn't quite get the takedown onto Kai, but looks to chase for more. The second they maneuver out, the dash does get them out of it. But unfortunately, Lastro goes down. This is just constant staggers, and Rain is going to just continue to take free space.
The Sigma's working, surprisingly. He's going a little far, though. Let me back up.
Which is so much better at these long ranges, and you can contest a little bit more. As you can see, Kai has taken down Lip, so in this enclosed area where we are a little bit more, at this point, you can get those arrows to find their marker, but Lip is still going to have to be a force.
I think they should make the arrow like a whole fucking shorter, bro. Like, I'm playing the game and I get like, the arrow like bends towards me, bro. It's ridiculous.
Push and pull here through this archway. It's giving up just a certain amount of space. What a shot onto Lip, able to shut it down. That's so much value for Gladiators on this defense as they get a little bit more of a window to keep peppering out these shots.
Bro, Lip has 6 deaths, and I'm pretty sure the majority of them, if not all of them, are from Kai specifically.
No, some of them are from
His number at the current moment. Pulseball comes in, doesn't manage to find Pater, and now there's only a minute left. Kai looking again for a shot.
See a whiz by, a subtle hair trim on the brow. As 55 seconds resume. Kai for the shots gets a body.
I hate this guy.
Doesn't get the elimination. This is absolutely just treacherous to peek out into, but now Lip has sight, so that's going to make it a little bit more viable and prevent Kai from poking out as aggressively. Flux, though, up top, looking for Lastro, is going to get the solo Flux onto them, looks for the taps onto Babel across the way. They're playing 2 counter sides.
Ooh, the anti-nato's huge.
Stalker goes down by the arrow.
Kai's able to get that pick, and here comes a return Gravitic Flux. There's nothing to do with it. Fielder is down. Donghak will follow, and now there's 20 seconds left, and that's
Oh, why is Stalker on Genji?
And this has got to be desperation right now. There, you can see Stalker is just on the Genji to try and get someone to push, but Vigilante's caught.
What is happening?
Oh, no.
Nice kick to cause separation, but there's too many surrounding you on the stairway. It is going to be a last-ditch effort, swapping to the Wrecking Ball, even the Genji from Stalker, so that they can at least keep it into overtime, but it's so far away.
I think I was right. This is the better map for Glads than Atlanta. Even though their dive did look pretty nice.
Payload's progression just within the doorway.
I think Babel got a sleep dart kill onto Donghak by just sleeping him, and then he rolled it. The momentum just took him off the side. I would love to see if he
would we be surprised?
I would wonder, because if he just did like if he just got the kill with the 5 damage that sleep dart does, that's also very funny.
I mean, you know, Babel's been performing, and that you can just add to the list of we gotta put that on a bingo card. Like that would be on a bingo card, and Babel would make it happen. So, you know, I think we can all agree that it's just a good old time when we have that on a play. Just realistically, and as we take a look now with a swap of sides, Atlanta Reign on the defense. They were able to get quite. Oh, we have the replay of that? Let's do that. We do have the replay.
I love our producers.
Yeah,
please,
stay on top of this.
Please show me.
Let's hear. Oh, there you go. You don't even need to load him into the cannon. The ball's just gonna go. You don't need one of those cannons.
Oh my god, look at him go.
Rip.
Team Rocket's blasting off again, bro. That is one of the funniest things I've seen. The cannonball aspect makes that like way funnier. I'm glad you caught up on that.
Oh, absolutely. We had. I mean, literally, you don't even need it. You don't need the gunpowder. You don't need nothing. You just need the sleep dart. That's it. That's game over. GG's. We can go home now. As we're gonna enter into this now with the swap of sides. Let's see what Gladiators can do on the attack.
Gonna be bringing out the similar composition for the Atlanta Reign on the defensive end. Gladiators, though, bring out the Sigma again. Dante did play it a little bit, and I think on the offensive end, it's like much easier to pilot because you don't have to worry about all the flanks that they were going to be dealing with on the other side. You can kind of position a little bit better in that way. Kai going back to their trusty Hanzo, who has been performing extremely well. I think that they're not only just their mechanical prowess, but the smarts of using like recon arrow, being always vigilant to where there's going to be a Sombra. Like here again, you know exactly what it is. This time though, 3-man dive on you, it's very hard to work with.
Yep, and again, it's putting so much pressure onto Kai to almost make sure that they are spread too thin. Like, it's just this constant bandwidth taken away and can't be as free to get those shots.
I wonder if we do see like any swaps. I think bringing back the D.Va would be something that I would wonder about for the Gladiators, because I think, you know, Sigma does have a very good position on this map in particular, but the way Dante was playing D.Va was really good to the point where these dives from the Atlanta Reign weren't getting that value, and you could pocket the backline a little bit easier. But here I guess you would just want more of like a front-loaded positioning instead of something like a D.Va where you're kind of moving around the map as much as you are.
As this payload looks to round the corner.
Ooh,
what
another good sleep.
To deny the pile drive. Stalker though gets some value still as they attention.
Does he live? Does he live? He lives for now?
The corner, up the
I think he lives.
Is going to get topped up just in time. Again, major props to both Vigilante and Fielder to keep this wrecking ball going.
I wonder if we do see a swap to... I mean, Lastro hasn't really done a lot in terms of Brigitte, as Dante's going to go down to a Pulse Bomb, and this might be a moment where I think we might see something like the Zenyatta come to play, because I think that...
No, do not go Zen, go Kiriko. Why would you go Zen if they have everything to dive Zen perfectly?
Easier to kill sleeping Hammonds when you have something like a Discord in your back pocket.
The timing from Donghak too on that shield. Just, oh, that's a 5-player EMP. Kai ain't gonna survive through that, as you did see at least a few recovery shots onto Dante to keep them going. Now with 1 minute and 55 seconds, it's half the time, and they've only managed to gain half the distance.
And they'll get about one more ultimate rotation in this next couple of pushes here. Kai has been, stifled a little bit because I think that Atlanta Reign are definitely respecting how good Kai has been, and that you can even see Lip is just continuously pinging Kai so that the rest of the team knows exactly where Kai is going to be, and getting those hacks out means that he's not shooting at the other team.
Oh,
they knew who the enemy is now.
They really are. Well, and the thing is too, is because there was a moment where you did see Kai at half health and it wasn't committed by Lip. They said, we're gonna let this play out, we're gonna look for the regroup, we're gonna come in well timed and get it regardless, even if I'm being topped up.
Yeah, you can see a lot now, like Kai's had enough of the Hanzo and now is moving on to the Cassidy, which does offer you more of that sustainability. You're much better in the brawl because Atlanta Reign has decided that Kai is the one that they are going to be focusing on and they're going to target. So now you get onto the Cassidy, you can kind of stall the dive a little bit, especially with Magnetic Grenade, but Lip is looking again for another EMP so close towards it.
Yep, nice rotate with the shield as Lastro gets the rally active.
That's a very good decision. He didn't roll into them, he rolled away from them and decided to re-engage later. Oh, you can't die there, man. What?
Comes out with the 6-shooter and unleashes hell to buy space and reach this checkpoint.
That's Kai's moment where you guys.
I hate this guy so much.
I'm completely sick of it. I'm gonna be able to pop off here and be able to do that. They're gonna be able to get first point, start moving forward through second, and we have to remember that the win condition is essentially complete the map at this point. And 3 minutes is enough time to get through second here, especially because now Hammond loses a lot of value in these enclosed areas.
Lip at least counteracting Kevster. They played a little bit too far forward, that angle. Stalker needs to be very careful about how they play this until they can get topped up. They do have the Harmony Orb, so they just need a few more seconds to regroup as they play alongside. The 3 of them looking for a pincer onto Kai, but has to force the recall. They can't quite get the executions. They're not able to follow up on
he's in
these
a bad
even though the
spot.
health values are low, and Gladiators are finding stride in this high ground position and working around the outskirts.
And I am starting to see a little bit of the value that brings to the table with the Brigitte, as actually we do have a minefield coming out, and Kai ends up going down. The supports were no longer there because they were zoned by that minefield. Donghak will give their life for it, though.
Yeah, Kevster regrouping with the team. Minefields will dissipate. Lastro just going to collapse onto 1 for now, but they will be able to get out. And just now slow, methodical plays as they look to peak this last
You need to get a pulse onto one of the supports.
EMP coming in from Lip. He's looking for that backline again. He keeps pinging Babel. Can they keep their supports alive?
No, you could have slipped.
Detected, hits 2,
oh, bro, if that was any other round, I swear to God, he gets left. If that's like Kariv or something. That was smart for Dante to go straight on the point there. Unless he leaves the point.
Yeah, now you can see that the Winston has moved, or not the Winston, Donghak has moved over to the Winston instead of the Hammond, giving a little bit more value. Dante's going to get staggered here. A minute left with where the card is, Rich, and by the time we get to this next fight, this is going to be Gladiator's last fight. And because Atlanta Reign won that fight off of just the EMP, they do have a pretty decent ultimate economy to counteract what what Los Angeles Gladiators are going to be bringing to the table. The big thing, though, is going to be that pulse bomb from Kevster. Can he find that backline?
All on their shoulders, Kai gets the nano, is being topped up and goes aggressively. The Deadeye is active, but doesn't pick up anyone. They manage to get out quick enough so that they don't bring anyone down from Rain. And since they've fallen back, they're playing these canisters and that upper high ground until a re-engagement. Wonderful sleep though into the corner. They instantly
it's a waste of a pulse bomb though.
So there is no more
maybe you can capitalize on that if you back out right now. Come back in with strength to touch. Since you don't actually need strength for anything else.
There's one last chance for Rain to come back into this.
I mean, I don't know if Vigilante wants to commit the Transcendence to this. If
they
want to do it, they have to do it now and get someone to the point.
Oh, Stalker down below forces the recall. Bought enough time to keep the contested as they move up the stairway. Transcendence going to give the extra healing.
Don't let them cap D-Mac Dante.
Can't manage to do so. Self-destruct onto the payload. Now everyone staggers down below.
Oh,
Kevster alongside them. They are managing to clean this up, reaching the checkpoint, and now going into the final stretch.
I don't know what Boops managed to put Vigilante into the entirety of the Gladiators, but that was not the Transcendence that the Atlanta Reign wanted. Vigilante was just in no man's land in that scenario, and now because they committed that Transcendence to that, yes, Gladiators committed a lot themselves, but Lip, it's all onto Lip again. EMP available. There's only a minute left for this team, and if they can be a little bit more patient, they can just win one fight and win this map outright.
And you can see those darts just flying by Lip. Not scouting him out just yet. There is three. Kai first.
Can they kill Lastro?
Both Bavel and Lastro extremely low, but topped up as they withstand the EMP. That is the first of many more picks they're gonna need. They get the DMAC onto Dante as well, and they've only got 40 to work
That's huge.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, now the rest of the team
Dante has to jump off.
Here. They don't have their
Or
tank available
switch.
to them. Dante has to just throw himself off the side, and we are in.
This is where Atlanta
right
lost and Shanghai won actually. So if they win right here, that's kind of ironic.
No, the biggest thing is going to be, is Babel going to use that nano, or in Fielder, are they going to use those nanos defensively to stop the pulse bomb from getting value onto someone in the backline?
And now
it's going to be risky.
Placed. Lip once again looking to organize with Stalker onto the back, going in for last.
Nice.
Instantly shut down in the kill feed. You can see
There you go. Those are the dives.
Liquid filling the cup to the brim, the gullet, you could say, as they are absolutely dominating over Gladiators. The synergy, the timing, and
Good pulse.
absolutely flawless coordination is allowing Atlanta Reign to be
Oh, they need to kill Dante though, and that's bad if he can stall. Yo, 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 what the fuck?
Spoken too soon. Lip's still trying to do what they can, and they've actually got another lifeline.
Kevster killed both supports, was in the backline, completely zoning them out. Kai is using the Deadeye, trying to create space. This overtime.
No, they're gonna get a reset. Lip has the EMP though. He has some of this.
That might secure it.
Yep, they're gonna get the DMAC. That is
Big EMP. Need to kill Tracers. Oh, fuck.
Since they are so low, Emmanuel Hack as well gets them low, but Lastro with the rally, giving that protection to Gladiators. The spawn still somewhat closer. You can see it there. The box of completion, allowing Gladiators to take this win. They're looking to push across the bridgeway. It needs to be a stall.
Hack is low. They're trying.
Vigilante, Transcendence leading in. You've got the assistance of Donghang up front. Kai still alive.
They need a pick now. Kai so no. No way. They need a touch. No one's can touch. No way they win this shit.
They have just under 2 meters, and now they switch on to the Doomfist to dive onto this point. They've bought enough time, but it's only a matter of seconds. Self-destruct throws them back. It's only 1 meter. Can they keep
No!
And Gladiators pulls it off.
How on earth did they do that? There was no business that Gladiators had winning that fight, but Kevster, in what looked like to be the complete end of the map, gets into the backline by spawn. One clips Fielder, one clips Vigilante. Babel comes back with Nano, keeps Dante alive. Look at, I mean, they're even like, they're giving Babel like a lot of credit here because his Nano really saved that fight, especially, I mean, and Kevster too, the way that they were able to get into that backline and completely turn that fight. Gladiators are looking to shatter everyone's brackets.
Yeah.
They don't give a damn right now about who's picked who. Gladiators are saying, hey, Scrimbuck Stock Exchange, it's looking a bit spicy right now. Where is this team that was like supposed to run through the bracket? Where are they now? They're down 2-1.
You can just hear them chanting, "We are Glads" at this point, and honestly,
Bro, I can't fucking believe my eyes. This is actually bullshit. Like, this should not have happened. This was absolute horseshit. What? What is that? Oh my god.
To get those.
They're still talking, bro. fucking hell. Oh. I honest to God didn't think this would be this close. Dude, I'm fucking in disbelief, bro. No way. No way. There's actually no way. I thought it'd be competitive, but not this close. Shit. Please, there's no way, man. There's no way. How did the dude? Oh, they didn't kill Dante. They just forgot about Dante's existence and let him live, and they fucking won. Dante won the game for them. Shit.
Oh my goodness, Kenobi. We having a day. I need just a manual fan right here. I need something to cool down because it heating up in here.
I have canned air, but I don't think that would be good at
I'm pretty sure that's not safe by any means, but we'll digress amongst that as we can take a look here. There's the score line. For those who have been with us, you should go tell your friends about how this is unfolding right now.
What
because
the
we've already
fuck?
a real competitive match just moments ago, and now entering into this one that is
Okay,
going
they need to learn how to close out fights,
I'm
bro.
just absolutely thrilled that we get this type of competition in the Pro-Am before we even get to hop into what the main season has in store for us. I mean, this is unbelievable.
This is also quarters, right? It's like a lot of these, going into this, everyone was really, glad Atlanta all the way, right? Everyone was thinking that this was going to be a lot of the.
It should have been Atlanta all the way.
Like one and done. We know where this is going, but Toronto comes out, plays a phenomenal series against Boston. The series we just saw were like shock. Atlanta being not in the lead for the first time that we've seen them throughout the entirety of this program so far.
Oh, I know, especially when we looked at like the score string, because Desk was talking about it, like how they got here through week 1 and week 2, and you just see 2 O's all the way down on those 4 things. And
Yeah, but they weren't good teams. That's the only thing.
Against this. Well, I'm pretty sure that the Gladiators right now are standing tall. They've dug in deep, and they are not being pushed back.
And speaking of Glads and their success, we do have a stat card from everyone's favorite Cannonball Near. What's the what was their Cannonball.
Dude, he's hitting more than half his sleep darts.
Absolutely.
55% sleep dark accuracy throughout how long that game was is unreal from Babel. And this was a player who, like, going into this, a lot of questions about them, right? You're coming in for someone like Shu, who is one of the best flex supports that we have. Babel, a lot of their value to me felt like it was on that Kiriko. But this Ana performance, 4 deaths, 11 enemies slept, 55% sleep dark accuracy is a nuts stat line for any Ana, no matter the caliber.
Just being over 50%, 50 plus.
Who was what?
34 and 34 and 44.
Like this is unreal that you're able to hit half of your sleep darts. Think about it. I'm a support diamond player. I can't fathom hitting 50% of my sleep darts.
I'm gonna be real. I can't imagine hitting that much just with my auto fire.
You can't be that bad. Come on. Let's be real.
As we digress and go into the roster change-ups, Kenobi, we do get to see that it is going to be Vigilante out for Chio coming in, and now for Glads, we're also going to have Lastro out and Astro in. So we are really looking forward to seeing with these adjustments how it's going to continue unfolding. And as I mentioned even before the break, will we see Rain rise from the ashes and be able to not find themselves counted out, as we do have confirmation that we are going into Esperanza?
And I think one of the things that I would like to know about going into this match in particular is, do we continue to see Kai on the Hanzo? Because I think the Hanzo has been the thing.
All right. Come on, let's win this. Enough fucking around. Let's win this, please, Atlanta. I have you winning the entire thing, bro. Please, you cannot be losing this shit. You cannot. No way.
Something that Kai continues to do as we go into this Ish.
Please.
Was a big highlight to
I'm picking you.
Havana specifically.
This is not the script I was given.
We really want to be, keen on, because we talked a lot about the last time we were here about the positional advantage. We saw it on several occasions and how they played that archway and that bridgeway, and it's going to lean into this as well. But Gladiators might take this unique selection with the Ramatra, because that's something we've not seen just
Oh dear
yet.
God. Please win this one. Don't
he does it so well, and the thing that
win
I
this.
love about Dante specifically, watch what
Stop
he's
screwing
doing with
around.
his vortexes. He is a master at using vortex on the enemy Winston to make his life absolutely miserable, right? Keep him low to the ground, make sure that his jumps aren't getting a
What is happening here?
Just yet from Dante, we know that it's in their wheelhouse. Just yet from Dante, we know that it's in their wheelhouse, and they play it so
right. Keep him low to the ground. Make sure that his jumps aren't getting a lot of value. Keep an eye on where Dante is focusing those vortexes to make sure that Donghak can't just dive into the backline for free. And if he does, he has to stay there for a little bit longer.
Good sleep, always woken up. Huh? I can't believe this is like the first time in Overwatch League history I'm rooting against Dante, like, at all. Oh, man. If Kai wasn't on the team, I'd be a complete Glads fan right now. But because that guy's on the team, I can't, bro. It's too stupid.
Because one of the things you don't want to do against this composition, as Rain will just completely swap, is you don't want to like stand on ceremony with Ramatra, right? You want to keep going. You want to be a little bit more aggressive. Now when we're in neutral, it's going to be a different story. Kai is still not on the Hanzo. He is still going to be sticking on that Cassidy, so you do have a little bit more of that survivability and brawl potential, but you don't
I
have
think
that
they switched focus from Kai to Dante. Please don't blink in. No. Stalker's playing a risky game, bro. He needs to play a little more safe.
And with this momentum that Rain is getting, another beautiful sleep fielder comes in big, and this is just a snowball effect from Rain.
it's only going to get worse too, Rich, because EMP is available, Pulse Bomb is available.
If they can win this,
I mean,
they can win
there's
Control,
really
I think.
no way for Gladiators to
I hope.
come out of this unscathed. Atlanta will probably just complete this first checkpoint, and then it's up to Gladiators to really find a way back in, whether that's through Kevster, whether it's through a sleep from Babel. Those are the only way options back into this, as Lip is going to be looking for an EMP.
Nice.
All four and Kai, the moment they are hacked, are again absolutely shut down, set back to spawn. Things get a little bit
Big
challenging.
Pulse Bomb.
Dante at least going in for the prime.
How is Kevster doing that? That should not be a thing.
Gladiators able to deny this aggression, but the checkpoint, most of all, has been reached.
And I think this is a little bit of Atlanta Rain, like, downloading Kai slightly. Like, it's not really his fault either. It's just they're throwing 5 people at him. Like, how do you win that? It's so hard for Kai, even with the survivability that Cassidy sometimes has. When you have, like, 5 people diving on you, it's just impossible, and that's really what...
The one thing I will say is Atlanta is adapting to Glads, and they just can't adapt, like, mid-match.
Below their feet to recover from it. Rain, even though they were unable to take that fight to continue distance past the checkpoint, the recovery at the neutral position has been really, really spot on.
And I think Atlanta, when they come back into this, they're going to know, like, they have this advantage, and they just want to keep their pedal to the metal. Like, keep the pedal to the metal, right? You have all of the advantages to play with right now. You're 60 meters ahead. There's still 7 minutes left in this. If you just continuously rotate these ultimates like we know them to do and play this in the macro way that we know, they're going to have no problem. It's about Gladiators now getting the onus on them to make these fights a little bit more scraggly than they have been in the past, where it's just Atlanta setting up and instantly diving.
Again, Lip communicating, waiting for the hack. There's the dive, comes in quickly. The rally is
That was a
there.
good rally. Just make sure Kevster and Dante don't get the exit fix.
The necessary coverage to keep them
I get Shio, that's fine.
again, it's like a snowball.
No, whoa.
Continuing to accumulate in a mass that is just...
This guy has the biggest balls I've ever seen in my entire life. He is a crazy man.
They can, right? They're bringing in a Brigitte to try and stop the dive. Babel hasn't hit as many sleep darts as he has in the previous series, right? Because Donghak is now on the Winston, and I think they realize that, like, with the Winston, I can play a little bit safer on my bubble as Dante dives in here trying to create some space for his team. Nano available from Babel, but EMP available from Lip.
Gonna get 3
No,
actually. Kai also in the
Lip
mix
has
after
been
great response
doing
from
so
Nelson.
good.
It's
There are
fine.
also these random moments he'll die when he shouldn't
Just go
die.
back to your spawn, and we're gonna now run it
But I don't
back.
think it's his fault really. Like, I wouldn't expect that either.
Yeah, that's a rare
It didn't look like he was
occasion
gonna
where I
die.
think the dive from Atlanta Rain
but-
wasn't as crispy as it usually is. It's actually
You're gonna mid engage. You're gonna go. Oh, whoa.
But that's a beautiful sleep with a follow-up from Funny Astro.
Okay,
And
I actually kind of like that. They forced a second fight before the actual fight should have started, and they forced out 2 ults.
Just take off one of the members, right? Because it is a 4-man dive, it looks like, from the Atlanta Rain, where they're sending in Chio really aggressively as well. This is potentially a place where Glads can stop the bleeding, though, and start getting some of their own progression. They have a lot of high ground control here, as you can see from the overhead. Lip not close towards that EMP. Atlanta Rain don't really have any ultimates to work with, so it's just about finding where Atlanta Rain can get onto this high ground and try and take Gladiators off.
And this is perfectly done. You're gonna have a Donghak jump underneath, so it denies anyone from up top on the bridgeway from getting sightlines. Beautiful
Good
bionic
recall.
land as well until Donghak can re-enter into this. Gets slept for the moment, so it at least staggers out this entry, and will just look to fall back. Actually gets
How is that a headshot? That's a glitch.
Have the rest of the team follow you there, because Shio kind of just got caught out in no man's land, and the way Kai is playing right now, you simply are not allowed to be in an open position, or else he will take your head off, and that's exactly what happens there. And now, what looked like to be a very heavily favored Atlanta Rain map is gone completely the opposite. They've gotten this checkpoint. They are going to be coming up against an onslaught.
Whoa, calm down. It's not completely different. They're still in the lead. They're still doing good. They're not like getting rolled. How is Dante alive? How did Donghak die? What?
Everything goes topsy-turvy, and this is still an advantage here for Glads, but as I say that, Lip's now going to come in with an EMP to deny. Babel goes down.
Yeah, but they still need more kills than just Owl.
They actually could bypass the checkpoint here over Rain.
Oh, the high noon coming in. Doesn't manage to find anything just yet. Lip gets the hack onto Kai in the back line. Kai getting extremely low. The post bomb from Fielder is able to get down.
This is massive. They're at least causing some harass as they do have still just 3 meters to go. And oh wow, it is just this back and forth. But
holy.
They're on the front line. Contention. Lip has been
they are.
away from this fight, but stole the bot.
He stole the bot, so now there's no way, they don't have the lead anymore, so now Atlanta Reign get this reset before the bot can touch. It's 1 meter away to contest.
Oh, they're going to be able to deny it.
Dude, Atlanta are fucking... They're threading this shit so close, bro. They're gonna nano guy again.
3 minutes to go now,
Jesus.
and Vabel on this long-range shot, continuing to harass, and everyone from Gladiators being extremely cautious how they enter.
Nano available. Dante is dove in really deep. Sleep Dart is out. That means the Primal Rage is free here for Dante.
She hits a big barrier. No, fucking Fielder, no! How is this guy so good at Monkey? Where'd he come from? Oh, the Pit Stalker! No, 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 no! Please don't die to him! Please don't die to him!
Trying to do the best that they can, but with the respawn advantage, it's just not going to be able to happen. He's trying to pull the bot back. There's no healers right now for the Atlanta Reign. Limp is going to get a health pack and finally gets back into that fight. And the Glads,
This is so scrappy.
Lose that fight, and Atlanta Reign are able to hold. There is a meter difference right now, 1.1 meters.
And that's why you saw Kevster sticking close to it. They were hoping that they can get just enough presence near the bot to gain that extra distance, because now with 2 minutes to go, this becomes critical mass. It is
Holy
so
shit!
minor.
I'm losing it. No. Whoa! Bro, I can't look at this. It's painful. Oh, let's go!
Has no ability to escape, and there's no sightline for Babel or Bunny Astro.
They went for everything there. Kevster wanted to hit that, but the collapse from the Atlanta Reign onto Kevster so good there. And Gladiators,
No,
they have to make
please
a
don't die.
decision
Please don't
whether
die.
to try and commit. They're using
Oh,
the
thank
rally.
Christ.
Oh, and you've got Stalker.
You have to know he's on the flag.
The EMP's almost here. There's that
And Peel.
grenade.
Huge
Still
pick.
alive, though. Dong
He's still
Hack
the.
is
No,
done.
no, 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 no. Please don't let me.
Damage is here.
Oh,
Kai
thank
is
God.
on the flank, being left alone and separated. They've deviated away from the group. Then now that they're staggered, Bunny Astro is picked up.
Bro,
and
I'm
looking
going
for
to
it.
shit myself if you keep doing this, bro.
Tried to use everything. They
Please
felt it was
stop
in
this.
their hands in that moment. The rally came in for Bunny Astro, but they don't manage to break it down. Kai is going to be kicking himself that he didn't get that flank off onto Fielder. And now look at the Reign. Macro-wise, they are so in the lead. The bot's going to be all the way on the other side of the map, and Glads are walking into an EMP from Lip and a pulse run from Stalker.
Aggressive jump forward. Dante separated, has to retreat. The hack's gonna come through. They're collapsing onto Kai, who does have the nano boost though. Dong Hack in return has it as well. Primal Rage available. This is now 50 seconds to go. Everything has to fall in suit for Gladiators. All the puzzle pieces have
If they can get a few more meters, bro.
now is the perfect way to do so the Glads can recover.
The bot has been stolen, so a little bit more meterage given to the Atlanta Reign in this scenario. But actually, maybe the Atlanta Reign might have gotten caught here. Pulse bomb from Stalker. He's looking for the backline.
Is it going to land? There's
That's
the
huge.
Papel goes down again. It is just perfection from Atlanta Reign when it matters most. With only 20 seconds to go, Reign is in a position to bring this into a map 5.
Jesus Christ. This is too. Dude, I'm losing it, bro. I'm actually gonna cry. Jesus fucking. God damn.
Both pulse bombs available for both of these players, Kevster and Stalker.
Dude, they need to build up enough time to build another EMP if that's what it takes. Please. Just don't lose to them. I've seen shit happen on this map.
Perfection can be tormenting. And that's what you need from Glads right now in this moment. The pulse bomb in the wings. Great responsiveness.
Okay, good. He didn't fucking force it.
Stalker is. That gets them the distance. They play on the high ground. Stalker looking to dive back in from up.
Can you get a pick? Can you get the pick? No, 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 no. Yo, Dong Hack with 2!
Able to get 2. It is now only the remaining 3 from Gladiators.
Dong Hack is a massive dong, bro. Unironically. Oh, no! No, wait, C9, please, C9. Kill the stupid Lucio, please.
Potentially to get someone back, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Kevster's heroics are not there.
Thank fucking God. Oh, Jesus. One more, just one more, bro. Oh my God, one more. One more.
See another map 5. I don't know what you're doing in life this evening, but it needs to be here and
This is too much, bro. Oh my God.
Them, not just the series before this. Glad's making it so close. I mean, if anything,
bro, tomorrow's gonna be just as bad too. It's gonna be Violet versus Shu, and that's gonna be fucking brutal. That's going to be brutal.
this close to each other. That the Glads, through all of the scrimbooks that we've heard about them, are putting up a fight against a team that people thought.
Dude, who are Scrimbooks saying Glads are bad? Because they should be like ranked top 3, bro. Unironically, Boston Glads and Reign should be the top 3 teams, uncontestably.
Gladiators, they have to now make this catch up to go to an even keel to now a map 5. This is one of the most exciting moments I think that you and I could probably say from a lot of things that we watched as we get
cool.
back. It's cool.
It's so. I mean, I was gonna say something else, but it is just honestly cool. But the fact that we're seeing Atlanta like bleed a little bit is awesome to me, because of the fact that like this was a team that like again not a lot of people thought we're gonna lose that much. They were gonna run through this bracket, and Gladiators are saying, we won 2 titles last season for a reason. We still have one of the best players in the world on our team. You have to go through us first. We are not something to shake a stick at.
No, not at all. And we are going to head to a short break to give a moment of reprieve before we enter into the 5th and final map to see who moves on to that semifinals game.
Bro, I'm actually shitting myself right now. Like, oh my fucking god. This cannot be happening, bro. How is it this close? Like these aren't just like decently close matches. Like, oh, it's like they could have won here, they could have won there. This is like they are about to win here. Dear God, have fucking mercy on my soul. This is brutal. This is goddamn brutal. Whew. Oh my god. I'm losing it, bro.
I'm shaking with excitement, Kenobi, as now we get a second map 5 between these two. Something that I think we all could say was unforeseen in the cards, as it is now a 2-2 score and entering into our final map. And oh, it's just overall, we get to take a look at these players. You can see the intensity in their eyes. They don't want to go home.
Dude.
In this fashion, we're at a position where brackets are about to be shattered completely, right? We're just completely, no one expected this. The expectations are blown out of the water as we do have a sub, Lastro, coming in, going to be there.
Dude, I have a bad feeling about this. I have a really bad feeling about this. Lastro and Dante on Oasis is a deadly combo. Like, it's too deadly.
Yep, and we're going to be able to end on the map of Oasis as we did in our previous series. Starting off with, it looks like the same first round map, deja vu for all of us. Just different teams, different names, but we're hoping to still see potentially 3 rounds and a
Please, for the love of God, win.
The interesting thing about this is that no Hawk. Hawk isn't here. This is Donghak playing right now. And if he's going to be playing the Ramattra, this is typically what we would have seen from Hawk. So the fact that Donghak is still in here maybe tells to me that, like, maybe they think on Oasis they need to play Winston or need to play Ball or something like that. But this is not standard from what we saw from the Atlanta Reign in that group stage.
They're trying to really cover their bases, and I don't blame them for this. In addition, they've also had 4 maps worth of synergy that they've been working, and at this point, maybe you want to keep that too.
Especially with how good I think Donghak was playing with the rest of the team. This is a little bit of a different look because it is a rush style. But while Lip and Stalker aren't on their patented heroes, they've still statistically very good.
Is still very good. Lip is a very good McCree, and Stalker has looked to be one of the best mains I've seen in the Overwatch League.
If you're the Gladiators, that you don't walk into the teeth.
I'm excited to see them win this, because they will be winning this. I fucking hope. If they don't, I will be very, very sad. They're fucking with me. They're fucking with me, bro.
Dante down below, nice bio nade to buy space, and there's a follow through by Dante, but Lip still lives, withstands that electrical damage, and still continues to hold. But there's a flanking
Oh, is he dead?
Kepster and Kai that they're not ready for. And they've got the numbers advantage for Glads.
And that was a great dive. They got the anti out, and then immediately.
Dude, you cannot be leaving this guy. He's on the left. Shoot him.
Immortality field was gone. Kai takes that advantage, takes all of that space on the right side, and takes down Lip. And that's
I still think the Winston is better than the Ramattra.
And Rich, they are so far ahead in terms of ultimates right now. Pulse Bomb's going to be here from Kevster. There's also a High Noon, and the support ultimates are going to be something that Atlanta Reign might not be able to deal with, because while Immortality field is good, it doesn't last very long.
You can see now the dive once again from Dante across the way. Shield down the stairway, knocks them outwards, but is able to recover along the wall. Lip being eliminated again.
Oh, fuck.
Atlanta Reign seem like they're just ever so slightly out of their depth at the moment.
They just need to take a breath. Just take a deep breath. Come on. Just stop fucking around now. Time to win.
Lip has not had an impact on this game so far. He's been killed by Kai, there by Lastro. He hasn't been that Lip that we know and love. And now Gladiators have 5 ultimates to work with in this next fight, and we're getting to the point of last fight territory.
Yeah, and it's, again, 50% approaching.
They are targeting Lip, bro. That's their game plan, is just go for Lip.
They know exactly their focus. They have their number, and they are dialing over and over again.
I mean, they focus Lip. Lip is currently 0-0 and 3, and it's not like his fault or anything. It's just that the dive is immaculate right now from the Los Angeles Gladiators. I mean, this is probably the best I've seen Dante play on Winston. The most coordinated I've seen the entirety of the Glads, is they only win that fight off
They're
the back of
adapting,
Nano, so
bro.
Fuck.
And they're doing it so fast. Oh, thank God he whiffed.
We'll ignore that one a little bit, but it's still a lot of presence. Sleep onto Dante, so they're left a little bit vulnerable for the moment.
Stalker and Donghak, bro. They're pulling it up.
This will guarantee that Reign is able to take
it's still in a...
contributing that into this, but there's actually a couple of picks. What is happening?
Whoa. How are they in this fight?
As Donghak now is covered by Chio's shielding, and will give them a chance to recover as they've taken it away for now and at least gain some kind kind of percentage.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that they took that away, because if they didn't, that could have been a completely different fight, as we see Lastro going over to the Lucio, the Brigitte not really gaining as much value as they would have liked here, wanting that speed, wanting that boost potential to potentially check the Tracer, as well as Gladiators here with this High Noon can go in aggressive.
Geo Frank Hipster. That's huge. That's absolutely huge.
That's going to be a really, really big opportunity to continue closing the gap percentage-wise. Another sleep onto Dante, knocking them outside of the barrier as well. The damage is just far too high, and that mitigates anything else for them to take another fight.
Both the tanks are down, though, and I wonder if this is a moment where Gladiators want to go forward, especially because of the fact that Kevster's got this Pulse Bomb. Kai getting extremely low, but healed up Nanoed.
Yep, both Nanoed onto the Cassidys. Though one is bionated, managing to finally drop that off, shake it off to be exact, as you've got Lip with the Deadeye.
Oh, you don't left click?
And gonna get blown to Kingdom Come. That's still percentage gained by Atlanta, but they have unfortunately found the not so great end of the stick, as they're gonna get beaten back and forced away.
And this is gonna be final fight that we have here.
Oh no, don't die, no! Fuck.
No, but they can't, the staggers are here. Glad should be able to take this.
They are slowly, with their shields held high, one step at a time, pushing back against the Atlanta Reign. 99 into the overtime. It is an instant swap for Lip now onto the Sombra to try and change this.
That's absolutely huge. They can win, they can win. That's a huge pick on a healer. Oh, we got the health pack! Against all odds, please! No, they woke him! They're throwing, they're throwing. Annihilation? Win it?
Chasing them down, they want to electrify, but the Annihilation comes out onto the point to swap it back.
Annihilation doing so much work here, and Lip is switched back over to the Sombra, 50% towards that. Dante's diving in, the tempo beat is here. That's
how did Chio die?
Chio is down, he was mid-beating Ajax!
They slow it, and there it is in the chat.
No. No, 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 no. They can't let these scumbags win. Wait, touch! What's the point?
What is happening? The ability to turn this around from these two teams is miraculous.
What is this game? It is too intense.
There was no way Atlanta Reign could win that with the Ajax, but they come back in. And
wait, is that what happened to Chio? I thought he actually was the wall riding and decided. This guy is. Oh my god, he's choking. No, the EMP fucking got it off. Kill Dante, kill Dante, kill Dante, kill Dante, kill Dante, nice. No, 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 they have to kill Ana, they have to kill Leon. Do not let him touch.
Being able to step up, they've been off the point. The overtime is low. Kai and Kevster working in tandem to keep this overtime pending.
Nice.
The trade, it's back and forth. It's absolutely unbelievable to see what is happening between these DPS lines and the regroup from the tanks as they are still holding into the overtime.
I mean, there's not really a lot of ultimates to talk about right now. They're just fighting mano-a-mano. It's completely infinite.
Oh my god! This is crazy!
With multiple members, though, from Gladiators, they're looking to take it. They are just a sliver to swap it back. Can they sustain?
Oh, they couldn't touch! Oh my god!
Atlanta Reign gets this first round!
Oh, shooting with a C9! Oh shit!
No, not like that.
Oh my god! Dude, that OT burnt so fast. Oh my god. Dude. What was that match?
Turn of events in the overtime, and because it was going for so long, the second they stepped off, it vanished in the blink of an eye, withered away so rapidly that they couldn't recover, and now it is Atlanta Reign only one round away from moving on.
I mean, I wonder if that's the kill onto Kevster, because if Kevster's not there, he's not able to continue juggling that point, and that really turns the tide, and that doesn't get Gladiators back in to continue proccing that.
Wow, this is fucking intense. Jesus Christ.
There, and we're now one sub-map away from going into the Final Four at the very end.
Please win this. This is basically the finals, honest to God. Big kick, big pick. Whoa, 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 don't throw, don't throw.
Will be the avenue that Atlanta Reign choose, and this is why we see Donghak coming in again, getting that versatility to play on this map.
Oh, you threw. Choke under pressure. That's what I'm gonna say there.
and that might be
Shit.
Gladiators need Kai takes down 2. Somehow, some way, again, Gladiators just pull a fight out of a hat because their stupendous DPS line just wills it so at times. When you have the likes of Kai, the likes of Kevster, you can do that, and Atlanta Reign have to reset here. The percentage starts ticking up for the Los Angeles Gladiators at this moment, and they brought Lip on the Sombra again, so those engages are going to be something to look out for, especially now that the Gladiators have this high ground. How can the Atlanta Reign get there?
Almost gets the mag grenade onto Chio. Would have been extremely devastating to lose that. Now you see a flanking position by Kai.
Oh my god.
Dante has to bail. They can't stick close, but Kai
Feeler dies.
Chio also eliminated. Kai is on another level right now. They have single-handedly been able to take both of these fights with the assistance of Dante up front. Though, there's some counteraction here by 2, and they are still managing to gain percentage despite them losing a few.
Oh, Donghak is here. Can they get the heals available to them? They are going to be able to go get the mini, but it's still the positional advantage right now for the Glads. Atlanta comes back in, though, with an EMP of their own. This engage is going to be a lot to deal with.
Oh, the pile drive actually grazes Dante, so it denies the dive into the back to regroup. So
Ubernos is so low, and they're not going to kill him. They can't kill him.
Glad still at 60+%. The nano comes in. Babel gives the extra necessary oomph to push forward. Kevster gets the stalker picked up.
No. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. They have two. They have the ult. They have the ult to win. They have the ult to win.
I mean, 75% ticking upwards. If they can kill some of these stragglers, there's going to be last fight territory for sure for the Atlanta Reign, and Lip and Stalker have to.
I think Donghak should stay on the Winston. He shouldn't be going on the ball right now. It's not the time to be taking risky plays like this. When they have a Brig and Ana.
Back on the elevator for the high ground position to find a decent stun. They have one last chance. Lip in the back, stealthful. EMP
Huge.
lands on
Huge. Kill the Brig! How is he alive? No.
Glads is still alive, but Kai goes down. Lip able to work through all of the defenses that were put in by Babel and Lastro, despite the armament. And now you have Atlanta Reign able to get their first accumulation of percentage in this second round.
But I mean, exactly what he needs to do there. And the macro play from Glads, I think, is phenomenal.
Oh dear God, they didn't use any ults besides Rally.
To win that singular fight, because they knew if Lastro had kept that armor ticking, there was no way back in. So they had to commit 4 ultimates to that, and the Glads can come back now in. Primal Rage is available. Pulse Bomb soon as well. High Noon from Kai. Nano not soon after from Babel.
Can Lip build another EMP before this shit happens?
It's going to be extremely challenging with that minefield. The only thing they can hope for is maybe getting enough from Lip to...
What?
Oh, we're paused! Going into it! As now...
Hey, you wanted that break.
Are you serious?
We take a moment. I think we all do...
Bro, why pause?
Why? What happened? Why? Okay.
Okay, yeah. Bring it down. I've got some stress balls here, chat. You can, we can.
I don't have that. I don't have anything to. I don't know. I don't have anything. We're gonna leave it alone. But yes, you have that. I don't. So I'm gonna have to just breathe through it, in through the nose, out through the mouth.
Bro,
well. Okay, so there was a keyboard issue.
A keyboard issue.
So that means
that's from Donghak.
Really fast.
For sure.
Because I believe that they're just getting that reconnected. So we're not gonna keep the tension growing anymore for you. Game unpausing, as you can see.
Fuck. Wait, who called the pause though? I want to know that.
Can do with a singular ultimate.
That's all they have right now. Los Angeles Gladiators. Here comes the minefield. Can they find anything off the back of it? Babel is extremely
Fuck.
Kevster manages to find it as they ride the wall.
He built another EMP.
Some space. They're attempting to pummel Donghak. They've got the Deadeye.
No. This is possible. This is possible. Just keep touching. They have EMP. That's 2.
The remaining few stragglers as they round the outskirts.
Oh no. That was a good EMP. They just wouldn't have the coordination. It was too rushed. Oh, they're rushing their ults and it's not gonna work. Fuck! Oh god! Dude, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm going to have a heart attack. For the love of Jesus.
I should go play the lottery.
It's ending on the same map we ended our last series on here at the very end.
Dear God.
I mean, this is a matchup that is, again, on a knife's edge. I think Kai and Kevster are currently playing out of their skull pieces. It is insane statistically with both of these players. They both have the same damage share at 29%. They are really taking this game over, and I know that this is something that they are capable of. And Gladiators, against this composition from the Atlanta Reign, they have been doing a great job of just not letting Lip get into their backline and assassinate. The peel for the entirety of the team is so good, and we go to a final decider map here between the Gladiators and Atlantis to see who will make it to the final four.
Bro, I can't believe it's gone this close.
We all think it should be the most compelling Sombra player that we have amongst the league, looking to work in tandem with the rest of the squad for the initial dive onto this team. Can they outmatch it? The tumble comes down, the coverage is there. Babel is not able to go down initially, but Stalker sweeps.
Please kill him, please kill him. Oh, great job, motherfucker. Shit. Oh, I'm gonna lose it, dude. You cannot keep dying like that. Kevster is literally a counter player right now.
Is still a force to be reckoned with here, and we haven't swapped yet.
Yeah, and Shio actually gets out.
They haven't capped the point. No, they got the first pick of it. They haven't capped the point. He has Pulse Bomb. No, he stuck it.
The Pulse gets enough damage for Kai to follow up onto the down low position. As they get a second, they're continuing to pepper them down, and now they be able to take it first.
And now they have control, and they can start taking upwards.
Holy shit.
I think that this Brigitte pick has been somewhat of a revelation throughout the entirety of the series, throughout the entirety of just today, when we've seen a lot of Brigittes come back. Lastro now being on it, and they're being able to give that help. The Inspire healing doing so much when these fights kind of devolve, and I think it plays perfectly into the style LA Gladiators want to run here. And now Lastro has this rally available to them to negate the oncoming EMP from Lip.
We'll see as they maneuver up to that high ground position again, being very cognizant of how Lip is going to try.
Bro, I haven't felt this way since 2019.
And here it is, gets three. What a
fucking amazing. Amazing.
From Fielder, mind you, to instantaneously disintegrate the back three.
That's a world championship nade if I've ever seen one from Fielder. I mean, what an unreal dive that was from the Atlanta Reign. And the thing about it is that they win that with just the EMP, which is great, and they are able to keep their other ultimates.
3 out of the 5 players on this team have won the Overwatch League, bro.
Never really letting go, but Gladiators have
Soccer has won a stage final.
Now Dante falling back for the moment, the rally up front looking to
Oh god.
But since they've delved away, it gives a subtle opening for Atlanta Reign to take a flanking position. But Donghak has to now force the Primal Rage, looking to juggle them off the edge.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. You can't let him die. Let's go. Oh, fucking down defense field. It's okay.
And they can win that fight off the back. I mean, I think it was a really good idea from the Gladiators using that rally to negate Donghak's EMP.
If they can get a big pulse bomb from Stalker, that's gonna be huge. Lip had built an EMP so fast last round, I really want to see him build another one that quick. No way that happened. That is so stupid.
Now they can move in. They're gonna get this for free. You will have Atlanta Reign be very careful in how they enter. Kai though getting
No. Oh, dude. If he had like 10 more bullets, he would have killed him.
To keep this play forward and allow that 6-shooter to continue firing.
Sometimes you just need a pick like that, and it comes from one of the best performing DPS we've had, I think, during this series so far. Kai and Kevster have been on another level right now, and they're able to win just solely that, and they can move forward, continue to take up this percentage. We're even Stevens right now, Rich, between both of these teams. Atlanta will come back in with an EMP, no support ultimates to deal with it. That's the scariest thing for me, is there's nothing to counteract this EMP that Lip is going to have.
It's huge, it's huge. Please kill him all.
Lastro eliminated Kai again. It's deja vu. Time and time again.
Gotta hit Primal. He shouldn't have done that. No way they're winning this. Right? Surely not. No. They are not winning this, right? How is this competitive? How? No way.
He uses the Primal Rage and just goes into the backline and takes down the supports, and now Atlanta, they have to get back onto this.
How is this? What happened?
Huge upset.
Only a last few seconds remaining. They're looking to hold these shields high. Their spears in the sky. Are they able to chance out
Stalker. Oh, please, Stalker. Oh, dear jeez. No. I can't look.
Chio
Chio.
gets the elimination. It swaps back. Fielder is gone. Chio's the
I don't believe my fucking eyes.
The overtime is fading. There's 2 few from Rain. This is the moment where all you shall hear
What?
over the shoulder from the Gladiators as they shout out with nothing but glee. Ahoo! Ahoo! Ahoo!
The Scrimbuck
No way. No way. No, 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 no,
No
no.
one knows anything anymore. Brackets busted. What on earth did we just see? That was insanity. The Gladiators from Kevster, from Kai, Dante the Smarts, Babel, a revelation on this Ana. The Brigitte from Lastro, hello? Like, everything was working. I think I saw before the stats left me, Kevster, 41 and 4 or something. Like, he didn't die at all, 41 at limbs. I think Kai had like 30 off the back end. Unreal performance from this entire Gladiators team, and they should be very, very happy with themselves. Atlanta Reign looked...
No fucking way, dude. I don't believe what I just witnessed.
And they still have the best, one of the best players in the world.
Dude.
Yep. And it is just...
What?
Feel this amount of
What?
energy just exuding from my body, that how intense and how close this truly was.
He hit the EMP. They had the picks, and they lost.
We will then also be able to give them player of the match.
I don't think it could be anyone else.
We are ready to bow down at this point and acknowledge that Kevster has truly been monumental to the success here among everyone else, enabling Kevster to play as proficient as
Oh my dear fucking god.
Always talks about the Gladiators and how they looked and the Scrimbucks and all that. The desk mentioned it. When you've got someone like this who can just, at the drop of a dime, turn a fight on its head, turn a series on its head. This Havana doesn't get a win out of Glads if Kevster doesn't go back and double kill the support line. Like, this player is incredible, and sometimes you just need that one guy. The rest of the team was amazing, but Kevster fully deserving of this player of the match.
The stats. Again, there were, comments that you mentioned about the methodology behind the play and what they do in comparison to others. But when we look at these stats and really see their contribution as a whole in these 10-minute relationship per 10 minutes, it is just so it's just
4 deaths is not a lot.
Yeah,
it's not.
It's not. Realistically,
like
it's not.
9 final blows, 18 limbs. Like, this is what Kevster is accustomed to. I feel like this is like the Kevster we've been waiting for, that like MVP candidate Kevster, where it just takes any day. And if Kevster's on it, I think he deserves a lot of. Kai deserves so much credit too.
Yeah.
I think that if we could have given it to someone else, it would have been him. I think he played phenomenal throughout the entirety of the board, especially with being able to like deal with Atlanta, deal with the deal with the Sombra, and finally like get the download, because that was what I think Gladiators were looking for. They were trying to figure out a way to get past this Sombra, and they did it. The Brigitte was also a great decision as well, because it negated a lot of what they wanted to do Atlanta with those engages with Nano.
I don't understand what the fuck just happened.
You don't have that same kill potential.
I don't understand what happened.
And then you're at a macro disadvantage.
Absolutely. And as we finally have a moment to breathe, to let the heart rate
I don't understand what happened.
This is quarters. There is an extensive amount still remaining, but it has been an absolute and complete pleasure to be here for this, and cannot wait to see how it continues to unfold going into tomorrow, where we are able to crown a winner. And with that said, we have to give major thanks to production, at least for this year. There's still more to come, but before we head on over to the Overwatch Watchpoint desk, I am Rich Rad.
I'm Kenobi.
And it's been a fantastic evening with all of you, and the desk is going to